I don't know. I haven't actually looked into
So
explaining
the
what I knew it was just
K-value-
nonsense.
Well, I mean, we don't have to talk about it here. I guess like there was a conversation going on, so I'm not trying to interrupt that. I just like put it in the chat to see if anyone else wanted to talk about it.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I
the
do.
K- was it a coefficient? The K value is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, we can talk about it if you want. When I said the modus tollens argument, I actually meant the logical syllogism, right? The actual logic of the argument, as opposed to the observation of the black swan that you talk about sometimes. Like, does anyone have an interest in the logic that goes on? Yeah, that's actually the modus tollens argument that he's talking about.
Yeah, sure. It's pretty.
You know, like the I think it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Like the logic that goes on.
That's not modus tollens. What are
If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P.
no?
That's modus tollens.
No, it's not.
It is.
It is, Helio.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so does anyone want to talk about that? Or if they don't, it's not a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to force it on anyone.
Well, are you like are you challenging what the application to the black swan?
Yeah.
Okay, can you want to specify your point so we can then we'll.
Sure. So my criticism is basically that I'll just explain it briefly. So like everyone, I'm not expecting everyone to have like, you know, a background in this. Like I don't have a background in either. So I'm not expecting everyone to like automatically understand what I'm saying. So, you know, it's fine to challenge me back. Like I'm totally comfortable with that. But I'm just gonna give like a quick overview, okay, of the argument as he puts it. So it's if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Okay. His formulation of the argument, I'll paste it in the chat so you can read it as well, is that if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, right, that's the P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, and that last equation is how you ascertain the distance to the geometric horizon. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first premise. That's a conditional premise. Okay? The Earth is a sphere part is the antecedent, and then the every horizon distance measurement part, that's the consequent. Okay? The consequent is the part I have a problem with, but I'll finish the syllogism first. Okay?
Go for it.
The second premise is the negation of Q, all right? And that is we have a horizon distance measurement that is greater than 9.4 miles, aka the black swan observation, okay?
Yep.
So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3,959 miles. The black swan observation contradicts the Q, which is this position that we apparently take, that all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, okay? Now, my criticism...
So is your... Oh, go ahead.
Can I just finish off? Like, so I'm really close to finishing right now.
I'm sorry, brother.
No worries. No. So my criticism is that the attribution of the Q to us, which is that we believe all horizon distance measurements must be no more than the geometric horizon, is actually a false attribution. It's a straw man. We don't actually take that position. And I can back that up by telling you why. Because
let's go.
For us to take that position, we would have to assume that there's no atmosphere on the Earth.
No.
Because that's the only conditions in which there would be no refraction in the atmosphere.
You're conflating geometric and apparent, bro. So yeah, his logic is.
Hey, wait, hold on. Did you finish your point?
Yeah, I'm pretty much done. That's okay. You can give me your responses now.
All right, good. Go ahead.
My response is that you're conflating geometric and apparent because you just now invoked refraction. The argument is that the physical geometric horizon must fall within those parameters. It's the physicality of the geometric horizon, the land itself. For you to invoke refraction, thus the apparent horizon, you are conflating.
Okay, so what I would say is that the importance of my criticism is that for his argument to be valid, we have to hold the positions. Okay, we have to take the position that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959. We do take that position. I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
But I do disagree with the idea that we take the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. We do not take that position. That's my whole argument here.
Oh, okay. So what you're
Yeah, yeah.
saying is that the problem is in the every horizon distance part.
Yeah.
Well, I thought there was another claim here made where you actually contacted this person that observed this. Did you say that?
No, I don't think so.
Well,
So is your claim that the horizon is basically at an optical position? Is that your claim?
No, my
So
my
to
whole-
use the geometric constraints, which are absolute, would be negated by the claim that, well, the horizon is just optical and it's just in an optical position at any given time.
Well, I mean that's an interesting question, right?
Well,
But
it's the only counter.
well,
Exactly.
my position in relation to QE's argument is just this.
That
That
the
he's
horizon
not
is an
attribut-
optical phenomenon.
No, it's just
how
it's just
about
this,
how
I'll tell
about
you.
hold on. Let's discount QE's argument. How about us, the people that are talking about it now, let's just us talk about it.
Well, that's the thing, because my whole argument is about QE's argument. Like my whole position is about
We're
Modus
quite
Toll's argument.
familiar with the argument. We're probably going to say the same thing.
Yeah,
so-
but you're asking me not to talk about the thing I'm trying to talk about.
Answer AI's question.
Okay. My whole criticism of QE's argument is that he's misattributing a position to us that we don't hold, and therefore his negation of that position is not valid because we don't hold it.
Okay, let's
So you're not gonna
stop
answer
you
his
right
question.
there. Let's
That is
stop
the
you right
answer.
there, though. Your position is irrelevant.
It is relevant because he's trying to
No,
negate it.
it's
And if we don't
not.
hold it, and he can't negate it.
It doesn't matter what position you're holding. He's trying to negate the consequences of the nature of the Earth, not your position.
Well, the modus tollens argument is very specific. And,
It's not
I work
about a
within the constraints of
position,
that
is it?
argument. Well,
Yeah,
Is it
we're
about a
talking
position?
We're talking about geometry, Ben.
Well, the
No,
thing
I'm
is, the way
talking
that it's set
about-
up.
Principles, like your position that you hold versus the nature of reality itself. He's not arguing against your position. He's arguing against the consequences of the sphere if it's a certain size. So your only counter is not, this is not my position. Your appropriate counter would be, there is no geometric horizon. Therefore, the horizon could be anywhere it damn well pleases.
Why do y'all have
Well,
such a problem
it's-
grasping this? It's so simple. I mean, it's like you're not
I
understanding.
know
that.
it's just
can't-
it's
yeah.
math. It's like they claim to be the mathematics experts. It's like you guys don't understand math. Well, we goddamn definitely do understand math. We understand geometry. We know that the math, the math of Earth, is 24,901. We know where the horizon is supposed to be. It's supposed to be right there.
I have a quick comment to say.
When
When
we
like
see
AI says,
something that is farther than that, then we know it shouldn't be there. But you guys just make up all kinds of shit. Go ahead.
so like what AI is saying is like, let's put it this way: you have a different position, but another Glover might have a different position. So he's not trying to attribute to any of your guys' position. It's strictly to the geometry of the Earth, of the shape of what you guys claim it is. So you guys can all have different positions. Doesn't mean his position has to be aligned to what you believe, because it's irrelevant. It's what the geometry of the Earth's position is.
You know
understand
what? In addition to that, Jose, we can actually attribute, whatever the haze or whatever they want to call the freaking atmospheric conditions. We can throw a little more math on it, or if you want to, but
No, he's just not understanding.
most-
He's saying every horizon distance measurement. Okay, so what? It's infallible, bro. Like you're just not understanding.
Do you understand my criticism, just to make sure?
Yeah, I understand your criticism, and
Could you just tell me what it is? I'm not trying to be a dick.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
figure
no,
out. if
yeah.
you
What you're
okay.
trying to say is that whenever he says every horizon distance is an inaccurate postulation from y'all's position.
What I'm actually
That's what
saying
you're
is that what I'm actually saying is that he's arguing that we hold two positions and that they're contradicted by the black swan observation. The first one is that the Earth is a sphere with 3959 miles. I accept that we hold that position, but we do not hold the position that every horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. That part is a straw man.
Y'all
Understand
do.
the position because
can
we
you
only
cite
need
that?
one. We only need one. That's why it's called the black swan.
No, yeah.
That's why we
If
only need
If we hold that
one.
position, could you cite
disprove
where
it.
we say that?
There's a category error.
any
He's not
nautical
arguing.
manual. It's where the horizon distance comes from. That figure comes from any nautical manual.
But that's only the geometric horizon, right?
That's what it's about.
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, but then we don't claim every horizon is equal to the geometric horizon.
Now, how
That's not
about
what it says.
one? How
That
about
is what it
one?
says.
It says
Yeah, it
every
says that-
horizon distance measurement.
Yes,
means
can be no
physical-
greater.
The physical geometric horizon
No,
is
but
in
that's
the
not what he means by
confinements-
horizon. That's not what he means
Oh,
by
you
horizon.
know what
Yeah, because
it
he's-
means.
Yeah, he doesn't mean geometric horizon when he says horizon. Or does someone else want to disagree with me on that?
That is what he's talking
Everyone
about.
besides you agrees on that, as far as I
Okay,
can
so say
tell.
he does mean geometric horizon then. Okay, then in what sense does an observation of the black swan contradict the position that every geometric horizon cannot be greater than the geometric horizon? That's a tautology in any case, but how does a black swan observation contradict that? That's why I don't think he's saying geometric horizon. I think he means horizon in the sense that we mean apparent horizon.
Tautology. I mean, did you say tautology?
It's a tautology if he's just saying the same thing. If he's saying every geometric horizon distance measurement can be no more than the horizon than geometric horizon distance
How
measurement,
many
that's a tautology.
geometric horizons
Listen,
are you describing here, bro? Tautology? What the fuck does that mean?
Hey,
Well, if you
Julio.
don't know, maybe let someone else respond to me.
Yeah. Indio, go ahead.
Shut up. I'll shut up. My bad.
you're misstating his argument for one. Okay, it says cannot be greater than.
Yeah, that's fine. Correct. I could
Can
take that
be
correction.
must be
That's
no
fine.
more than every horizon distance measurement.
Yeah.
Must be no more than 1.225 square root of observer's height in feet.
When he says horizon,
And it
do you,
says
do you take that as being geometric or apparent?
horizon. It says geometric horizon right in it. It's
It doesn't.
in pink. It's in pink, dude.
Yes, it
I'm looking
does.
at it right now.
Could you post it to the chat? 'Cause I'm working on a different definition. This is the syllogism, right?
Yes.
I'm taking mine from a quote that he gave me in the chat.
Right. Do you think syllogism will win the argument when it comes to the ultimate shape
but-
of the earth?
Okay, I accept what you're saying there with the geometric horizon part, but that comes afterwards. I'm not talking about that's just him reiterating what the equation means. I accept that part. He says horizon before that, where he says then every horizon.
Measurement.
Yeah, but that horizon bit, that's the bit we're questioning what he means by that.
The geometry of the Earth, bro.
Okay,
That's the
hold
India
on.
Geometric
He was the one
horizon.
that
If he
mentioned
was here,
geometric,
that's what he would say. The geometric horizon. That's what he's talking about.
So when he says horizon the first time, he's talking about geometric.
Both
Yes.
times, yes.
And our whole side knows that.
Okay, so
Okay.
I
assuming,
thought when you say horizon, you don't mean geometric horizon. You mean
Well, we know the
what
horizon.
we would call the apparent horizon.
There's no such thing. as
Oh
the
my
full
goodness,
horizon.
bro.
in the gold model, there's 5 horizons. So which one do you mean?
Well, it's not up to me. It's up to QE. It's irrelevant what I think. I'm going based off what I think he thinks. And I thought horizon would have meant apparent because he specifies geometric afterwards, after the second part, the calculation, which is obviously referring to the geometric horizon. So he's
You're
saying
obviously
here.
just- Go.
So he's saying here that every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon. Is that what you're saying he's saying?
Yes.
That's a tautology then, isn't it?
No,
because it's got parentheses around geometry. Geometric.
Oh
horizon.
my goodness.
Do you see the semicolon?
Hey, can
this
you
is like
type
idiotic
tautology
right
in
now.
the chat? Because when I look it up,
No, this is called sophistry. Okay, that's what
Yeah,
you're doing.
this is like-
Sophistry.
it says needless repetition of an idea, especially in words other than those of the immediate context, without imparting additional force or clearness, as in widow woman.
And it does provide additional clarification. So that doesn't fit those confinements or parameters. It does.
Okay, well,
giving you
freaking
additional
show me
clarification.
where it makes any sense at all.
Enio, stop screwing over people.
Yeah, you keep using the word tautology, right? And he just read the
Tautology.
definition. Okay, yeah, he just read.
I won't use tautology anymore. So
Well, no, what I'm saying is it doesn't work, bro. It doesn't work because you're saying that it's a redundant.
He's partially correct.
Well, it's just a clarification, right? And in the definition, it says without adding additional.
Just let me put it this way. We all know it's not possible to see the quote-unquote geometric horizon. So the model predicts that it would be in a certain place. So if you actually measured it physically, it should be there. So it is kind of a tautology. The error of the tautology is on the globe side, not the flat Earth side. Because the globe side will say the geometric horizon is exactly where it needs to be, but you could never see it.
okay, so let's say it's the case, and I think it is the case for the most part, right? You can never actually see the geometric horizon. Okay. In what sense does this black swan observation disprove the existence of a geometric horizon?
Well, for 5 years, all we've heard is that we do see it. So now, just to stake your claim, you're saying you never.
No,
see
it's listen. He's trying to prove that the geometric horizon does not match the prediction.
Well, what's the prediction?
No more than 1.225 the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Right, but we don't claim that the horizon that you see is the geometric horizon.
Now that it's been dismantled, you don't claim that.
Well, we've never claimed that. That's why there's a term called the apparent horizon that differs from the geometric horizon.
I've heard myself over 100 times.
Okay,
that boats
so to
disappear
find where
over
the apparent
physical
horizon is, do you need to use the geometric horizon?
I think you would, and you would also apply
You cannot
the
do any
refraction
curve.
calculations to it.
Listen, you can't do any calculations without calculating that horizon first. That is going to be the first order of business.
Sure.
So if you cannot locate that point, that place, then the rest is just gobbledygook.
Yeah, this used to be the
Yep.
question,
Which
right?
is the point. The point is
Yeah.
to show that the idea of using a curve calculator or saying this thing is over the horizon, under the horizon, it's just, I think the point of this is more to show the fallaciousness of using the curve calculator or apparent behind the curve, ships over the horizon, masts being visible before the bottoms of the hull is a bunch of baloney. Okay.
If the Earth was a globe, we would see the ships disappear bottom first. If the Earth was a globe, we would see the sunset over the horizon. All this kind of stuff. So
Copernicus even says this in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies. Okay, so you can't just bail on this as if it. Now we're not saying any geometric horizon, and we're saying that didn't exist. But Copernicus himself said it. And uses this as evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Sure.
You can't use it that this is evidence that Earth is a globe for 400 years and just say, "Oh, we didn't mean that."
Because the P900 came out.
So is that the position of say AI? I see you lighting up as well.
I'm
Is
not
it your
gonna speak
position
for
that
QE.
when he says every horizon distance measurement, he means geometric horizon?
Yes.
I know that's your position, Indio, but AI, is that your position too?
Look, you're trying to get it to a point where the geometric horizon is always going to be where it's going to be, but you can never see it, which you don't realize that you're actually conceding that the horizon is an optical phenomenon, not.
Yeah, it's 24, 901.
But is that your position too? Is that your reading of this syllogism, AI? When he says every horizon, he means every geometric horizon.
There's only one horizon, bro.
Is that the geometric horizon?
No. What is the definition of the word horizon?
Well, are we going based on the National Geographic definition or the Andrew Young subject matter expert definition? Because they're two different.
Andrew Young subject matter.
What the actual horizon is? Okay, I'll put it to you like this. If you're going to point to a horizon in a photograph, in a video, in the real life, what are you going to be pointing at?
It would be the line where the sky appears to meet the land.
Bingo, we have a winner.
Welcome to
But
Flat
then
Earth.
like many subjects, you find more technical definitions when you go a little deeper. And then if you go a little deeper, you'll find that there's 3 definitions. So are we to just reject that?
No, bro. If you're gonna point to me a horizon, what are you going to be pointing at?
Yeah, but there are colloquial definitions for many terms that have a more
If you're
technical
going to
definition.
point at a horizon
I
in
already
a
answered.
photo, in a
I already
video,
answered.
right? Bingo.
So,
So you already answered the question.
so we are going to ignore the more technical definitions then. Why?
Present them, man.
But we're
Listen,
already accepting that they don't matter, so why bother? I mean,
but they're irrelevant to this. Okay, so the
Ugh.
astronomical horizon is irrelevant to this. Are you saying
the
that ships
apparent and the
go?
geometric aren't.
Listen, are you saying that ships go over the astronomical horizon?
No, I'm not.
Okay, how about the what do they call it? What do they call it in sailing? The artificial horizon. Do ships go over the artificial horizon?
I think ships go over the geometric horizon.
The ships. Holy shit, dude! Do you
This
think
is
ships go
wild.
over the geometric horizon?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
So how do we find that?
Well, you can see it as of. I knew you have one, but
how about if I show you? How about if I show you a video of a radio-controlled motorboat on a 400-foot lake just being obstructed by nothing?
Anyway, for the flat earthers
like,
watching,
not one video, like 10 of them
yeah,
with web.
correct.
So now you have an anomalous data point. Okay.
sure, I'll look
keep
at
talking.
it. I mean, if you give me a reference, I'll read up about it.
Not a reference, a demonstration.
So is it the apparent horizon that cuts ships off from the bottom up, or is it the actual horizon that cuts them off from the bottom up?
Well, I really don't want to move off of this modus tollens argument yet, because there's a couple other things I wanted to go into. But the short answer is that I think that the geometric horizon is the one that cuts it off, and the apparent horizon is the one that you see, and that those two things are consistent with one another and they can coexist.
So when the boat
Okay,
is way
so-
off in the distance and its disappearance is consistent with the distant horizon, it's somehow actually being blocked by the closer horizon that's physical.
So let's take what he said in the context of this image, right? So the geometric horizon in this image is supposed to be a mile away. That is what is supposed to be cutting off. It should be cutting off the oil rigs. But you can see this visual horizon more than 9 miles away. So where did the geometric horizon go? Did it become transparent?
I think it's still there, but then
But
I'm
what?
not-
It's supposed to be blocking the light that is coming off those oil rigs.
yeah. Well, do you believe that
So
light can
physically
bend through the
blocking it.
atmosphere? Do you believe
Do
that
I
light can
believe-
bend as
I
it travels
believe
through the
it can
atmosphere?
bend. Yeah, I believe it can bend. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So
but
then-
you said it's blocking it. You said it gets blocked by the geometric horizon.
Yeah, but the light can bend over that horizon and meet your eye.
Okay, so, but the horizon went from in front of the oil rig to in back of the oil rig.
Well, the apparent horizon did, yeah.
Well,
The
how
geometric
does
one
that-
stayed
how-
where it was.
You show me or tell me or demonstrate it in any way, shape, or form how a horizon that should be obstructing something from the front can leapfrog the object that should be obstructing and appear behind it.
Well, this
Yep.
is another
No,
part
no,
of
no,
the.
no, no. So just tell me.
I'm about to answer you.
Okay.
This is another part of the claim that's being made, and I don't know exactly where the horizon is in that image, but I can't really argue that it's definitely behind the oil rigs unless you can substantiate that decisively.
There's actually the person that took this image took some more yesterday that
Sure.
are a lot clearer. Show you.
Well, I mean, to really know for sure, I think you need to take more data measurements than we're taking. Isn't that the case? I mean, can you be certain of where the horizon is?
Well, if the horizon is where the land, where the sky appears to meet the land, it's a subjective visual impression.
Yeah, but that line in both of those images is not exactly clear.
Well,
I mean, it's a hazy day.
it certainly is not in front of the oil rigs.
No, I agree. Or at least it doesn't appear to
So
be.
how would it?
But then it could be. I mean, it could be the case that there's some
No,
strange
it-
How
atmospheric
is
yeah,
the
effect happening here.
mechanism which could make that happen? Just
Well, I don't know.
bending light doesn't cover it because you have to bend it in such a way. I don't know what, corkscrew it or whatever. You have to bend it in such a way whereas the line, which would normally be obstructing, somehow flipped and got behind the oil rigs.
Well, you're not going to like this answer, but if it was up to me, I would say there's so many anomalous refractive artifacts in that image that it's worthwhile just throwing it out. I know you're not going to want to do that, but you have to look at that image and think there's a lot of crap going on in there.
Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
but it's been repeated.
Yeah, but it hasn't been repeated without a lot of artifacts of refraction. That's the thing.
So you saw the one that was done yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, so why are you like sandbagging, like pretending you didn't see it?
Well, I did see it, and I saw
Okay.
refraction in that image too.
So guess what? Turbulence, atmospheric turbulence, is not refraction.
Well, there's a lot of waviness in that
That
image, and I
is
think if there was better focus, you could see the cranes were distorted in a similar way as they were in the original.
Now, tell us the mechanism where waviness in an image translates to horizons jumping in front of each other, back and in front of objects.
Well, I'm not sure that the horizons are doing that because, like I said, it's hard to determine.
Listen,
If you're
this
on a
is what's
globe, it
called-
has to do
what
that.
you're doing is called FUD. Okay, it's called fear, uncertainty, and doubt. They used to do it in corporate circles, back IBM versus Microsoft, and that's all you're doing. You can't name a mechanism this would happen, not a physical one. You can't even conceive of one in your mind. Okay, you can't even make one up using a fucking exotic material. There's no way it could happen. That a horizon is going to get displaced from in front of an object to another. It's just not going to happen. It can't happen.
Well, I mean, can the horizon not appear to move further back due to the effects of refraction? I think
Appear
it
to
can,
move
can't it?
further back means it appears higher in the frame of the in the
Well,
in
I
the
think it does,
photographic
doesn't it?
frame.
Doesn't the horizon appear higher?
But listen, if the oil rigs are behind the horizon, the oil rigs will appear higher as well.
Are we talking about the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon?
It doesn't matter with either one. It does not
Oh,
matter. We're talking about
it does.
an apparent horizon. Wherever it appears to be, if it's in front of the oil rigs, if refraction is lifting everything up, it's lifting everything up. It isn't just lifting just the horizon up and sticking it behind the oil rig.
So let's assume that that refraction has lifted everything up, okay, and the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs. What
How would it get? No.
prevents
We're
that
not
from
going to assume the
happening?
second part because the second part is impossible.
what prevents that from happening due to refractive effects? Like why can that occur due to refraction? I mean, I know it's been argued
Because-
that our model
listen,
of refraction allows
because-
for anything to happen, but if that's the case, then why can't this be happening too? I know you're not going to like that, but then
Because the light comes to the camera, right?
yeah.
So if there's a horizon and there's an oil rig behind it, and the light has to come from the oil rig, so the sunlight reflecting off the oil rig comes to the camera. The sunlight reflects off that hump of water that you think exists, that comes to the camera, and those are sequentially behind each other, right? They're in different positions, in distances, one in front of the other. Okay? No amount of lifting or twisting is going to make that horizon, the oil rig, suddenly appear in front of that physical object. What you're basically telling me is, I can be on another side of a hill, there can be refraction, and it will appear I'm in front of the hill and not behind it. That is
Yep.
ridiculous, dude. That is
Well,
a
I mean-
ridiculous statement. You cannot conceive of any way to do that.
Yep.
Well, like I've talked to people about this before, like in the on the Glober side, and their position seems to be that, and I think I agree with it. Like
That refraction
an
is
observation-
magic.
No, an observation like this, with as many obvious artifacts of refraction as are in it, extreme refraction, shouldn't really be counted as a great exemplar for any position, because except for the effects of refraction, because it's so laced with it. I mean,
Okay.
So a hand wave
What about-
dismissal.
well, what about finding a black swan?
Hey,
that
listen,
doesn't
bro.
have all
What,
these effects
what
of
Indio
refraction?
This is
Indio
called
set
a
up
hedge
for
fund.
you? What Indio set up for you is a physical relationship between objects. What you set up is just a penumbra of plausible deniability.
Concepts. concepts. We
Yeah.
know that when there's what, like the entire argument of shifts behind the horizon is that we're using the ideas of everyday light. When one object's behind another, you can't see it. Okay, you're saying there's just some magical light where if some object is behind another object, it can appear in front of that. That's
Well,
ridiculous, dude.
I'm
That's
willing
con-
to
that's
accept for the
patently
sake of argument
ridiculous.
your position that the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs, right? But we haven't really established that concretely, have we? Because we can't. So it could be the
Visually,
case
it
that
appears to be
that's
behind
there,
the
but it isn't.
oil
Yeah.
rigs.
Well, it might be.
Visually, especially in the second video, you can see the water lapping up against the bottom of the legs of the oil rigs. So
But in
we know
both
the
of these
horizon
videos-
can't be there.
In both of these videos,
Holy.
they're hazy. There's a lot of distortion in them.
But you can still see waves smashing against the bottoms of the oil rigs where the oil rigs meet the water. So we know the horizon can't be at the oil rig, but the globe predicts they're in front of the oil rig.
But not the globe including refraction, does it? Like this is the globe
No, yes,
purely
the globe
geometric,
including
right?
refraction, even including, say, you take the standard 7.6R.
Well, this isn't a standard
That
7.6R day, is it?
Why isn't it?
Because we can see how much haze there is. Do you think they're both standard refraction days?
I didn't think there was particularly a large amount of haze in the second video.
Or what was the first one?
I don't know. I don't know about the first one. I thought it might have been a little hazy, but the second
Oh,
one
come
is
on.
way more clear, and you can see a lot more. And it's irrelevant, dude. This is all just
It's
a bunch
not
of red
irrelevant
herrings
because
of shit. dude.
refraction is the whole argument.
No, refraction is not the argument because you're not stating an argument of refraction. You're saying an object that's behind another object can teleport in front of it.
Well, we haven't
Okay.
established the horizon is in fact behind the oil rigs yet. I mean, to be
Why not? Why
We've
not?
established that
Well,
it's
that's
not
for
in
you to
front,
do. How
and
have you done it?
It either has to be in front or back or on it, and it's not front,
Goodness.
back. It's not in front of it, and it's not on it, so it has to be in back of it.
He's just being dishonest.
No shit.
I'm not being dishonest. What have I lied about?
You're being
Look,
Intellectually
dishonest.
dishonest.
Let me put it to you this way.
Look,
in
you
the
guys,
photo,
listen. I said this 3 years ago when the servers first started. Y'all are never kicking, dragging, screaming. You guys are never gonna let go of this ships over the horizon thing. No matter what amount of evidence is shown, you're gonna fucking deny it. No matter what. Despite the fact that there's 300-mile observations in Antarctica of mountains, which only could happen if a mountain was twice the height of Everest, and that's in the National Geospatial Agency. Right? They print it. It's not some flat earther. You can go on YouTube and look up sea captains talking and saying, yeah, I can see 200 miles down here. Okay, so this is all well-known shit. You guys can't accept it because boats go over the horizon, because it's a globe, because it has to. Some silly shit that someone postulated 500 fucking years ago is your best proof.
All right. Well, since we don't agree with the observation, could we go back to the syllogism? Because I still have a problem with that syllogism.
Apparently, because you don't understand. You can't even agree what the fucking horizon is.
Well, it's indeterminate, I think, but in both images. But I think we could
We don't
probably get to
care
an
if you
agreement
have a
on
Then
problem
syllogism.
with it.
Listen, if you want to deny your ice, then that's fine. There's no point in going over the syllogism because you're just denying objective reality. So, what
All
else? So you can take
Yeah.
any of these images, right, and just apply a negative, not a negative color filter, but invert the colors, so you get more contrast. It isn't changing anything. It's just changing the color values, and you can clearly see horizon without any problem.
Do you think there'll be a black swan without any kind of refractive issues in it? I mean, do you think that's possible?
This isn't. You act like this is the only thing. You act like that this is the only black swan in existence.
No, I know that there's. I mean, based on his definition, the majority of observations are going to be black swans, aren't they? Any observation that has a non-geometric horizon is by definition a black swan based upon his syllogism, right?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So that's most observations.
Well, then that's 500 years of stupid arguments, right?
Well, it's also 500 years worth of like black swans that we've been calling white swans, but now they're black.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
Well, it tells me the analogy is kind of strained.
No, it's not the analogy that's strained. It's the fact that these were all black swans, and there was a long line of confirmation bias.
But wasn't the argument always about black swans? Wasn't the argument always about refraction causing you to see farther than the geometric horizon? That was always the argument. This isn't a new argument, in my opinion. It's being phrased in a different way, but fundamentally, it's the same thing.
No, it's,
Nah.
listen. So when a ship,
Yeah,
when
you guys have been
an
saying
object
this-
appears over the horizon, what is that? Is that the geometric horizon or not the geometric horizon? Like, when does this refraction take place? Like, only when an object isn't obstructed, like the prediction?
Most of the time, you're going to be seeing an apparent horizon that's being loomed up by refraction. But the thing that's
Most of
obstructing
the time.
the
Do you
thing
have
that's obstructing
any
the
evidence
things in the
that happens
background
most of the
is the
time?
geometric
Do
horizon.
you have any evidence that happens most of the time? Any?
Well, you're arguing the same thing, aren't you?
I'm not arguing anything of the
Well,
sort.
No,
Are we disagreeing that most of the time you're seeing the apparent horizon?
No, you just said
No,
loomed up.
the
You
horizon.
just said most of the time objects are loomed up. Do you have
Well, loomed up
any
in the sense of
evidence that?
refracted up. Most of the time,
Do you
you're
have
going to be
any
in
evidence
conditions
of
that are
that?
standard refraction at least.
Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any evidence that refraction is the general case?
Well, are we disagreeing that refraction causes light to bend?
We know that refraction. Listen, the fact that
So
an
what's
effect
the
can occur does not mean it
controversial?
does occur.
Been
Listen,
down
this is
for now.
typical bullshit sophistry from fucking Globers. The fact that an effect can occur does not mean it is occurring, okay? And you guys proclaim that somehow refraction is the general case. This is the general condition of the fucking air that we look through every day. Well, then how did you figure out it was a fucking globe of 3,959 miles in the first place if all your measurements are optical? How'd you figure that the fuck out?
So what's your position when it
No.
comes to refraction?
How'd you
I'm
figure
interested.
that out if everything you measured and looked at was bigger than it really was in the first place?
Well, not bigger.
Yeah, bigger.
No.
Optically larger.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, that would be
optically
towering,
larger.
right?
Everything
It doesn't
is
have to be.
looped up, it's spread out, and everything
It's not
is
larger.
bigger.
No, it's not. It's not bigger.
Larger. It's modeled as larger. What do you think
I don't think-
76R means?
Yeah, oh, you mean the planet, not the actual thing you're looking at?
Look,
Are you talking about the globe being larger, or are you talking about what you see
the
being larger?
globe would optically appear larger if
I don't think it
everything
does.
was being. Okay.
Then how are you
So
seeing?
just a way of
if I see a
constructing a rule of
horizon,
thumb.
if the globe predicts a horizon at 9 miles and I see it at 10, does the globe look like a larger globe of
Well, does the-
Earth of a larger radius?
But that's the problem, right? Because you're saying that this defies expectations, that this defies the prediction of the globe. But I don't know how it does that, because our prediction has never been that the horizon will always be
You
geometric.
don't
We
actually
argue
have
that
a
it's apparent.
prediction. You
This
don't
doesn't- I
actually
don't think
have
it's
a
actually-
prediction. You have a bunch of post hoc bullshit, dude.
Well,
That's
I'm
all
going
it
off of
is.
Huey's argument, and I'm assuming you're a subscriber to that argument. If you're not, then you can tell me. I'm just going based off what his argument is.
Look,
Oh shit!
his argument speaks for itself. It doesn't need to be retranslated or reconvened. You know what it is perfectly. Okay?
Yeah.
And you just can't.
You just got off the fact that, listen, the globe, the measurement, the claimed radius is based on optical measurements, right? Surveying, looking at things. Now, to after the fact say, well, those optical measurements that we did, they're in fact actually wrong because things are loomed up. Like I said, what do you think 76R means? That means they increase the radius of the globe by 1/6 and then model everything as if the rays of light are straight.
Yeah, but that's just to increase the distance to the object. It's not to
But that
increase the size of the
increases
object.
the entire size of the Earth.
It doesn't increase the size of the object, though, right? You weren't saying that, were you?
It will increase the distances.
Optically, it does.
Optically, it does. It'll increase the distances because all the angles will increase in size. So optically, the Earth would look 1/6 bigger than what they actually measured it as. But what's happened was they came up with 3,959 miles. They started doing measurements, and they're like, holy shit, this doesn't fit. We're going to have to add something to this fucking formula to make it fit our fucking globe. So that's what they started doing. But that didn't work, so then they started with deflection of the plumb line and deflection of the vertical, because now down isn't down, and we got to curve the plumb line and project it on an oblate spheroid. And this is a bunch of shit you don't know that they did in surveying, but this is what they did. You guys think that like a globe projection is like some straight lines? No, it's not. They're all curved plumb lines.
Okay, do you think that it would matter if no one on the globe side actually subscribed to this position that all horizons must be no more than the geometric horizon. Would that be important or not?
I think what should be important is that they stop telling kids that ships over the horizon proves it's a globe. That's what I think.
Can you do me a
they,
favor?
they
The
were
next
not
time-
lying.
The next
Bill,
time
if it's
QE
true,
comes
they
in,
wouldn't have to lie to kids.
Now
bro.
you're
They're
talking
whenever I
lying.
try and talk to QE, he just mutes me. The next time he comes in, could you ask him about that horizon part? If he
No,
believes
you're
it,
just trying to
geometric.
find
We're
a
talking about QE. We're talking about your ridiculous argument here.
all right, don't get
trying to find
upset.
a
There, it's
flaw
fine.
in the
Like,
argument.
no one's
because
emotional
you
here
can't
apart from you.
rebut
Okay,
it.
it's
You
it's
can't
cool.
rebut it, so you're trying to find a flaw in the wording.
Well, no, I was under the apprehension that he meant apparent horizon when he said horizon, but you're saying he meant geometric horizon. And if that's
So
the
why do you
case, then
keep
it does
going back
change the
to
argument
it?
quite a lot.
Darkstar, you have to think about it like this. If he's applying it to a globe earther and he's applying it to globe earth, like the geometric horizon, that's what he's talking about. He's not putting in what he believes into the argument because he's trying to prove, test the predictions of the globe, right? With this black swan, right? So why would he use apparent horizon? Does that make any sense to you?
Well, yeah,
course
because
it's not
well, I'll tell you, because he's sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he's comparing an apparent horizon observation, the black swan, to a geometric horizon position, and that's if he's saying that the horizon, because the word horizon, okay, it's ambiguous in the context that he means to put it in because it means different things to different people, right? It would be better if he said exactly what that word meant in that context because it's not clear to me, and I was confused. I thought he meant apparent horizon when he said every horizon. Like when he
Well,
said every horizon distance measurement, I thought he meant distance measurement to the apparent
Well, let
horizon,
me ask you if
not
this
to the geometric one.
Would this statement make sense? Ships being obstructed by the apparent horizon prove the globe. Would that be a sentence that made any fucking sense to you?
No.
No.
No. So that's why he's using geometric horizon because we've been hearing for years the geometric horizon of the Earth, the leading edge of the ball, is what is blocking the bottoms of ships, objects, buildings, you name it, whatever the object of the day is. That they're saying the geometric horizon does that.
Sure.
Okay.
But then,
So if the geometric, this is basically saying the claim that the geometric horizon proves the globe because it blocks the bottom of boats is false because the horizon is not where the geometric horizon is supposed to be.
but which horizon? The apparent horizon or the
The
geometric?
geometric horizon, because
But the
this
geometric
is
horizon is exactly
this
where
is a corollary of the original claim. The original claim is the geometric horizon. You said it yourself. Is
Yeah.
what is blocking the bottom of objects.
Sure, but
you
the
never
argument.
said. Did you ever say that the apparent horizon is blocking the bottom of objects?
No.
No.
Okay, you said the geometric horizon.
Yeah.
So that's the horizon he's talking about, the geometric one. The same horizon everybody's been talking about for a long time.
But we never made the claim that the geometric horizon can be.
You just
can be
claimed it
greater than
about 10 minutes ago.
No, the
Yep.
geometric horizon is just a function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. So
And
that's not
10
even a
minutes
question.
ago, you claimed that the geometric horizon is what obstructs objects.
Yeah, I don't renounce that claim.
Yes.
This dude's smart,
So
so
he's
just being
refuting that
intellectually
claim.
dishonest.
He's refuting that claim. He's using geometric horizon.
But he's refuting that claim by presenting an observation of an apparent horizon. I don't see how
well,
that
okay
does that.
then. Okay, well then.
But how does that
can
do
be
that?
A refutation is that it's apples to oranges because he's showing an apparent horizon and not a geometric horizon.
But that's the thing, because it
But
makes a
then,
lot
how do
more
we
sense from his
differentiate?
perspective.
How do we
if horizon
differentiate
meant
between apparent horizon and a geometric horizon? How do we differentiate which is which? Right. So that's the next question. So if it's actually the apparent horizon that makes objects appear to be obstructed, yeah. So that's where we're at. The apparent horizon, because that's what it is. The images, what you look with your eyes. So that's the apparent horizon that makes things appear that way. So that means whatever's happening is a purely optical phenomenon that has nothing to do with any geometry at all.
But don't you think it makes more sense, like in just reading it, that he would say that up to this point, I'll read the syllogism. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square miles. 1.225 square root of the observer's height. We have a horizon distance measurement greater than 9.4 miles. Therefore, the Earth is not a sphere of radius 3959. Doesn't it make more sense if he's saying every horizon in the context of every apparent horizon?
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be a syllogism because then you're starting to import other logical conclusions into it.
This is exhausting.
You're trying to make really a formal syllogism, which only has specific purposes to like prove one idea, and trying to import all these other conclusions off of that. Logically, this is absolutely true. Okay? Logically, it's absolutely true. The conclusions based upon the truth of this may or may not be true. Those have to be proved by their own syllogism.
But the actual if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P, right? The Q is that every I'm gonna rephrase it in the way that you're arguing it is, which is geometric horizon, just to be clear, okay? The Q is then every geometric horizon distance measurement must be no more than the geometric horizon distance calculation, okay? The next part is the negation of Q, right?
Hold on.
So how does
If you're
this
on a
observation of the black
ball,
swan
if you're on a
negate
ball,
that position? How does the black swan observation negate Q? Do you see what I mean? Like, I don't see how that works.
here's how it works. Can you guys hear me?
Go for it,
Your only
bro.
argument is
Very
this picture
freaking
is not
simple.
Q and it's something else.
Yeah, basically. I mean, that it's the apparent horizon here, clearly, right? And we're talking about the geometric horizon in Q.
Okay.
If that's what
Then,
I don't think that's what he's
listen, you
saying,
can
but if
say,
that's what
hey,
you
that
think he's
this is-
saying, I still don't think it makes sense.
Well,
We don't care.
I've got
All right.
this. Hold on, guys.
I just think you're
All right,
just
check this
doing
out.
whatever you
I
got to
got
do. Whatever you get paid to do, I don't know.
Do
I
you
wish
get
I got
for
paid,
riffs?
bro. Do you wanna
Well,
pay
you're
me?
acting like
You're doing
You're
it for
acting-
free? Holy shit.
Well, this is fun.
Well, listen, no, it's not. I mean,
It's fun doing mental
if it's
backflips.
fun, then you obviously paid, or you just think that we're a bunch of clowns to play with. But check this
No, it's
out.
fun to work out problems like this. It's fun to kind of think about
All
them.
right, so do you understand geometry, spherical geometry? So if you're 1 foot above the ground, the geometrical horizon cannot be further than 1.22 miles from, but you end up seeing the entire oil rigs and shit. I mean, we're
Yeah,
trying
but that's
to
the apparent horizon, isn't it? The geometric horizon isn't further than 1.22 miles, but the apparent horizon can be. That's always been the position.
What do you mean? All right. Well, how about you describe the geometric horizon? What do you
The
mean by
geometric
that? You
horizon
said
is a
it.
function of the radius of the Earth and the observer's height. It's 1.22
Okay,
times the
so-
square root of the observer's height.
so
That's
the-
the geometric horizon.
All right. So, what is the circumference of the Earth?
Was it 24,000 miles?
A little bit more, but that's closer than the other guy I was talking to got.
Okay.
So, all right. So there is a physical barrier, a hump of water between what you might or might not see at 1 foot observation.
Yeah, assuming no atmosphere or refraction. Yeah, but obviously that's a silly. That's a silly.
Wait a minute.
assumption
Wait
to
a
make, isn't it? Because
goddamn
you
minute.
have atmosphere.
Hold on. Oh no, I didn't. I'm not talking.
I mean, it
about
can only be that position if we have no atmosphere.
I'm not to God. Can you let me freaking talk? I'm not assuming any type of refraction or anything. I'm talking about physical obstruction here. We're talking about a hump of water between you and the observation point, which is 9 miles away. Say the second oil rig. You just picture you as
Hey, Jim, are you the same Jim that was just on Modern Day Debate?
Sorry, I stepped away from the computer. Yes, last night. Uh huh.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Enemy spotted.
Ollie.
Throw me under the bus,
Some damn idiot.
I got confused. Sorry about that.
Sorry,
No,
guys.
it's all good.
You hear me, guys?
Yes, Ali.
This is Ali.
Yes, Ali.
What's up, Ollie?
Just one question. Like, who give this heretic permission to mute and ban people? This is disrespect.
You're
The
gonna
same
have to take
person?
that up with him, mate.
Yeah.
And
And that's the same person that gave Timbo the ability to mute and unmute. So,
like, for a second, don't team up with heretic.
Why?
Double standards, but
Okay, you and him have a chat then.
no, not me and him, man. Just
back chat, sir.
depends
Jimbo
who
has
you-
it because he's qualified. Tried and proved qualified.
and
Deal
quantified.
with it. Deal with it.
I'm a flat earther, like Middle Eastern one, but
You're not
You're
really,
what
man.
you are.
Awesome.
Jimbo is tried and proved qualified.
whoever said
Cheers.
you are not really, whoever said that, I don't give a fuck if you think I am a globe or something. But
What are you doing here then, man?
Wait a second.
And what
You're
you're doing
leaving
is
me.
called
You
concern
doing for it.
trolling.
What you
right?
doing for this?
Concern trolling for yourself. So please don't bring that up in here. If you've got a problem with the way that the server's being moderated, and you
That's
take it
not.
up with the people in another chat
And I'm
or
chilling
in
and listening.
DMs.
Hey, Ollie,
Chilling and listening.
can you tell us in Arabic why you think the Earth is flat?
أبوك ابن عيبة ولا.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah,
Arabs in
let,
here?
so let
Anyone?
someone translate it for it.
We need shekel.
And just simply don't let him ban people randomly. Thank you.
Let's try this again when shekel's in the house.
Yeah, I'll tag him, see if he's around.
Yeah, we don't step on each other's toes, Ali. So if he wants to ban you, that's his choice, and we don't argue with his decision. So
Well,
you'll
of
have
course
to
we
take
should
that up
ban
with the
him.
person.
Of course we should ban him. Check this out, Ollie. Why do you think that the Earth is flat?
Don't want to talk to you. Give me someone who's educated. You fucking dumb ass heretic. Give me someone to talk to.
Answer the question. Answer
See?
the
Okay, I
question.
want to know, how come you think the
You've
Earth
been
is
asked
flat?
the
Tell
question,
me.
just answer it.
Yeah.
Please.
Why do you think it's flat?
Look at this. Look at this heretic.
Come on, Ali, just answer the question.
Man,
You're given a chance
man,
to
I will
speak.
not
Answer the
just
question.
Inquiring
tell
minds
me.
want to know.
Just tell me why he bans mutes like.
It doesn't matter. You're asked a different
This
question.
matter,
Why
man.
is the Earth flat?
This matter. We all
Because of
agree.
what you're doing right now, that's why.
You're not talking about the Earth. You're talking about being banned.
It's always been shady, man. There has always been a something.
Why
that
is the Earth flat?
understand it.
What
Why?
makes the Earth flat? What makes the Earth flat? Why is the Earth flat? How do you know the Earth is flat?
Can't say it's flat. Like, it's so silly to say it's flat. Can't say
Well,
it's undiscovered, unexplored. Can't say it's mass, huge, not flat. Like, you cannot use this word to describe it. You cannot describe
Well,
it with flat.
how do you know how big it is?
How do you know? Like, who makes you to ask like this question? Like, no one
These
knows
are
if-
verifying questions, man. If you don't know the answer to them, just say, I don't know.
The question is so silly. What do you mean by
If you don't know the answer to a question, just say, I don't know.
measure it? You measure it by
Don't
yourself?
make up an
Who are you?
answer. Just say, I don't know.
Did you measure it?
Did you?
I didn't. Did you?
I've looked over short distances.
Been nowhere, man. You've been nowhere. Just
I've been nowhere.
just
I've been
came
to
that
33 states of the United States, and I've been to Iraq and Kuwait.
Iraq, my ass, man. You've never been to
Oh,
anything.
fuck you, dude. Mute this motherfucker.
Yeah, of course you're gonna do this.
I will say Ali is free entertainment. I don't have to go to I don't have to go to the movies now. I can just listen to Ali. Same thing.
You know what? I should let you take him, Jim.
Guys,
You should take him for a loop.
we are not in a comedy show. We are not
Hey,
laughing.
hey, Ali. This is like Discount Tuesday in Texas. $6 for the Maverick to watch Tom Cruise. This is better. You're better than watching Tom Cruise for 2 hours telling about the law of gravity and curvature of the Earth. Thanks, Ali. Thanks, appreciate it.
Come on, man. Oh, come on, man.
This server for only Americans, guys. So I know.
Oh no.
So
Ali, what makes you think it's flat?
all of you have the same question.
I just got the question, man. I just want to know what brings you here. What makes you think it's flat? I'm not having a dig at you. I just don't see why.
Bag up.
That's all. That's the only question I got.
I will tell you something.
Hey, Chubbs. He thinks that this server is only for Americans. Where are you from, Chubbs?
Tennessee, brother.
I'm also from New York.
You're from New York?
Absolutely. Pip pip.
No, but seriously, Ali, what was it?
Yankee Doodle.
Figure something out.
Why am I a Muslim?
I'm standing upside down right now in Australia.
Oh.
Be careful.
You hear the accents, right, Ali? Like, it's not just America, right?
Not the Middle East to have NASA administration.
What if I
there's
rephrase the
people from the
question,
Middle
Ali?
East. They're just not
If I
awake right now, right?
What did up?
If I rephrase the question for Ali, what if I ask, why do you think Earth is not a globe?
It's not a globe.
Why do you think that? Why do you say that?
It's not so silly, man, to think that it's a sphere. Space.
What makes you think that it's not?
Because I'm gonna think. I'm the one who's thinking. I think like we were created to think. We have a mind to think of it.
So you just think however you want to think, right? And then you project it to everybody else.
So why didn't you start thinking then, if that's what you were created for?
Guess what? Big news. Hold on. Your thinking is not you. Wait a second. Can I say something? Your thinking is not. Your thinking is not you. Oh, you can't hear me. Okay. Never mind.
So why do you think the Earth isn't a globe?
I agree. We're designed to think. I would have had to have like some sort of thought to make that decision, come to that conclusion. What brought you to that conclusion?
Just to let you know, guys, there is more clever Arabs who knows that it's flat, and they already.
Why aren't you answering the question?
Come on, T-Dub, come on. We're nice guy.
This is crazy, bro. It's pretty straightforward.
I'm just not understanding why you don't answer the question.
It is flat. Think the word flat is the right one, guys? Saying it's flat.
What makes you say that?
I'm not satisfied with the word flat.
It's your opportunity to dispel doubt
Say it's
about
the
you.
infinite Earth. It's mass, huge. You will keep going until you die.
Is that what the Quran says, that the earth is infinite?
Yes.
Which verse?
Can you show us the verse?
Say, did you have Arabs, by the way? Do you have anyone who's familiar with Arabian language?
I think
Well,
MJ is in the server. I think he's from Saudi Arabia or some other country like that.
Yeah, there is. Okay. say وإذا الأرض سطحت. سطحت means guys was you cannot keep going straight forward with it. It's flat. Like it's flat. But I'm guys talking about the flat word. That word is not fit. It's not the perfect word to describe the earth.
Well, it's level over distances of water. Would you like me to say it's a level topographical stationary plane? Would that make you feel better?
Repeat.
What?
You repeat it. What you say?
Yeah, a stationary level topographical plane. Topographical means mountains, hills, and valleys and so on. But the level bit is level. And it's stationary. And it's obviously got topography, right? You know what topography means, right? The hills and the valleys and stuff.
You mean it's mass and discovered? You mean?
Someone translate for him, please.
It means that it's like the land undulates from a.
And you're gonna translate to English to
It's
English?
not completely flat.
Hills and valleys.
Right.
What
Or
is
changes,
hills and
elevation changes of land. When you talk about topography, you're talking about the changes of elevation for land.
There's some people who says it's only water, but I denied it. Like I don't believe in it's only water.
Yeah, I'm on land.
There's something else. Like no.
I don't know, man. I'm confused.
Confused? You think I'm a globe? Like NASA? Oh, let's go at space. Ooh.
No, I think you're trolling, or
Nah.
you just don't know.
Oh, I
There
don't
must
know.
be something. There must be something that's in your research into this topic. There must be something that was compelling enough for you to that Earth is not a globe, and we'd like to know what that is.
You want me to
The
do a
Quran
research?
say.
You want a research, T-Dub? Want me to do science and
We want to know what you've done, what you've researched, what has compelled you to say that Earth is not a globe. What convinced you of this?
so T-Dub, what's your religion, man? So I can answer you. What's your religion? A direct question, man. There is
Nothing to do
nothing.
with religion.
Ali,
It has
Ali,
to do. It has to
Ali,
do, man.
Ali, I will try.
Yeah.
I'm also not English. They wanted to ask you, how did you get that you know that Earth is flat? Why you disagree that Earth is not a sphere? What is that? What is showing you? Because, for example, you can ask the same question to other people, and they will
Okay.
answer to you without problems. To understand.
Okay.
Without, I'm speaking slowly to understand me. If I'm speaking. If you don't understand something, tell me, Sasha. I didn't
I
understand.
understand you. I understand you.
Okay.
Man,
Okay.
I've
They
been on
only want
internet.
you. They only wanted to know how did you come to the point that you now say that Earth is flat or Earth is not a globe. Doesn't matter in both senses. They want to know your story, you know, because and also people here has a knowledge why they know it's not a sphere because of geometry, because sphere is geometrical, you know, and they have
And I have my
arguments.
reasons.
Yeah, but they want to know what they are that reasons. So, because if you ask other people, they will tell you. I will tell you also if you ask me.
So man, there is something in USA called NASA, man. NASA is a bullshit. Don't know why you guys funding them, but it's a bullshit. Let's forget that for a second.
Yeah,
Let's talk about the ball they are showing us.
Yeah.
If it is a ball, then show me the all of the ball, man. Show it to me. We have fucking F-50s, that airplanes. Go stream something. Go show me. Show me the edge of it. There's a limit. They say there is a limit, but no, it's limitless. There's no limit. And there is things shady about the hidden lands, Antarctica. They say it's a continent of science and peace. There is no room only for science and peace. Antarctica.
Yeah. And for you, what's for you Antarctica?
Imagine what?
What is for you Antarctica?
They didn't go there, but they show videos. They show you what they want you to see. Like,
Okay. Did you, in your research, did you watch something about geometry, about the size of the Earth, that maybe something is not matching?
the size of what?
Of the Earth.
You say they already know it's a ball and it's a ball.
Yeah, yeah.
They
But
know
there's,
they know the
do you know anything about that, about dimensions and the geometry, and do you know anything about that?
No, I have no idea because
Okay.
it's not the right number. Like, why would I search for a wrong number, wrong result
Because
that I'm gonna get?
because
Hey,
when you have that, because when you have that ball with the size, then you can check with the math. In reality, is that size a real one or is not? You
Okay,
understand?
how
And
much is it? How much is it? Like,
it's a rate. Do you count in kilometers or in miles?
what words should I use to get the number? Size of it,
And
the Earth.
a radius.
It says 5 billion. How much the number, guys?
No. Radius of the Earth. Radius. R-A-D.
Radius.
Radius. Yeah. Radius.
Anyway, let's say they already know the size of the Earth. Why they don't show us every meter? Since they are already know.
Ali, the point is this: when we go to check the math, there is no sphericity, there is no sphere, there is no math, there is no that radius in reality.
I know
But
there's no edge.
no, there is no curvature.
I know, man. I know.
Yeah,
know.
but you will know better. You will know.
My point is,
This is the point. You will know better if you know the math, because math, okay, saying that this ball is big, it cannot be bigger or smaller. It has only one size. Do you understand? It cannot be
yes.
now it's bigger or smaller. It has only one size. You can check that in reality, because that size, what they are telling us, it's telling you how much you can see in distance.
So they say. What do you mean? What do you mean?
I mean, if you are on the beach with your height, let's say that you are 2 meter height, you cannot see more than 5-6 kilometers. Then waters need to start to drop
Yeah,
more and
of
more.
course.
That's the point why flat earthers knows, because we see more. We see 18 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 30 kilometers, and it's flat. That's the point. That people want
If you
to
want
ask you, because that's why people are asking you, how did you get to flat earth? Because most people came from this, let's say, this argument.
let's say, Sasha, man. Let's say you have a super boat, like you wanna keep going. There is a military, man. I saw a video that there is a military in the middle of the ocean. What the fuck they doing there? Why? Don't tell me for human safety, man. Safety. They've already killed millions of kids in the wars.
Yeah, you
What has
don't
this got
believe
to
in
do
us.
with?
I understand that.
T-Dub, what did you say?
Has that got to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing. Okay. Nothing to do.
That's the whole point, man. You've got something else on your mind, but we're here to talk about
What
the
I'm
Earth.
saying that there is something shady, and that this shady is caused by people who's telling us it's a ball, and I don't believe them. Whoever they are, whoever made that, created that ball and draw it, whoever made the NASA thing, I don't think so that the NASA is you guys the truth.
What about NASA?
People, space. Go to the space with them, sheepdog.
Yeah, they don't go to space.
There is no space, Ali.
Know that there is no space. They might be
Why?
a space,
Why?
but that
Now you need to know why there is no space, because people here will tell you why also, and they will expect that you know also that. But if you don't know, you can ask people why do people think that there is no space. I'm only trying to help you.
like you guys good, to be honest. Like, yeah, love for you, but when you have a bad moderators who bans people, who mute people, that's a bad thing.
Well, I
We
think that
agree
the,
that NASA is
I'm pretty
not
sure I'm just
trusted.
Don't take it that personally, Ali. I'm like I have a role here. I'm like some silver flat earther, but I was like also banned and muted so many times. It is not that you know, because I sometimes I'm not thinking what I'm saying. Maybe I made mistake. I need to think about myself also.
yeah, but
It's
it's
not
just that
about
he's on a really shit LARP. He can't tell us why he's a flat earther at all, and he
I
keeps
could
controlling. So I should just
only
put him on mute, get rid of him.
yeah. I only heretic only maybe I think this time it's really difficult with the language, you know. How to say?
He doesn't even speak Arabic.
No, I'm not saying Arabic. It's English.
Your first rule in the server says speak English too. I can speak Arabic too.
It also says no LARPing.
Maybe what you should do, Ali, is now not to talk so much unless you have a question that you want to ask which relates directly to the topic. No, you should just listen and maybe absorb some of the information that we disseminate here, learn the arguments, and you will have reason to know that Earth is a graphical, motionless, level plane. Instead of just believing it or just thinking it is because maybe religious reasons.
Like, everyone has his own reasons, guys. Whatever was it, like political, religious.
Yeah, but you
logical.
don't have any though. You don't have any reason.
I have my reasons.
I think
No.
his is religious.
Heretic,
So
heretic, you are
we
paranoid.
could explain to you there's more reasons than that.
So what
There's
verse then?
other ways.
So what verse and what does it say specifically that tells the Earth is flat? You see?
We're trying to give you a chance to talk, but you're either you don't know the answer or you're intentionally avoiding the answer because I don't know. Like, do you have something against us? All we're trying to do is find out why you know the Earth is flat. You can believe it's flat, but we know it's flat.
No, yeah, I believe you know. There's a big difference by know and I believe. That's what you say, sheepdog?
Right. So when we ask you which verse in the Quran says the earth is flat. That's all we're asking. We can, like, you tell us the verse, we can go look the verse up ourselves and verify it. Or we have somebody here named Shekel who can verify it for us as well.
Or is there no verse you can show us that you thought there was, but you just can't think of, like, is there no proof of this reasoning? Is there no answer to Heretic's question? We just want to verify it.
Is I am the first one, Arabic, who believes that the flat?
No, Shekel is a moderator here.
You Arabian, Shekel?
Do you want to unmute your mic, Shekel? I don't know if you're listening or not. But he's talking in the live stream voice text, and he's tagged you a few times, and you didn't respond to him. He actually wrote to you in Arabic in the live stream voice text.
Do you want to talk in a private room, Shekel?
What did he say in Arabic?
You shy to talk, Shekel?
Hey, Ali, I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text. What does it say?
إنه أقنعك إنه الأرض مسطحة قل لي هنا. So where are you from basically, Shekel?
Okay.
Well, we're not here
Say you,
to like
what say you,
have
Shekel?
that. Yeah,
no,
let's have
guys,
that conversation. We're talking about other things, man. Like it's not going to be like social hour.
You're telling me that he's Arabian. He doesn't know the Arabic language. Like not everyone knows the Arabic language.
He's asking you to answer, man. He said, "Bro, just answer."
I'm asking him too. Like, is he for real Arab? Because there is Persian guys. There is people from Iran. You know Iran? Persians? People who doesn't know anything about Arabic language.
Oh, because you're not from like Saudi Arabia or Iraq, then you can't know
No, there is
Arabian languages.
Oh, and the culture says real Arabs who lives in the Bilad al-Sham. Do you know what the Bilad al-Sham is?
No, but you can be of different languages and live in different parts of the world.
Oh, it's like talking Spanish in different countries. No one gonna understand the truth.
It really seems like you're just trying to avoid it.
Yeah.
It seems like, Ali.
I'm not trying to avoid. Not.
What do you mean Spanish is like speaking not Spanish in other countries? What do you mean by that? Spanish is Spanish.
Yeah.
There is a dialect, but Spanish is Spanish.
I'm giving an example. Not everyone speaks like the same accent. The same.
Of course, it's called a dialect, but the base language is the same.
English. There is UK. There is America. There is Australia.
Yeah, it's still English, mate.
Yeah, but when
There is a
I hear an
difference.
Australian, Ali, when I hear an Australian speak, I know what they're saying. I don't ask them to translate it to American English for me.
There is a vocabularies like words. If I telling him the words, he will not understand the real meaning of the word.
Oh, so there's layers of
Only
meaning.
Spoke in slangs. Like if I said Australian slang and that was it, maybe the Americans wouldn't understand. But it's not that different. Whereas we can't understand the basis of what you're saying.
Did I lose the sound?
Has Globey ever come back from his one appearance about 7, 8, 10 days ago? Anybody know?
For which name?
I don't know.
Thank you.
I thought
I
he
thought I
was
lost
scheduled
my
to come
sound.
back in 3 or 4 days.
Who are we talking about?
The guy from TikTok, Globey, Globey and McGlobeface. I don't know if you were here for that T-dub or not.
Yeah.
You Aussies who are 15 hours ahead, you know, like right now, it's 8:25 a.m. on Friday. I'd just be having my coffee right now.
Check, check.
Bye.
Bye.
Can you guys hear me? Oh. Is that too loud? I hope you can hear me. Not used to this device. Check, check. Can anyone hear me? Hello? I don't know if I'm being heard. What's wrong with my settings? What the fuck? No?
I hear you, Sonny.
Okay, good. What's going on, people? Is that Indio I
Join
see in the chat?
discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
Sticky or Moss Part 2.
That almost sounded like Don Pettit.
It's only because the gravity and I wanted to provide a scientific experiment for it. Sorry, guys. Hello, Sticky. How you doing?
Pardon me?
Good evening, everybody. How's everyone's day? It's a weekend,
yeah.
right? Happy Friday.
Dude, I got my air conditioner fixed finally, so I'm happy.
Nice.
That is great news. Yeah, that's something to be thankful for. Yeah, someone wanted to disprove gravity.
Hold on. You've got to prove it first with a scientific experiment. So prove it.
Oh yeah, if you want to know why I think the Earth is round, or rather no, is because I work with satellite systems. I've actually talked to Elijah about this.
Sorry. Sticky.
He's
Sticky.
in here. What's up, dude?
You said gravity. You said gravity, and then you went off talking about bloody satellite.
Yeah,
You
dude,
said-
I'm not a physicist.
Yeah. Listen, dude, please. I got a headache. It's late. Just give me a chance. I'll be quiet and I'll be respectful. All right. You said gravity. We've got to disprove it. You kind of missed the point. I said you got to prove it first before we can.
Right. We don't have to talk about it.
Well, you don't have to talk about it. You brought it up, so I'm going to hold you to it. Have you got a scientific experiment that proves it?
Right.
Before
So
we
when you
start
guys were talking about the water, I brought up
Yeah.
the gravity because that's what keeps it level, right? So
Yeah, but I asked you for a
I can't really
scientific
speak on
experiment.
gravity.
That's fine. You brought it up in the live stream voice text. I asked you for an experiment. Not that's what keeps
Yeah,
the
the
water
Cavendish.
Oh, okay. So can you give me the independent and dependent variable within the Cavendish experiment, please?
Not really. I mean, I've said it before because I read it briefly after being asked this. I was like, no, I don't know. And then I looked it up. It's like you got a probe, right? And it's a little needle essentially coming down between two different size objects, and then they find the variance between the movements. And then they were able to infer that yes, mass attracts mass. Now that's my SparkNote version, but they were also able to determine the the size of the Earth, and that's how we get our distancing. That's how we know how far away the moon is. That's how we know.
Sorry, just very quickly, could I jump in quickly since you're jumping off the back of something that I was speaking about? So you said gravity is the reason that water is level. Is that right?
I said that, yeah.
Okay, so could you look in the live stream voice text channel?
What am I looking for?
So the definition of level that I just posted, could you read that top one, what it said?
Yeah, flat. That's what I thought.
Right. So gravity makes the water flat, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
No, I like it. That's a great one. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, flat is level. Oh no, what's the word I'm looking for? So we're
flat is a surface condition. That's the word you're looking for.
correct. So water on a ball, like condensation, right? It's stuck there with the force, right? Level water, I get it. Celestial object, very big, right? And then you got these little riddles here. I get it. It's
almost
fun.
a get. You just agreed that the water's flat. I mean, you can think the water's flat for whatever reason. Gravity, magical elves. I don't really care why you think the water's flat, but you agree that it's flat. That's fine.
I agree that water, is free forming.
You said
and buoyancy,
Well, you said
density,
level, which is flat.
density, and gravity are all a thing. But like I said, I can't really speak on that. So your gotchas are going to get me.
Welcome to Flat Earth. See you later.
Well, I mean, I can't be
Not really a gotcha.
because
Just,
I'm not
level is
in
what
it.
it is. Water is level. Level has a definition. I mean, that's not really a gotcha. That's just what words mean and what things are.
Okay, yeah. So a dictionary term versus something that is sticking to something due to an outside force. I don't understand how,
Well, a dictionary is just gives you the meaning of the word, right?
Right. And this is how a spirit level works, okay? So that's what I'm trying to get at. You're saying because the definition of level is flat and water is perceived flat.
It's practically used as flat, but go on.
Is perceived flat on this planet.
And measured.
Therefore, flat Earth. That's how you infer that.
Well, no, this is why.
And then you say, welcome to flat Earth.
No. I said the water's level. You said the water's level because of gravity. So I said, okay, so water's level because of gravity. And you said yes. And I said, okay, can you read the definition of what level means? Flat. So you're saying gravity makes the water flat. Now, you can think whatever you like about why the water's flat, but the water being flat and 70% of Earth's surface means obviously Earth is not a ball. So I mean, that's just it, really.
So I said water seeks a level, right? It is free forming, right? It's a liquid.
Water is level due to gravity, is what you said.
Water is on the ground and levels out. It seeks level. It seeks level. It doesn't have to be level. We see waves in the water, right? And you saying waves can't exist because water is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Exist. You just you understand what was being spoken about, and you said water is level, and you agreed level means flat. You're saying water seeks its level, which means flat. So you know the natural physics of water is flat. So 70% of the Earth being flat water can't be a ball.
You missed one point, okay? Because the water can only seek doesn't mean it is, correct?
So you're saying that water is seeking flat on a globe Earth, is your argument now?
I'm saying gravity and Earth is its container. Welcome to Globe Earth.
Dude, that is the dumbest thing I've heard today.
That is what it is.
You already agreed that it was flat, so come on. You can't welcome me to Globe Earth after you've just welcomed yourself.
I agreed that it seeks a flat.
Well, guess what, Stick here? I know you're trying to unpaint yourself out of this corner, but the Suez Canal is 120 miles. No locks.
Why would water?
So it's not only SOT level; it's at level, at sea level.
Yeah. Why would water seek to be flat on a ball? That would make no sense anyway. And yes, level means flat. Sea level. What does sea level mean then?
The level of the sea.
So sea flat.
No, the level of the sea. The distance.
You read the dictionary earlier, and it said even, flat, for the definition of level. Right?
All you can do now is lie, Sticky and Moss.
Yeah,
I don't have to lie. I can take my time and think about my answer. I'm not a child.
I was giving you two chops.
It's like you guys are not talking on my points. You guys have not asked why I believe the globe.
That's all right. Take your time.
And you guys aren't asking any questions about why I know we are on the globe.
Okay.
I would like to
ask. Calling me global.
So we're talking about sea level. Level means flat. So what does sea level mean? Sea flat. And you're taking your time to think about it. What's the response?
So either be honest or lie.
When you think about the water over the vast distance on the celestial object, it is not level, but it is seeking level.
So why is it called sea level?
What did you say? What did you just say?
So why is it called sea level if it's not level?
Because that's the altitude of the sea.
So it is level.
If you're saying level is flat.
That's what the dictionary said that you read earlier, remember?
So level's flat. Like I said, you can only be honest or lie. Which one are you going to do?
No. It's okay. So in perception of the person, where they're at, it is seeking level. Water is always going to seek level. It's,
right, but I'm asking about
flowing substance.
The term, right? Like it's called sea level. You read the definition of level earlier, which means flat. So sea flat.
Correct.
Right? So sea flat.
Right. But like you're not understanding where the water is, it is flat.
Okay. I agree. The water's flat.
So we both agree on that. We can move on.
Yeah,
where the water is, it's flat.
Well, snacks in the back, bathroom on the left.
It is perceived flat wherever it is.
That's awesome. Sorry, gentlemen, to interrupt. You can continue this conversation as soon as I've finished. As soon as I finish, you can continue. We've got a lot of no rolled people in the server, guys. If you want to go up to voice check-in number 1, I'll meet you right up there and give you voice verified if you pass muster. So it's about 2-3 people in there that haven't got any roles. If you want to go up to voice check-in, we'll have a quick conversation so you can come back down here and have the conversation. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to interrupt, but I wouldn't have got there if you'd have carried on talking.
Yeah, cue me in when you guys want to talk about satellite systems. I'll be here.
Excellent.
I don't know
So
if
in
you
the
were
meantime, let's see where we've come so far.
monkey
You said
on
that gravity is what makes the water flat. So gravity is a proof of flat Earth, which we agree if we believe in gravity, right? If gravity is just up and down, which is perpendicular to level, right, which is flat, and horizontal, which is the second word in that definition. So now we have a horizontal, level, flat, expanse of water that takes up 70% of the known Earth's surface. So you have two options: either redefine words or measure the water and figure out whether it's one or the other. All right, I rest my case.
He's still thinking like he's outside of the system. He's talking about satellites. Bro, come back to the ground, to your immediate experience where you can observe, verify, demonstrate. Here, in the real East level.
Jimsy, are you seriously? If I can give you a way to test this, are you gonna follow through? Because I can tell you how to do it for like $200.
Test,
but
okay.
you're gonna need friends in very south places. Whatever that means.
Dude. Listen, friend. Keep in mind, yes, you have people here who may not want to hear it, but there's at least one person watching who might want to hear it. Why don't you tell them?
Okay. So all you need is someone in Chile, someone in Australia, right? Someone in South Africa, Cape Town, who knows, right? You can communicate to each other through these systems that fly from pole to pole to polar orbit, right? This is how we get communications down in Antarctica. It's a polar orbit. You can all communicate through one system with your own encryption, your own made encryption, right? You can download VPNs on top of that, and you can transmit and see your friends transmitting signals on different carriers and transponders on the system as it flies over Antarctica. You can see it from every direction as it hits that pole.
Awesome.
So that's how I would test it, and it wouldn't cost that much.
Awesome.
If you wanted to transmit, it would cost a little bit more. You're talking probably about $100 a minute.
Sorry, what's that got to do with measurement of the surface of the Earth?
So who was talking about triangulation? Was that you, FE Jedi? Were you talking about triangulation?
I was talking about celestial navigation.
Correct. So that's triangulation. That's you're locating where you are based on the time, right? And then how far you are away from the equator. And you're looking at a star and you're looking at the horizon, and you calculate all of that with simple trigonometry, and you can figure out where you are based on information of tracking these stars that move around the Earth in a very specific way. Like, what's the Southern Cross, man? How do you navigate south of the equator with the Southern Cross, right? How does that work?
It's done on it's just that simple.
Sorry, by measuring an elevation angle up to that star at a known time of year with your azimuth, your direction and time, right?
Right. Based on what?
So
what data?
I said angle. Game over.
Okay.
As soon as I said angle, that requires the surface of the Earth to be level, unless you're going to start drawing tangent lines.
Okay. What are you missing there? The azimuth, right? The azimuth is very important. Like the degrees you are on your compass is also very important in this. How does that work? What information are you going off to navigate with?
Compass, time, elevation, angle to star.
Show me how that works. On a paper, have you done this before?
You use a flat plane.
You use a sextant, which is designed to be used. Yeah, you use a sextant designed
and
to be
compass.
used on a flat plane. Yeah, and a compass.
Even
and a clock.
When you're getting your bearing and your azimuth and all of that stuff, like again, you're assuming that you're on a flat plane.
Show me how you can navigate with the Southern
I'll show you right now that what I said is true. If you're paying attention and having the same conversation that we're having.
Okay, I'll listen.
All right, how about you? Would you mind reading this for me, sir? I'll give you a little graphic to go with it as well.
I'm listening.
58 minutes past now. No, can you read it?
Read what?
Read it, please.
Sorry, you can take over from here, Jedi.
No, I'm not reading your information. Can you
why
read it?
Why not?
Because you've read it before, right? Do you need me to interpret your data?
Did I? I mean, I just started talking, so I don't know these games we're playing.
Okay.
Anyway,
Are you going to read something I give you?
I gave a citation. So what's this weird thing about?
I
Are you going to read
This
something
is
I
short,
give you?
and I apologize. This is short.
I
thought you were going to send me to a site. My bad. Okay, that seems really. It may be a bit confusing for beginners to imagine the celestial equator in the related declination. A really simple way to picture this is to replace the sphere of the Earth with a flat circular platform on which the telescope stands. The platform has the size of the Earth's equator, and the axis is the polar axis. Even when moving the telescope to any place on the disk, the declination of the object will always be the same. The famous Andromeda Galaxy M31 can, for example, always be found at deck 41 degrees, 16 seconds, I don't know. This is independent if we observe it from New York, Los Angeles, or Munich. So, declination. Are you talking about magnetic declination?
Using a compass.
Right. So the magnetic declination, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yes. That is always going to be a factor. And it does move. So explain why it moves and how that works with flat Earth.
Shit, mate. It just moves, right? You know it moves. I can't explain it to you. I ain't God.
Right? I can't either, man. Like he threw this at me. I thought Elijah had more information.
Oh, Elijah's point was really good. Maybe you should read it again.
Yeah, it talks about declination like 4 or 5 times in that paragraph. And why does it move?
It's just easier for you to put yourself in a flat circle, right?
It's easier just to go and be with the sheep, right? You know?
Well, it's just easier to use this device on a flat, horizontal circle of equal altitude.
Whatever is easier.
Well, yeah, but that's what's required, right? Because it is much easier to measure an angle off a straight horizontal baseline or use this device on a straight horizontal baseline than a curved surface. That's why we do it this way. So for all intents and purposes, the Earth is required to be flat to use a sextant and this device.
No, it's a perceived bottom. You're shooting an inclination, man. That's what you're shooting. All right? It's going to always be straight. You're using a straight shot device. Just like this telescope on the ball. Do you see that line coming out of the telescope to the star? Okay, that's one angle, right? You're going to look at the tip of the ball that you can see. That's the other angle, and there's 90 degrees off of that, and that's how you get it. Do you see? You perceive a line. You look straight at the edge.
I get it. My God, you don't have to repeat yourself, dude. I get it. I understand what you're saying, but you said 90 degrees on the horizon. You know the 90 degrees. Hold on. You understand the ground position of the star is beyond the horizon, right?
Say that. I'm sorry, I missed it. I was too much thinking about what I was going to say next. I apologize.
That's fine, no problem. You understand that the GP of the star is beyond the horizon, right? It's not on the horizon, it's beyond the horizon. In actual fact, it could be in front of the horizon, right? It could be at 89 degrees above your bloody head, so in front of the horizon. Or it could be at 32 degrees and beyond the horizon. What's the ground position angle of that star? You said 90 degrees, right? Yes?
Hold on, doing two things at once. So no,
well, maybe just
so at a right angle, this is how this is the perceived angle, right? On a right angle, that angle is 90 degrees. That's what I was talking about. If you misunderstood what I said, that's fine.
No, that's fine. So the ground position of the star has 90 degrees, yes? 90 degrees above your bloody head, so in front of the horizon. Or it could be at 32 degrees and beyond the horizon. What's the ground position angle of that star? You said 90 degrees, right? Yes?
Hold on, doing two things at once. So no,
well, maybe just
so at a right angle, this is how this is the perceived angle, right? On a right angle, that angle is 90 degrees. That's what I was talking about. If you misunderstood what I said, that's fine.
No, that's fine. So the ground position of the star has 90 degrees, yes?
Yeah.
Awesome. And we can have the ground position of the star in excess of the horizon up to about 3,000 miles in the case of Polaris, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so this is how we got your latitude lines, but I'll go slowly for you. The ground position of the star is beyond the horizon. It's the ground position on the surface of the Earth. So we can have stars that are low on the horizon. Their ground position is beyond the horizon, up to a distance of 3,000 miles. The ground position of that star is 90 degrees. That's a 3,000 mile distance between that 90 degrees and you with your sextant that I'm going to put on the floor. So that's 3,000 miles of a flat horizontal baseline between you, sextant on the floor, and the GP of the star. Not just that star.
I get that, though.
Hold on. I haven't finished my point. Every single star in the sky has got a ground position of 90 degrees to you, not just you, everyone who's using the sextant at the same time. Let's all sing Kumbaya, hallelujah. We can all do this together. So every single person on the face of the Earth has got a sextant and a 90-degree ground position to every single star. How the hell do you get that on a curved surface, mate? You can't have 90 degrees on the curved surface, let alone thousands.
Do you know what the Leo constellations are?
Yeah. Do you understand what I just said?
Yes.
Let's talk about what
you explained. You explained a little bit about how a sextant works, and then you said you could get a bunch of people to do it, and you can see all the stars. All the people see all the stars.
You're an idiot. That's not what I said. I'll say it again just so we're clear. Every single star has a ground position on the surface of the Earth, which is 90 degrees. How many stars are in the sky? Let's just say 1,000. And then we can all, everybody on the face of the Earth, get out our sextants if we've got them, and we can measure elevation angles to every single star. So, lots of people on the surface of the Earth have got ground positions of horizontal baselines to stars. That requires the surface of the Earth. My God, doesn't even require. It's obvious that the surface of the Earth is level and flat to do this type of work, right? 190-degree ground position on a star on a curved surface, fucking impossible. I've given you 1,000, and everybody at the same time using sextants to measure angles to all stars.
Negative. Do it.
Negative.
Do it for the Southern Cross. Explain to me how that works. Why is everyone pointing south? You say declination 3 times in a paragraph. I guess that proves it.
No, I'll say ground position. I'll say ground position of the stars. and then just leave it
At
there.
what point is it directly above your head, right? That's the ground position of a star.
No,
Just say it simply.
Yeah, not directly above my head. That's the zenith angle.
No, which is the ground position of the star.
Exactly.
That is the ground position of the star.
Yeah. So all stars have got a ground position, haven't they?
Correct.
So all stars have got a ground position of 90 degrees, yes?
No, it would be 180 if it was directly above you. 90 is the horizon.
Right, idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Good point.
Yeah,
So, when you guys were talking about declination, you said magnetic declination. And
I thought that's what he was talking about.
So that's not it, because declination is exactly the same as the degrees of latitude and will always be shown with
Elijah should explain that. He posted it. He should have explained it. But Diesel Boy,
I'm telling you that you were talking about magnetic declination, which is not the same as the declination we're talking about in celestial navigation.
What does declination mean?
I just told you it is when. Okay, so in a nautical almanac, you've heard of that, right?
That is, I think you're going off on a different route here.
No, I'm not, because I'm just making sure that you understand the correct definition of declination in the conversation here, because it matters. And you're thinking of magnetic declination.
Let's go back 30 minutes. Let's have you explain to me.
I don't want to hijack the conversation. I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
I apologize.
That's
go ahead.
Same. Because it matters in this discussion.
Right. Go ahead.
What declination means, right?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm referencing a sextant user's guide. And Chris, I don't want to hijack your conversation or anything.
Take it. No, take it away, please.
Okay. So this book is published. I'm not an expert in this, okay, but the Nautical Almanac is published every year from the U.S. or British government. But anyways, in this book, it shows it's used when you use celestial navigation, and it has your Greenwich hour angle numbers in here. Okay, so remember that the Nautical Almanac is showing you the position of the sun over the Earth. It is showing you the location of the base of a pole that is stretching up to the sun. I know you guys already went over this. Greenwich hour angle, GHA, is the latitude of the sun. It shows the degrees west of Greenwich, England. And then declination is the longitude of the sun, and it shows the degrees north or south of the equator. Now, does that make a little bit more sense? Because I feel like I don't know. I just
right. So if the illustration was better underneath it, so for all of you guys who aren't getting that, the new Greenwich is actually the zero azimuth, and it goes around the entire spherical globe, and that's my perception of that.
But we moved past the spherical globe already. We all agree that water's flat.
I'm sorry, Heretic. I didn't get any of that. It's all just, you're very, very loud to the point I couldn't get any of that.
Okay. Take two. Never mind. Got a phone call.
The angular north or south of the celestial equator. The arc of an hour circle between the celestial equator and the point on the celestial sphere is measured northward or southward. It has nothing to do with magnetism. So get magnetism out of your head in regards to declination in celestial navigation.
Okay, let's get
Google
it figured out then.
That's what I wanted to say right there.
Yeah, let's get south figured out. If we're going to talk about magnetic, let's talk about south.
The southern south has nothing to do with whether or not the surface of the Earth is flat or not. You can't use the stars, which are referred to as a celestial sphere, in regards to the surface of the Earth. So your Southern Cross reference is bunk in this case. Let it go.
I didn't catch why.
What does the Southern Cross have to do with the surface of the Earth or its shape?
We navigate with it.
It's mutually exclusive. It's just stupid. And what does that have to do with the surface of the Earth? Would you take an angle to the celestial? Would you take an angle to that celestial object to navigate with it?
Sorry, say that again.
Angle.
Would you take an angle to the Southern Cross to navigate using that particular constellation? Yes or no?
If I was south of the equator and could see it, yes.
Or south or north, would you use it and take an angle to get your location and navigate with it?
Would I use the
take an angle to it? That's how celestial navigation works. What is an elevation angle?
It's your distance of look from your feet upward.
It's an angle. It's in the name. What is an elevation angle? You need a flat baseline. Welcome to Flat Earth.
It is the distance between directly beneath you in degrees going upwards.
90, that's a zenith. I'm asking about elevation angles. Would you take an angle to the Southern Cross, depending on your location, to navigate? Yes or no?
Angle, mate.
Yes,
God.
You do elevation angles.
Yes, you would. Thank you very much. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
You just debunked the globe. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Are you talking about altitude, or are you confused on how elevation works? Because 90 degrees is straight in front of you, right?
Confused. No one said altitude. I said elevation angle. Who said
I
altitude?
think you're confused. I can't understand you where you're getting at.
Sticky, you're the one that's confused. Mate.
Okay, so what did he say and how did that make sense? What did he say that is in revolving flat Earth? What did he say that proved it? Because I missed that entirely. Does someone have a better
elevation angle to the Southern Cross to navigate?
I think it goes back to what Jetta was telling you about.
It's a very simple question.
Getting the GPS of the stars, right? So if you're using angles, and this is what the other gentleman is saying, and I think maybe his phone is a bit muffled, and that's why you can't hear him that well.
Yeah.
But if you're using angles, and like you just said, 90 degrees is straight out in front of you. But the GP of that star that you're using to get your measurement, that GP could very well be, and often is, beyond the horizon. So beyond any potential geometric Earth curve.
Right.
So you're navigating using a flat baseline on a flat Earth.
So if you look up how to use a sextant, there's always going to be degrees of error. And this is based on your perception of the horizon. Okay. And if we want to talk about that, then we have to talk about the trigonometry that is light perception, which I have zero understanding about how refraction works. So I'll mute my mic right now. You want to talk about refraction?
Oh, thank God.
No.
Hey, one thing, I don't know if this was like said specifically, but when you're using celestial navigation, you are assumed to be on the equatorial plane, which is the center of the sphere, the center of the flat sphere, the flat sphere, the center of the middle of the ball, right? But in reality, that's the flat Earth.
I'll agree with you guys that it's perceived flat.
No, it's required to be flat because we've said the word angle about 50 times in the last 5 minutes.
I saw
every time you say angle.
Measured flat.
Now let me know. I saw and let me know if you guys would ever do this. But I saw a picture online, and this guy had a spirit level, which had eyelids cut out of it, basically windows in between. And he leveled it up with the horizon and saw that there was nanometers of curvature on the edges of the horizon.
Oh, you're a tiny earther?
Would you guys ever do that?
Are you a tiny earther?
Would you guys ever get? All you need to do is buy
the circle stick here, Moss.
What's up?
Can you?
I didn't do this test.
No, I'm asking you. You brought it up. Can you complete the circle?
What do you mean? I've flown around the Earth.
Okay, listen. If you said you saw the curve on the edge, if you complete that circle, would or would not that be a tiny Earth?
Oh no, dude! It's so fucking huge. It was nanometers in differential.
Yeah, okay, but if you're standing at the beach and you see the curve left or right, if you complete that circle,
you can't do it with your naked eye, dude. We're talking nanometers.
Well, what are you talking about?
We're talking about setting up a precision level.
About practice? Okay, well, guess what?
Well, I got halfway through explaining.
Hey, buddy, I know you like to do the whole perceived flat thing. Well, I tried to bring it up to you, and you seem to ignore it. The Suez Canal, 120 miles, no locks. Would you say that's perceived to be flat, or is it just flat?
Do you want me to show you
just
a
answer the
picture
question.
of? No. Wait. I'm about to.
You weren't following my. You weren't following my question. So
yeah, okay, it's because it's perceived that way. Go ahead.
What's perceived that way?
The flatness
of the Suez Canal.
Correct.
Well, both. Riddle me this then, please. Both ports at either end are at sea level. There are no locks.
Yeah, and that's an elevation.
So if it's a hump of water, what's going on there?
Okay.
At what point does the water
I'm on top of a mountain, right?
No, we're talking about
water down there.
We're talking about the Suez Canal.
Right. Okay. So let me go back to this then, because we kind of
you're going to go back to bullshitting. Got it.
No, dude. We talked about this. We talked about this prior. Okay, it's perceived flat where you are.
No, it's used flat. It's 120 miles.
Okay, there's people standing upside down in Australia. Okay, does that make sense to you?
What did you say?
People who are standing upside down in Australia right now.
Yeah, that's what you've been duped to believe. Yes, I get that.
Okay,
go on.
So there's your answer.
Wait. You're saying that's a fact?
It is a fact.
Well, wouldn't we have to have the Earth's surface curving for people to be standing
based on your reference, man. Wherever you are, it's based on your reference.
Oh, the Suez Canal we're talking about now.
No, now I'm kind of like dipping into
lost,
space time. Yeah, no, space time with reference frames. Do you know what that is? It's more math that you guys just throw away.
Well, weren't you the one chanting "mass attracts mass"?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you know that that's a part of it? You're so funny, man. Did you know that that's a part of it? Einstein only extended upon the idea. Really?
Oh, really? So when's the next time I should expect to see objects being dragged towards one another?
How about you use your triangulation on those stars we're talking about?
When's the next time I should expect to see objects being dragged towards one another?
Right.
Yeah, when should I see that?
Because that's how that works.
All right, guys. We've got about 5 subjects up in the air right about now.
I'll stop being snippy if he does.
The debate's over, pal.
No worries.
Right. Yeah. So I'm done. You're right.
Well, you said angle. It ended at angle
90.
You can't have an angle on top of a ball, right?
You can't have any angle.
You can have any angle that you create. You create the angle in triangulation.
What the hell? Your bastardized perception.
You do, though, because you have to look at something, right?
Yeah.
That's you creating that angle.
Yep. You are creating a triangle between 3 points. Sorry, sheepdog. You are creating a triangle between 3 points. I'll keep it simple for you. Let's put the sextant on the floor, and whoever's got background, can you mute your microphone, please? Thank you. So you create a triangle between you, putting the sextant on the floor, the star, which is above the horizon in the distance, and the bit that you failed to remember from earlier, straight vertical line down from that star to the surface of the Earth, which is a GP, ground position of that star. Celestial navigation works on the premise of a 90-degree right-angle triangle, and the right angle is under the star. The GP angle is 90 degrees. So you've made your triangle. Now, as we pointed out earlier, the GP can be well in excess of the horizon, 3,000 miles in some cases, according to, observations of Polaris. So that's a 3,000 horizontal baseline, 3,000 mile flat horizontal baseline between the GP of the star and you with your sextant on the floor. Not just one star. Every single fucking star in the sky has got a GP of 90 degrees to you with your sextant on the floor. The reason why I put the sextant on the floor is because there's usually some kind of correction that you've got to do. A dip correction to the horizon, for example, you brought up refraction, or an altitude correction because you want to correct your altitude down to 0 feet above the surface of the Earth, so you're on the surface. Between the sextant that we've put on the surface of the Earth and 3,000 miles away is a 90-degree ground position of one star. Celestial navigation works on the premise of a 90-degree triangle and it requires the Earth to be flat. Sorry, mate, it just does.
But it also requires time, and you can use the Southern Cross. And the Southern Cross, viewable, what parameters are you using to find where the star is? What parameters are you referencing your location with? You talk about these GPs, right? Right?
Yeah.
These GPs.
Yeah.
How do those GPs work? Are you using global data or are you using flat Earth data?
Well, we will always
how
be
does that
using
work
flat
in
Earth
flat
data.
Earth?
Hold on.
How does that data work in flat Earth?
You asked me questions. Dude, shut the fuck up and listen. You're going to be using flat Earth data. No worries. You're going to be using You're going to be losing flat Earth data because that's where you got your longitude and latitude lines. Declination angles to Polaris is where we got our latitude lines from. You can stick your latitude lines around the ball after you've measured an angle, which requires the Earth to be a flat horizontal baseline. You can do whatever you like after you take your measurement from a flat Earth, mate. But you require the Earth to be flat to bastardize it and turn it into a ball if you want to. But you said angle. That's the Earth being flat, mate. Game over. Sorry.
I did say angle. There's a 90-degree angle, and then there's your perceived line to your target. That's it.
Yeah,
if you do anything wrong, it doesn't work. And then you talk about where are you finding the data? Yes, you need to reference where the star is and the GP based on a globe Earth.
No.
Well, show to me that it's not. Because
do you not understand? Do you understand what I said to you about where you got your latitude lines from? Latitude lines come from declination angles to Polaris. 90 degrees, zenith above your head. There's Polaris, you're at the North Pole. Brr, isn't it cold? Go south for a few thousand miles, turn around, take a look at fucking Polaris. It's descended by 45 degrees. What's my latitude? That's 45 degrees. Yeah, I know it's true. And every single time I keep seeing angle, that's the Earth being flat. Because you're not going to be measuring angles on curved surfaces now with angle measuring devices that are required for the surface to be level. Now, are you? I don't understand how this is hard for you. Oh, yes, I do. You believe the Earth is a ball and you want to die on that fucking
You're looking at a target.
Yeah, and that target's got
your location to a target. Yep. That is what you're doing. Why would that be curved? Tell me why you would curve your site.
Dude, I'm talking about the line between you and the GP of the star, which is on the surface of the Earth, not the elevation angle up to the star, you fucking idiot. Have you not followed the conversation I've been having you for the last 10 minutes?
Absolutely not.
Geographical.
Get more angry.
Yeah, geographical position, because you haven't been listening.
I don't see why you're using globe Earth GP locations for a flat concept.
Not because, again, you didn't listen to what I was saying. Your latitude lines come. Yeah, GP.
Global position. What does that? What does that mean?
Oh my God! My God! Right, shush.
Right. What's a GP? Position. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. What's a GP?
Geographical position.
You seem surprised that you were wrong, Stick Your Moss.
I am actually, dude. I kind of went on a fucking.
Yeah, what a joke.
I'm sorry. I actually am on Google right now.
It's funny. I appreciate it, dude. Don't apologize. It's brilliant.
Hey, look, guys, we can always move on from Stick Your Moss. He doesn't understand what a GP of a fucking star is.
Yeah, dude.
Totally clueless.
You guys got me beat. I'll give you that. This is your server. I appreciate having me.
Reality wins, pal.
Sure.
Did you realize it's just literally...
I'm agreeing with you, but not Not because I agree with you.
I don't. No one cares.
It's another level, dog. See you next time.
No one cares, dude. You're talking nonsense.
It's a level called doublespeak.
He read my message and realized people are listening to him, so he got off of here.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
I don't like to call people morons very often, but this guy fits the bill. He's a complete moron. I reiterate. What? That's ridiculous. What a showing, huh? It seems like retards only exist on a globe Earth. That's what I'm gathering here. Gaspasha. Shout out to Paraplegic Coffee, man. That baghead roast is freaking the bomb. Did you notice how Sticker Moss did not ever address the actual line of travel that you're navigating? That's the actual purpose to find your location? Never? Well, watch how they will never address it. They don't understand it. What the sextant's purpose is at all. They're avoiding the purpose of it. They're trying to get you to somewhere else. You see how that guy diverted? Divert, pass it along, like never stopping to answer a single point. It's very dishonest. Like, I hope you guys see that. Yeah. But your globe has been slam dunked. Stick your moss. Get your ass in here, Stick Your Moss. And Keanu Reeves, stop fucking pinging me on TikTok. I'm not going to follow you. You probably went to my high school. I don't give a shit. Whatever. Yeah, Keanu Reeves to freaking VC Check-in 1. You tell everyone the Earth is flat, measurably and practically you so, and I'll follow you. Do that publicly. Thanks. Anyone else there? Oh,
I could be here.
Flatsy, hey. I'm sorry, who was that?
That was Plum Bob. I could be here.
Oh, hi, Tom Bub. How you doing? I just want to make sure my mic is working and stuff because when no one says anything, I just feel like, oh, I'm just talking and nobody can even hear me.
Yeah, I know it
So
seems to be working quite well.
Okay, good. I appreciate it. It's a new device, so you know how when you get a new one, we have some insecurities about the settings at first, and then it kind of all jives together. Thanks for.
The one thing I do notice, it's like a high pitch thing, but it's way better than when it was first, I guess, when I first confirmed. But yeah, it's much clearer now.
Oh, mine has a high pitch. I can turn down the sensitivity. Let me see. Let me go back to settings. Hold on, I'll mute and do this. Okay, that might have helped a little bit. There is a high pitch noise. It's probably from my refrigerator or the fan I have going.
Yeah,
But
no,
I
that's
turned it down.
cool.
Like there's a fan in the other room. It actually picks up that far away. It's amazing. But I always hear high pitched noises here, so that's interesting you say that because I don't know what they are.
Yeah, it didn't sound
But they're like,
electric stuff. It just sounded like either that or like an air system or something.
Yeah. I hear frequencies like cricket, like locusts, like always like this white noise. And it's more up in my room and the 8th floor. I'm up high. So it's more up here. When I get down to the ground, it doesn't seem to be the same. Sorry. So anyway, I was out playing music till like 3 in the morning last night. I'm surprised I didn't sleep around the clock. That's hard fucking work, man. Playing on the street. My friend lugs this trailer with all the freaking equipment. It's pretty fun, man. Really fun. I plan on getting some of that film, do some videos of the outside street life. It's a circus out there, especially here during the Comic-Con. Yeah.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
PK Phoenix.
Appreciate it.
All right, I got that's a new. Well, I guess he's not new because he already has the Globe Earther role. Is PK Phoenix? Are you there?
Oh, so there's a Globe Earther role? Like how
Yeah.
does it look like? See, I didn't even know that.
Like you have to know your globe, man, in order to get the.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah,
I came in here a while ago.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
It's been a while. Came here to have a little bit of a listen.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I've seen you before. It's been a while.
It's been a long while. I had a couple of conversations with you guys in here.
Roboting back.
Just a little bit roboting, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit.
Am
roboting.
I? Internet's dying.
Damn, we were about to get into the.
We wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
internet saving me.
We have to enter the Thunderdome.
Nope, still going out. Never mind.
Yeah, still robotic.
I'm going until my shit stabilizes.
Yeah. Do you have lag on your side, or does everything sound perfectly on your side? Because on our side it is kind of choppy.
I was actually just playing a game. You guys sound fine, but I obviously don't.
Okay.
I think my internet may be about to go fully out.
Okay, Heretic. Okay, sorry, really quick. Even though you're roboting, can you try to give us the what was the proof that you have? Like the best proof that you can think of for the globe. Heretic.
I think he's in a robot. Oh, Heretic?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask him anyway, but Heretic wants me to get straight to the fucking point. He doesn't like to waste time. So yeah, he wants get to the. Do you have any globe proof? We got to get to the point. Heretic doesn't like wasting time. Okay, he means.
We need you to fix your internet. We need you to fix your internet so you can come back.
I'm trying. He's trying.
Really
He's trying to get it out. Heretic,
it's really
he's trying.
Maybe you should reset your video game. That's probably what you should do.
He's trying. Heretic, all I got to tell you is he's trying, bro. We're trying.
Can you point your Discord to another satellite or something?
use gravity and point it to the ISS. You point it to the ISS. Just use gravity. Come on, use the force. The imaginary non-force force.
The curvature is getting in the way of his router.
Hey, honestly, if believing in the imaginary spinning space monkey religion gave me powers like Star Wars, I might actually be tempted. Just saying.
Whoa.
How dare you? How dare you?
Bro.
I'm just kidding, guys. I never go back. Once you go flat, you never go back.
Yep. True story. Oh, I do have a good question, okay? I think it's going to be a good question. So, do you think, okay, let's put it this way, okay?
Yeah.
How much money would it take? How much money would it take for you to become a globe earther? Right? Okay, no, be honest, because my wife asked me that question, and yeah, she got me shooken up for a little bit. But let me ask you guys.
My answer would be no amount because, in all honesty, even if you were given like $10 billion, right? Like, let's just throw a weird number out there, $100 billion. Like, oh, you'd never have to worry about money ever again. You would have to spend the rest of your life arguing for the globe. And that would get so tiring, dude.
Yeah,
so tiring.
Yeah, especially when it comes.
Especially when you know it's a lie.
Yep. definite. See, the thing is this, right? So, she showed me a video or whatever, or she was telling me a story about a video. So it was this chick or whatever, the chick or dude. That person is a vegan, and of course they don't eat meat, right? And so somebody came along and said, "Hey, I give you $5,000 if you eat this piece of meat." And the person's like, "No, I wouldn't do it." And then, the dude goes like, "Okay, I give you $10,000." And guess what? That vegan person ate the meat.
High price hooker. That's all that is. A high price hooker.
Yeah, and then everybody start kind of laugh. It's because like, wow, so this is how much it takes for you to basically betray yourself. Like.
Wait, I got a quick question. Did the vegan donate that $10,000 to PETA? They didn't.
I don't know, but yeah. So now that question, so my wife asked me like, okay, so how much money would would it take for me to become a flat earther? I said, well, I would take all the money. I said I would take $100 million, all the money, but then I just lie, and I will just take the money and run, and then later on I'll start talking about the flat earth again. She said, well, there's certain rules that come with it. If you do that, then they will have the right to take back all the money. So I said,
Right.
well, I don't think I can do that. It's because, maybe I take the money and 10 seconds later, I'm still a flat earther. I might just say it. So might as well. So
It
no
takes
amount
part
of
of your
money.
soul. It takes.
Yeah, no amount of money would buy me from being a flat earther. Period. It just like it's with me. It's stuck with me forever. When I die, I take it with me. I guess that's how I see it. So.
Okay. PK Phoenix is back. You there? Are you roboting?
No, I think my VPN was fucking me up. I don't know why it was lagging me, but since I turned it off, everything went back to normal.
Welcome back. All
Well,
right. Yeah,
was your VPN putting you like on another planet, or what was
China?
Going on?
Yeah, another planet. It was in China, exactly.
it was spinning too fast.
Alright.
Okay. Here's my question. Right. Here's my question.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, what's up?
So, all right, let's get into this. Hold on. Let me check if Heretic is listening. Okay, he is good. Okay.
He is.
All right. So, all right. So, what is the best proof you got of the globe?
Well,
Best one.
I don't know about the best, but one of my favorites.
Yeah. What's the favorite?
I wasn't planning on
They only want the
debating
best.
tonight, by the way.
Here we go.
Oh, it is one of the best too. It is one of the best too.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
It's the same, you guys actually like to use the same thing as well, except for the whole counter argument. Lake Michigan. How you can see the buildings on the other side of Lake Michigan.
Huh? Yeah.
What's the expected drop rate, or like
Oh, you're gonna have to make me pull my shit out. I'm gonna have to get reference materials. I wasn't coming here to do all this. 1 sec here.
Okay, well, okay, yeah. Let's get it. Yeah, might as well. We might as well get into it.
We already got it over here. And now my dog wants to get active with me too. So
Your dog knows the Earth is
He
flat. I just
posted
need you to know
in the
that.
chat already, actually.
she may think so. That do be a dog brain after all, am I right? Ain't that right, girl?
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
So the main reason why I say it is the same arguments I've heard. Like I said, it's been a while since I've debated this. I just recently even came back into this argument. But one of the things that I've heard a lot of flat earthers point out is that being able to see the buildings on the other side of Lake Michigan is the damning proof showing that the Earth is flat, because this refraction isn't a thing for a lot of you guys, and you shouldn't be able to see any of the buildings on the other side.
Okay, so do you want to? So let's get into Hold on. Let's get into refraction. Okay, so let me ask you this: what is required for refraction to happen?
A medium for light to pass through.
How many?
Right. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. A medium for light to pass through. Right. Okay. So let me ask you
everything
this.
refracts.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. The medium that we're talking about here is gas. It is atmosphere and the atmosphere is gas pressure, correct?
Yeah, atmosphere pressure, yeah.
Right. And so you have to have that medium on the Earth, right? It can't go anywhere else, right? It has to be on the Earth, right?
Yes.
Right. So what happened?
Well,
Hold on. So what happens when you put gas right next to an open vacuum?
You know what? Well, it's not, as you know as well, space isn't a vacuum. It's a low pressure. It's an extremely low pressure system.
Doesn't matter. It would still fuck off. It would still fuck off.
Because it's beautiful.
Hold on. You can't say that. Hold on. Let's correct that. Technically, by definition, any system, any area where gas is below 1 psi is defined as a vacuum, which would
It's
be
not a perfect vacuum.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, buddy. I didn't say perfect vacuum. I just said vacuum. Can you hear what I'm saying?
All right, don't be snippy already, man. Relax.
I'm saying it's like it's not technically a vacuum. That would technically be a vacuum. 10 to the negative 17 torr would technically be a vacuum.
You're right.
Yes.
Let me correct myself. It's not a perfect It's not a perfect vacuum.
Okay.
Irrelevant point out the way.
Is there? Do you know of any? Have you ever witnessed or have you seen any physical demonstration in real life, without assuming the existence of outer space, right? Without assuming that exists, have you seen a demonstration of open vacuum right next to a gas pressure gradient without any physical barrier?
You see the whole issue of
why are we jumping to this? Didn't he have some
because
like
he
Michigan?
I can address this too, but that wasn't the original point. But I can address that as well. And if you
Can
want
we
to
just
talk
go
about
to
that
like
stuff.
Michigan, and you can tell us about how that's proof?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. We were talking about it, and then he brought up refraction. So then I asked him, okay, so what is required for refraction? He told me you need a medium and you need light.
It's a bit of a tangent.
Right. So how many mediums do you need in order for refraction to occur?
At least one.
2. You need at least 2. You can go look that up.
I'm gonna take your word on that. I'll take your word on
You
that.
want me to drop a citation?
Sure. I always like citations. Is that gonna be in the live stream voice text thing?
Yep.
Cool.
So anyway, going back to Lake Michigan.
Yeah. I was just going to make the connection that you need the medium. You know, you have to have that medium there, and if there was outer space vacuum, it wouldn't be there. So that's why.
We can circulate back to this, and I can answer that real fast. Gravity is the answer. The reason why our atmosphere doesn't leave us to begin with, but we'll circle back to that one in a bit.
Okay.
Because I know that's a whole separate conversation.
Yeah, we can get back to that.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything?
So, firstly, did you get that? Who had that citation for that, or where is that one?
I'm getting it.
Okay, my bad.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna keep it simple with physicsclassroom.com. That was the first one that popped up, but I'm gonna go ahead and find an actual EDU citation for you as well.
Oh, that works too. Oh yeah, Snell's Law. I haven't seen much about that. I haven't looked at Snell's Law in a while. I haven't looked at Snell's Law since I last got interested in the whole flat Earth stuff. Either way, or anyways, I should say.
Do you accept the University of Texas at Austin?
Yeah, I accept.
Did you accept that
in general? Mm-hmm. But I'm also not too upset with that. It makes sense why there would need to be 2 mediums to begin with. It has to refract off something else, anyways, in order to refract.
If you're standing in the medium, then you're not going to see refraction.
Medium
It has
is
to be
not
another medium.
It's media.
Medium.
Anyways, going back to our original point as well, though. Thank you for the reference. So, whenever you see all the pictures of Lake Michigan, and if anybody has them on hand, I might be able to find some while I'm talking about them too. So there's the pictures that they bring up to prove that the Earth is flat, being able to see the buildings on their side. I have still yet to see a picture of the bottom of the buildings or the bottom of those buildings, the trees, the roadways, the other things there as well.
Can you drop a
And
picture?
that is, yeah, I'll have to go find one real fast.
And the only reason why I'm saying because I've looked into that as well, and I'm going to go ahead and drop what the picture you're probably going to drop. I'm going to go ahead and drop a zoomed in version of that.
I've seen a few different ones, but yeah, go for it.
I mean, all I did was blow it up. So just give me a second. I don't know how far back this. So I'll drop this one.
Thing, or is it actually something that's there that it's
I'll drop
bottom? So you can choose one. You can't have both.
If you go to 29 after, right above Northern Rebellion, you'll see my double picture.
Well, was that one more time? I can hear you.
I said you'll see my double picture at 29 after.
Yeah, I do indeed.
And then your poor dog wants attention.
And she really does. She was dead asleep until I started talking.
Hold on. Can I quickly ask you something? Were you just talking about, photographs of the Chicago skyline across the lake and how you can't see the bottoms of the buildings, and you're asking you were saying, oh, I wonder why that is.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, why you can't always see it, because there's also days where you can't see the other side at all. I've seen pictures showing the same thing.
So there's two answers I have for this question. The first one is there's an optical effect that would cut off the bottom. It's the same reason why we see boats disappear from the bottom up, even though there is no curvature of the Earth. It's an optical effect. But beyond that, beyond the optical effect, that is a factor. Something you should know about Chicago is that those buildings that are the tallest skyscrapers, they're actually not at the same level as the lake. They're actually about 2 or 3 stories below, or so. I'm not sure exactly how far, but point is the street level where those buildings are is actually below the lake, like significantly below it.
Where the streets are, you said?
Why it is they built it that way, but there's, they build cities in all sorts of different ways for different reasons. But the point is, those skyscrapers aren't actually at the water level at the base. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's fine. The skyscrapers aren't. That's fine. There, you can absolutely be below sea level while still away from the sea, but that doesn't excuse the other buildings not being visible.
I'm not sure.
You were asking why you couldn't see them,
but yeah.
Yeah, and for the skyscrapers, it does make sense, but not the rest of it. And also, though, the optical effect you were talking about. Yeah, the bottom.
You're complaining about not being able to see the bottom of them.
Yes. Of everything, including the streets and all the buildings on the shorelines.
Well, then perhaps you need to go to Chicago and take a drawing 101 course. Your confusion about perspective will be addressed.
I have a feeling it won't be. I'm here to have a good conversation. Don't start getting it.
As am I.
Don't try to do.
Go ahead.
And I won't be doing the same to anybody else. Real fast though, I want to circle back to something real fast. What optical effect causes something to disappear from the bottom up instead of the curvature of the Earth?
It's very simple. So you see in front of you when you're looking straight forward horizontally, there is an angle in which your eyes can resolve where so like take for instance a ship disappearing. It's sailing away from you on the water, all right? Now the angle from your eyes, from where your eyes are and below where your eyes are, which would be, a few feet from the surface of the water up on the ship. All right, that's where your eyes, if you were to draw a straight line from your eyes to the ship, only a very small portion of the ship would be above the water. All right. Now the angle in which you're that is a very small angle, and the angle above that is a very larger angle, and the angle below it is so small, and the angle above it is so large that your eye can't resolve it, even though it can still resolve what's above your eye reasonably well at a certain distance. So this is why it appears to disappear from the bottom up, because your eyes cannot resolve that very, very small angle of parent angle, I think it is.
This will go into another fun discussion then. I wish I came in here with actual materials pulled up. And I guess I can do both at the same time.
PK, if you look in the live stream, Miguel just posted a meme with a protractor and a building showing you how, like, from your eye level, looking straight out, the angle to the bottom of the building is smaller than the angle to the top of the building. That's angular resolution.
And the thing about angular resolution, though, same with your point here, is that no matter how far someone gets away from you, you should still be able to pull it back into focus, regardless. That's the whole thing about angular resolution.
Well, why?
No matter
Why?
how far away it gets. What do you mean?
That's an extraordinary claim. Why? Why would you say something like that?
A lens can still only, like, focus so much.
I mean, you're right. But you can still zoom if you have a good enough camera or telescope, anything along those lines. Alex, she's about to rip out my fucking headset cable. Girl, go lay down.
You can zoom in on both.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go put her up. Or at least try and settle her down real fast. Give me 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's alright. Sorry. Isn't there 2,000 feet still missing though? I mean, I'm assuming I don't know what the height of the. I guess
the tallest building in Chicago is 1,400 feet. So I mean, you shouldn't be able to see any of it.
So I got a question,
That's actually hilarious. That's actually oh man.
So I got a question. So the guy, the globe earther guy, he said that because the refraction, and that's why we be able to see it, right? So what is the number one proof, right? That or experiment or whatever that we can do to prove that that's not the case. It's not a refraction. If we so I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm just kind of use a little logic here, and I don't know if it's logic or not. But what if we use infrared camera, right, to capture that whole city? So if it's behind the curvature, we can't.
No, sorry. That's already there's already infrared images of mountains that are 300 miles away plus, and it's like I agree. But yeah.
Okay. So maybe I'm just okay. Like I seen those footage, those pictures too. Yeah, and that it proved that there's no curve. Okay. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying about the lake. I'm just saying about the whole city, the whole skyline city, and just show to them to shut them up once for all, and show them the evidence. So maybe they can just. But you know what? Even if we have 100% proof, 100% proof. Guess what? They still gonna try to find more excuses and
they'll just complain about they'll complain about the quality of the camera. they'll complain when it's not good enough, and they'll complain when it's too good.
Yeah.
Hey Kimbo, that's an excellent point. That was something that I noted a few months ago. I don't know how long it's been noticed by the flat earth community, but I'm glad that you learned that on your own, that the sine wave for vision of seeing with infrared is longer. That wave is longer from peak to peak, and so because of that, there's less opportunity for refraction.
Yep.
If there was even any refraction there's less opportunity for it. So the fact that you can see further with infrared automatically kicks refraction out the window.
Yep. I do agree. See, the thing is, I think flat earther got smarter because that whole infrared thing. It's from the globe Earth side, right? They claim that they can see like millions of light years away, with the infrared, blah blah blah. And guess what? We used that motherfucker to debunk the curvature, and we did it, And now we're gonna use the same shit to debunk more of that, that globe Earth stuff. So.
Let's see what he. Hopefully, are you still there, PK?
Yeah, I'm back here. I was listening.
Okay,
You don't want to interrupt there.
That's all right, man. Your dog's your best friend, dude.
They are indeed. They're still in my room, but now they're laying down again. So let's hope that they don't decide to act up again. They got very pouty whenever I tried to kick them out. So
You were talking about how we should be seeing forever if it was a flat Earth, right? So
there is atmospheric interference there as well. So you would never be able to see all the way, but you'd be able to see.
Well, it happens very
There's
quickly.
air interference. There's gaseous interference.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can see the more you zoom in, you see it gets foggier, right? So why would you not realize that the more you zoom in, it's going to get more and more foggy? So you shouldn't be able to see very far. Right?
Hold on. I need to pull
Oh yeah, we were talking about zooming in. Yeah. Do you remember the boats? Do you see the boat gifs where you can zoom in on the boat? I don't know if they did that for Lake Michigan, but they did it for. You can do it for sure. It can be done. Not all the time.
Yeah, you can. And there's plenty of those as well. Actually, hold on, let me finish watching this all the way as well. The issue, I know the immediate counterpoint I'm going to have to this. That sailboat as well might not be in that picture. May not be past the point where you wouldn't be able to see it. It might just be too small for your eyes to actually be able to see it. It is a small object way in the distance. I don't notice it disappearing from bottom up in that picture.
In the GIF?
Yeah.
It's literally in the GIF when he zooms out, it's literally disappearing from the bottom first. Like literally.
That's what I'm trying to look at and tell to see if it is or not. It looks to me in that it is just going back farther and farther. I don't see it disappearing from the bottom up in that. I see it pretty much disappearing altogether.
Welcome to Flat
I'm not. Hold on.
It is going.
No, I wouldn't say that. We also don't know how far away that boat is. We know the general size of a sailboat. We also don't know how far away that sailboat is, or if it's supposed to be going.
Well, it sounds like you need to do some of your own observations instead of bellyaching about gifts. Or
the nice thing about this, I've seen
just randomly questioning them. Me, we don't know. I don't know.
You know what's funny about it? Hold on. You know what's funny about that though? I am questioning it. I'm not completely discrediting it.
You're bellyaching about it.
I am pointing out issues that you also don't know about it.
Yeah, but
you also don't know the measurements for it too. Is the issue with
you're making arguments from ignorance.
As are you, because you also can't.
What argument have I made?
We're talking about the image on there. There are other factors that you don't know. That
what I said, what I suggested was it's time to start making your own observations. If you don't like those, is that an argument from ignorance? No, is that an argument from ignorance? Me suggesting you making your own observations. Thank you.
However,
recant.
Pointing out the sailboat thing or saying that I am bellyaching over that when I'm saying that there are
bellyaching it, but you don't know anything about it.
So apparently, neither do you. You don't know the measurements for it either.
Much.
The difference,
now you're bellyaching about me.
I'm not. It is funny, isn't it? The difference here is I'm not discrediting it and saying that it may not be what you're saying. You're taking it as 100% fact about all the evidence around it.
You're sort of lost the plot. Okay. How about if you don't like that one, have you seen the original famed oil rig observation, the Black Swan, if you will?
The Black Swan. Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
Well, there we know where the oil rigs are. We know the observation height. So. Do you want to bellyache about that now?
I can, if you really want me to.
Where's the horizon in that? If you're aware of it, where's the horizon in that image?
I'm happy to see the picture again here.
Well, have you ever? It's not seared into your mind. Before. You're going to bellyache about it, and it's not seared into your mind. Okay, go ahead.
You got to calm down. Listen,
I'm calm, homeboy. You'll know when I'm not calm.
It's already.
You'll know when I'm not calm. Do you?
Listen,
you remember the oil rig? You remember the oil rig image, correct?
I have seen them before. I've seen a lot of these images before.
We just posted it right here.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a look at it. Where's the horizon?
What do you mean? Where's the horizon?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Where's the horizon?
Look in the image. A, B, C, or D. Just tell us the letter.
Oh, I see here. I don't feel like answering that one. But
okay, so you don't get the belly.
Actually, look at the image here.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So that means that you choose the answer D.
Just say D, dude.
You're right. That wasn't a fair thing.
You would be the first one to answer D, just so you know.
It's simple. A, B, C, or D. Which one? Just give us.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But you can. I know that you also can calculate the horizon as well. But I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. Too. We could find out if we had enough.
Your best guess. A, B, C, or D. Your best bet.
Well, considering there's some funky shit going on with the ocean there too, you know what? Fuck, let's go with let's hit the B button there.
Okay, just a second. If the curvature is not at 1.22 miles, and you can see farther away, like 10 miles, and I just did post you like 70 miles. Where is that curvature?
Where? Did you say what was in there about 70 miles?
You can look above. I did post it. It was done in 2011. Long distance telescope observation. All the data. You have all the data. Go to that place and try to prove to us that there is curvature.
Okay, let me read this real fast as well then. A whole bunch of different stuff being thrown at me at the same time. Love it.
So the Black Swan, you can see 10 miles, and you should see at 1.22 miles the curvature. But you cannot see even 10 miles. So I did post 69 miles.
Nice.
Well, hold on. Even if it was at B, hold on. Even if it was at B, that's still further. That's still further than 1.22, man.
That's funny.
So there's no curvature.
It's still over. It's over. Like there's no coming back from that.
And
okay, hold on. 1 point at a time. You guys are bombarding me.
I just want to finish. Someone did try to debunk these guys going to that place, but they give up.
They gave up, you said?
They went to this place and they gave up to show the data.
Oh, neat.
Because they found no curvature, so they give up. They didn't find any curvature.
That's neat. I'm going to take a screenshot of your thing, of your comment and pictures here, and I'm going to look that up on my own separate time because I'm also curious about that. I can't answer it right now. But I bet you there's a reason.
How are you, PK Phoenix? How are you?
What's up? I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I heard you say something just then. It was I'm sure there is maths for the horizon, but I don't know it. But I'm sure we can look it up. We can tell you if you want. Miguel just said it in his statement. It's supposed to be, if you're at 1 foot, it's supposed to be 1.22 miles to the start of the curvature, which is what you should call the horizon. So, have you got anything to say about
that? Something that is interesting, I guess here. I think my brain's bouncing in points here. It is interesting. Yeah. All of this is interesting. The conversation, even if I think that the funny thing about these in general is that even after we're done, even though we all obviously don't agree in our points, I'm still going to go look and see what their actual reasoning is about it too. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to get into debate tonight. Happy to do it still.
Yeah, that's all right. What's your rebuttals for what the guys have come up with though? Like when you say debate, like
which one? There's few.
So you have someone has an argument.
Tell you what.
Someone has an argument, and then you argue against that argument, and you come back with a rebuttal, and then they rebut your rebuttal. Like, has there been something that you feel that you've done better than everyone else, or something that they couldn't rebut, or something that you can't rebut? Is there anything like that? You know what I mean?
PK, you there?
Oh,
he just rejoined.
Hello.
Sorry, did you hear me or did you cut out?
I heard you, but my mic wasn't picking.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My internet's and all kinds of fun.
No, that's all right. Yeah. Was there something that you didn't understand, or you kind of won your debate, or you lost your debate, and you want to go back and look at more?
So far, I have been there. We haven't really. Well, we've half stuck to points. There have been different images in here.
Yeah.
But we haven't really.
Did you have something that you presented that you think is pretty good proof that you live on a ball?
On the same situation, yeah. Actually, you can still keep on to Lake Michigan here too, I suppose. Why can't you always see? I think it was Chicago on the other side. Why can't you always see them? Why can't you always see Chicago?
Because the horizon.
There are some days that you can't.
Well, the horizon changes, dude. Horizon changes.
The horizon.
So it's optical.
What do you mean by the horizon?
Yeah, it's an optical phenomenon. Well, if you lived on a ball, the horizon would be in a permanent position. So because we live at a flat plane, it does funny things with atmospheric differences. So some days you can see it in a position, other days you can see it in a different position, and then other days you can see it even further. So why would you, if you had a spherical ball?
I imagine.
Why would the horizon be in a different spot every time you look at it?
Hey, wait, Timbo, wait, hold on, Timbo. You just misspoke there a little bit. So if the Earth were a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon wouldn't necessarily be in the same place all the time, but it couldn't be any further than 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. So it might even be close.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry.
This is a fun time to mention that the horizon is a imaginary line as well, because the horizon is not a physical location. So it's a good time. It does change, but a very minuscule amount too. It all is based mainly off of the observer side. I know that.
Yeah. Do boats go over an illusion?
They can go over what appears to be a mirage every once in a while from a viewer way far back.
So they don't go over the. When people say they go over the horizon, they're not going over the curve, right?
The horizon is not a physical place that you can cross over.
Do we?
It is a figure of speech.
Great.
Okay.
Right.
Do we?
So where's the curve then?
The curve is still there.
Where is? So it's still there, but it's not there. Can you clarify that?
There's there is a few different videos as well that I've seen of picture of ships disappearing from the top up as well.
Okay.
Similar to what you've had, which
no, that proves our point. Exactly. That proves our point. We can show videos of boats disappearing bottom up when there is no actual mathematics of any curvature. Anyway, so it's too close to have curvature, but it still disappears bottom up due to atmospheric conditions. So what's it going over there? Because it's not going over the curve of a ball that's 3,959 mile radius, because there's not supposed to be any curve. So this is the thing, like, you know, you guys say it's like going over the curve, but when there isn't supposed to be any curvature there and it still disappears bottom up, it shows that
ironically to what you were saying
from
though,
the bottom up.
It can be a bit of nitpicking as well, because there are atmospheric conditions and the refraction off the water as well that can make things appear to be disappearing from the bottom up, but not all the time either.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree.
Not all of the time either. And there's still the conversation of on a lot of times with the same things. Why can't you pull a ship that's even farther back? Why can't I see all the way over to England? Atmospheric conditions. I understand that.
Well, you can.
But I mean, why can't you pull, for instance, the Black Swan? Why can't you, for instance, with the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Which is always a fun picture, like we've talked about already.
Well, you've shown you have you're not quite sure about what you're seeing in that in the first place, so it's probably best not you talk about it.
All right, little guy.
Can you define horizon?
The apparent point at which the sky and land touches.
And where is that in the oil rigs images?
He said B.
Due to atmospheric conditions, it's a little
B.
Yeah.
What?
He answered in the multiple choice.
I just said B. Yeah, it was a throwaway answer.
Okay.
What do you mean throwaway?
Go ahead,
So you
carry
lied?
on.
What?
What do you mean? What do you mean by throwaway? Are you lying to us?
It is obviously it was a BS answer. I mean, that was a
Okay, what's the
best
real
guess
answer?
scenario.
Okay, best guess.
I haven't
Okay, so
spent
your
time
best
studying
guess was B. Okay.
Or A. Actually, if I'm looking at it, A. Sure.
Why don't?
We'll go with
Yeah.
A.
Why don't you?
Both
But
of
that's
those
still
are right.
odds.
Both of those are beyond 1.22.
But that's
Are you aware of that? Are you aware that both of B and A are beyond 1.22?
Yeah.
That's neat. That's cool. There's
Okay.
different atmospheric conditions at play there that are probably causing that.
So you want to play it down, and then you want to complain about it. Which is it problematic, or what? Are you going to mock it? Which one is it?
I haven't mocked anything that anybody said, man.
No, not successfully. I'm talking about the.
I haven't mocked.
Okay, where's the horizon in the? Is it beyond the oil rigs? Yes or no?
Technically,
Technically,
it should always be.
I'm done,
Technically,
dude.
the horizon.
Up to you, sir.
My guy, are you all right? Are you all right? Is he okay? I haven't been disrespectful to any of y'all.
He's perfectly fine. He's just if he.
No, I've been honest with you. I'm sorry if you
You've
take
been
that
a
as a sign of
prick, man.
disrespect.
Chill. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
A little bit.
Going back to it.
Are they behind?
Don't
Is
take
it
it.
horizon behind or in front? Is it behind or in front?
Technically, once again, nothing meets the horizon to begin with because it's an imaginary point to begin with.
Okay, so you
Exactly.
Oh, what?
The horizon is not a physical location. Nothing can be behind the horizon per se.
Exactly. That's our point.
Okay.
And that's my point too. Nothing can be behind it. So where's the rest of the oil rig?
It's the curve.
On the left hand side there. Why does the oil rig on the left hand side appear to be smaller or farther?
Oh, can I
appear to
answer
see
this?
less on the
Can I
left.
answer this? Sorry, guys. Why does the left hand? Why does
It's
the
a
left
fair
hand oil
question.
rig?
You guys are bombarding me with
Yeah,
questions.
Can I answer it then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Why does the left-hand oil rig appear to be distorted? Yeah. Why
Not
does
you,
the
my
left-hand rig appear to be distorted? Yeah. Because it's a still shot taken from a video. If you watch the video, you will see the atmospheric distortion in play. The
That
oil
is
rig is
really
kind of waving about at you. But the
Does
question's
anybody
not
have that
about the
video?
oil rig. Yeah, we can provide it to you. It's not a problem. But if you could let me finish my point, that would help even more.
Yeah,
Because the question's not about the oil rigs. The question's about the horizon. Where's the horizon with regards to those oil rigs? So can you answer that question? Where's the horizon in reference to those two oil rigs?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. But once again, they should still always be in front of it regardless.
Again,
The apparent horizon looks to be A because that's where it looks like the water ends, or you can't see any more of the
That's
water.
the kind of sorry, Mr. Chattybox. That's a kind of misnomer because within the definition of horizon, it's an apparent location anyway. So it's apparent. We understand that. So apparently, where's the horizon?
Hey, doesn't mean that it can't look different due to different atmospheric conditions.
But how many horizons are there?
2. I don't really see why C would be the horizon. I'm guessing that's probably where it's supposed to be.
Dude, it's a trick question. How many horizons are there when you go out into the world and have a look across the sea? How many horizons are there? How many times does the water, the surface of the earth, appear to touch the sky? How many times? One? Or are there multiple horizons you think you see? You drinking? So how many horizons are there, mate?
There's only one horizon.
Awesome.
Regardless.
So where's the only one horizon in the image?
It's a distorted image. It's an obviously distorted image. There's obviously
it's
atmospheric
still,
conditions at play.
Again, atmospheric distortion. Again, we are always looking through the atmosphere. So with all of that taken into account, where's the horizon?
We are always looking through the atmosphere, but there are different atmospheric conditions.
Will that affect where the horizon is then?
It could make it look like the horizon is different than it actually is.
Will it affect where the horizon is? Yes or no? Will the atmosphere affect where the horizon is? Yes or no?
Technically, it shouldn't, and I imagine in most equations that you don't. Other than that, you can still find it regardless.
Hold on, Chatty. Don't start imagining what you think I know, mate.
Don't fucking call me Chatty, man. What is y'all's issue?
Because,
I am trying to answer y'all's questions here. Relax.
Actually, no, you haven't. That's why I am trying. Yeah, so why do I have to keep bringing you back down to the horizon that you said 2 minutes ago was fucking imaginary? I've had to point out that there's not more than one horizon, even though you tried to say that there fucking was. So in reference to the two oil rigs, where's the horizon appear to be?
In that image, as I have already said, in that image, as I have already said, it appears that it's at A. It looks like there's more. However, the point that you are running through me, my guy, Mr. Chatty yourself too. The point that you keep running through is that there is a solid point on the horizon.
God, so I had two questions. Come on. I had two questions. The other one was, will the atmosphere affect where the horizon appears to be? You didn't answer that one.
Where the actual horizon is, no. Where we seem to see the horizon, yes. There is still a point on the horizon.
What's the actual horizon?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I imagine it's the 1.7 meters or miles, 1.77 miles.
Yeah,
I'll take over for that.
I get you. So your assertion is we don't see the actual horizon. That's the geometric horizon. What we see is an apparent horizon, right?
Always have. Yes. That is a horizon. Yeah, there is no real horizon.
So good. So you're kind of answering my question for me, but I'll ask it again. Will the atmospheric conditions affect where the horizon is?
Where the horizon appears to our eyes to be, yes.
Awesome.
However, when doing things like sailing, you're going to have a point in the horizon that you're always going to calculate off of, regardless.
No one cares about
or with the sextant, for instance.
So my question is to you: have you ever seen the geometric horizon, being as the atmosphere is always in the way?
Have I ever seen a horizon given the atmosphere is in the way? Was that what you said?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So has anyone ever seen the horizon, being as we're always looking through the fucking atmosphere?
Nope, because the horizon's not a physical place.
Oh, awesome. Unless you think the horizon is a geometric location, you fool. Physical
the horizon can still be calculated, yeah. The point at which the sky and sea, in this case sea, appears to be, it is. You can still math that. You can still math that one out. It doesn't mean that's a physical location.
Hold on. If it's physical, hold on. Sorry, Timbo. I do apologise.
No, you're all right, mate.
You do understand that when you suggest that things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth, that's a claim to physicality of the horizon, right?
Say that one more time.
You do understand that when you say, I can't see the bottom of that ship, that's a claim to physical horizon, right?
I suppose so, but at the same time...
Yeah, so you can't have both. You can't
yes, I can. Yes, you can.
No,
you absolutely can. The position in which the horizon is calculated, and the position where the horizon is calculated... What?
Do you want me to tell you why you can't have both? You can't have your fucking cake and eat it. Because if you're going to claim physical geometric... if you want to claim physical geometric obstruction as in the reason why you can't see that boat, it better be where the mathematics says it fucking should be, sunshine. Being as all me and you have spoken about is the horizon being optical, the atmospheric conditions are going to be the thing that moves the horizon around. So your claim of physical obstruction is kind of removed because you haven't got any physical obstruction. You don't see the physical obstruction you just said. You never see the curvature of the Earth, the physical horizon you just said.
You can see the curvature of the Earth if you get high up enough.
Yeah, so what blocked the bottom of a boat?
It depends on... There are also cases and videos that I can't pull up evidence for right now because I have to search for them. Of the bombs not coming back up off of them. And in that case, they would be past the horizon. I see the points here.
What's the horizon?
An imaginary line, but in this case, or an apparent line.
Oh God, it's imaginary, or is it apparent? Is Is it
It's apparent. It's
because
not
reflected
imaginary.
from
It's
an-
apparent.
Yeah. So okay. So
Technically,
this is
still
what I'm
an
jumping all over
imaginary
your
point.
word. Yeah, it's not imaginary, mate. This is what I'm jumping all over the words that you use because imaginary definitely isn't the word that you want to be fucking using right about now. It's apparent, right? So we're trying to get you down to understanding that we don't see the physical horizon where it should be geometrically. The point is, being as the atmosphere is always in the way, you, me, and everybody fucking else has never seen the geometric horizon. So then the question then becomes, how the
The
fuck
thing
did
is
you
that
get
there's
a
never there's not a geometric horizon to begin with, or there is a geometric horizon or an apparent horizon that you can calculate off of, but there's not a point that you see it. That's the thing that you're also harping on.
How'd you measure it?
So how'd you measure it then?
You base it off of where the sky is supposed to meet the curvature of the Earth. I know that. I don't know the formula for it.
So 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles? Where?
I could not tell you off the top of my head. Once
That's
again,
1.2
I didn't come in here with material.
Yeah, we know. We know you didn't come in with any material because we're asking you and you're not
Yeah,
listening.
you're still kind of being a bit of a cocksucker about it. And I have been very, very open to everything that you guys have presented.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm glad that you're such a nice person, but I'm still not going to accept your sofa screen. You're dancing around the fucking point. What I'm trying to tell you is being as you've admitted that the horizon moves around because of the atmospheric conditions, me and Timbo just asked you in unison, well, how the fuck did you measure to it then?
Then let me make this crystal clear then. Absolutely crystal clear. There is a point, an apparent point. There's a geometric point that you can measure the horizon. I don't know what that exact number is. I don't know the formula for
That was
it.
clear. It's not answering the question.
However, due to atmospheric conditions, what our eyes actually see could be a skewed version of that horizon. We can still mathematically point it while it appears different to our eyes because atmospheric conditions are a thing.
We're not asking you to mathematically backwards engineer it to your fucking preconceived ideas. We want you to prove your preconceived idea.
Okay.
You say that the Earth curves. Right? We're asking for a direct measurement of it, and you can't use the horizon because it's apparent. It's always going to move around, right? So being as the atmosphere is always in the way, how the fuck did you actually measure to the horizon to get 8 inches per mile squared or 1.2 times the root of the observer site? How'd you do that?
It's not for my dog's whining, I'll tell you that much. Didn't figure it out that way. But she's still doing it like crazy.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So
It
you're
is
not
indeed.
going to answer the question
water
or be
I can joke.
because you don't like.
I can.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I can joke around too.
You can joke around just before I stab you with this sword that removes your religion. So you're now going to try and be funny about it.
I do.
Or you're going to be
I do not have a religion.
Or are you going to be intellectually honest and go, do you know what, guys? I realise that being as I've demonstrated my understanding that the horizon moves around with the atmosphere, then shit, how the fuck has anybody ever measured to it then? Being as no one ever sees it. Am
I missing a point here? I think that there's a disconnect here. Either well, actually, I know that I may not be understanding what you're saying here. The horizon is a fixed point based off the observer's height, and the point at which the Earth begins to curve. Hold on, let me finish. This is clarification. Hey, this is clarification. Let me finish getting out what I have let you speak.
It's not.
Let me get out what I need to
why
say.
should I continue letting you lie?
Because I don't instantly believe what you're saying either, but I still let you finish out of respect too.
That's brilliant. But what is that calculation? Because you said, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? That's the actual physical location of the horizon?
That sounds pretty close to the equation I've seen in the past, yeah.
Awesome
That is
stuff.
the
So you know
horizon.
the picture of the two water rigs, the observer at 1 foot, the horizon should have been at 1.2 miles away, but it's beyond 10. You remember that, right?
That's great.
Yeah. So where's the geometric horizon, being as we can't see it because the atmosphere is always in the way? You said that 2 minutes ago.
Things can be pulled past. My brain's apparently caught up now. Things can be pulled up over the horizon as well, thanks to the wonderful thing that we call refraction, that we've also talked about before too. And
Can you define
the level of refraction.
Can you define refraction and give me a citation and an example? You just said refraction.
Well, hey,
That's
those are actually already in the chat. They're there. If you scroll up a bit, they're there.
Sorry, which model of refraction have you used?
Snell's law. Let's go with that one.
Oh, so
That's what
how
the
many
medium.
how many mediums have you got? If we're talking about
2.
Snell's law.
Refracting through the air and then your eyes. Let's go with that.
No.
Nope, we're going with that one. Nope, we're going with it.
Yeah, in Snell's
I'm
law,
also
it's not
aware
your
of how
fucking.
retarded I am.
It's not your eyes.
Yeah,
Just
I
have
know.
some humility, dude.
Or it's not your eyes. But we're
You
talking
missed
about
the part where you said,
mediums,
"Yeah, I know how
let's talk
retarded
about-
I am."
Yeah, very retarded. So we understand 2 different mediums. Let's say water and air. So when we're looking just through the air, how the fuck are you going to apply Snell's law to this, mate?
I'm not sure. I tossed that out there.
But yeah, exactly. That's why I asked you what the fuck you were talking about. And then you turn around to me and say, I'm not sure. So therefore, you're not sure about what the fuck you're talking about, are you? So don't say refraction, being as you don't know
it's
what
refraction.
it is. So what model of refraction? You're going to say Snell's law. I'm going to say 2 mediums. You're going to go,
Well, if you want to give me like 5 minutes, and then I'll find out the correct answer to it. The thing is, right now, I'm working on no material and on very old context.
That's fine. That's fine. I do apologise. I should obviously be so grateful that you gave me a bullshit answer that you've now got to go away for 5
It's the
minutes.
correct answer that I know that is correct. I cannot properly define it right now. And you're right, I don't know enough. So if you want to drop the subject too, that's fine. And I'll concede the point.
No,
I don't know enough.
Remember when Jedi say you're in a...
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
What?
Remember when Jedi said that talked about your religion? You know why he said that?
Because I know the answer is because of I go off of faith. But that's also incorrect too.
You have a belief with no evidence, yeah.
So you believe this?
No, I trust people to be telling me the truth about this. I assume that the entire world and the beautiful
TV. You trust the TV. Okay, you trust the TV.
They're not all
No,
lying.
I trust that one.
They're as duped as you are, and as I lived several decades of my life. I wouldn't take it personally.
Don't take it personally, mate. Just understand that you don't know what you're talking about, and we're trying to help you understand that you don't know what you're talking about. And with reference to you not understanding what you're talking about, the Earth's flat. Because the stuff that you think you know, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly. All right. What model of refraction?
No. I need you to understand the stuff that I know to be true. I cannot articulate well. This is old material.
Okay, you're all of a sudden. Let me ask you. I'm trying to be dulcet toned. when you told us about earlier you said everything refracts. Well, how long is it that you've been convinced that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion? How long have you been going with that?
Define what you mean by optical illusion.
Well, you're the one who said that things are lifted up over the curve of Earth. How about we go with that? Those instances.
It's always been the case. You see mirages while driving all the time.
Oh, you see heat on the highway. You see heat emanating off the highway. What I'm asking you is, if you these long distance observations, if they defy the 3959 spheroid, then what you're seeing is an optical illusion. That's what you're telling yourself. And I'm just wondering, how long have you been under this idea that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion?
Isn't it crazy how as well, though, that everything you see isn't where it is?
When did you realize
everything is an optical illusion? You're right. You are correct. Everything you see is an optical illusion, including the things that are right.
No, everything you see is an optical illusion.
Oh no, you too, because everything that you see is not in its true place. Thankfully, due to refraction.
Oh, everything is not in its true place. Okay, so I'm holding my phone and I'm looking right at it.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just get lucky?
I do know that. No, that's not.
Dude, you're coping, okay? What I'm saying is,
you're being.
When did you realize? When did you come to this realization that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion? That's all I'm asking.
Probably about 5th grade. That sounds about right.
Did you ace the test? Was that on the test?
Oh
is
yeah, nailed that, man.
In the distance, an optical illusion? Yes, A+. Got it. Thank you.
So real quick, everything you look at refracts. You say, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so everything refracts. Is Earth curve a thing?
The Earth curving. The Earth.
Yeah. Is Earth curvature a thing?
I feel like I'm setting myself up here, but yeah.
Okay, how do you know that?
A couple different things, interestingly enough. Once again, I haven't seen the curvature with my own eyes. However, I will go back to my original point, nor have I done any experiments myself. I will go with my original point of saying that I do not think literally billions of people are lying to me.
Oh, hearsay. That's how you know it's a thing. Okay, that was
it's not hearsay when there are, and I know that I have seen them before. There's tons of research put into this too.
They wouldn't have to be lying.
Okay, but like, why would you just cite the research? Hey, if there's research, why not just cite that instead of hearsay? That would be more compelling than the hearsay.
My guy, man, have you not heard me this entire time? Genuinely, in the past, when the couple times I came in here, I did come in here prepared. That wasn't my intent tonight. I was here
so I should have listened to you one of the other times, not this time.
Yeah, you know what? Sure. Honest to God, this whole
interject, guys. Hold on. Can I please interject? So wait, you just said two things. You just said you wouldn't believe that billions of people have been lying to you, but you also just said you've never seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes. So let me ask you: do you think billions of other people have seen the curvature with their own eyes? Because I mean, it would only be astronauts, right? So it'd only be a couple hundred people, a few hundred people, not billions of people, right? That have seen
the curvature of the Earth has been proven through experimentation before. Plenty.
But hold on. But the point I'm trying to make is, why would you say the words? My question is to you: why would you say the words "billions of people are lying to you" when they've never seen the curvature?
You're right. Let me rephrase that to millions, and that includes people who are in the consumer.
You're stuck in concrete thinking, dude. You're missing the point.
No, there's
no, because I have logic to it.
But the logic seems to be that many people. That many people can't be wrong. Go ahead, Orion. Sorry.
Well, I mean, just keep in mind, it's only just barely above 600. That's the number of people, somewhere around 600
that have seen the curvature of the Earth. I get that.
That claim that they've gone to. Just listen, dude. That claim that they have gone to a medium known as the vacuum of space, a medium that we don't believe in. So only in that place would you ever have a chance of ever seeing any curvature of the Earth, right? So there's only 600 people, and most of those people are low Earth orbit. So technically, at low Earth orbit, you're not even high enough to technically see it according to the curvature of the Earth, mathematics, geometry. So technically, the only people that actually have gone up in their paradigm, in their story, the only people that have actually gone into space and gone far enough to see the actual curvature of the Earth are only the people that ever went to the moon, which will be a much smaller number than 600. So, again, question, like, I'm just saying, like, rethink your statement when you say, like, this number or that number of people are lying to you. Just rethink your statement.
One sec. Look something up there.
This is a good
The statement isn't that that many of them are lying. People are just fooled. Your teacher.
So you can see the curvature of the Earth at about 6.5 miles up. That's what I had to look up there.
No.
You start to see. You'll be able to start to see the curvature.
Sorry, I do apologise. You're talking about left to right curvature, left to right.
Sure.
Okay. Is that from one side of an aeroplane? Because I'm going to tell you to go. Because I'm going to tell you to go to the other side of the airplane and see the same phenomena. Then I'm going to ask you to go and speak to the captain. One sec. Okay. God, I hate it when people do this.
You're right. I misspoke. I gotta recorrect myself there.
Yeah, you should do.
I gave an. Why do you got to be such a dickhead, man? If I notice I say something incorrect, I'm trying to correct myself. You don't have to be a cocksucker about it, dude.
I'm not being a cocksucker. I literally shut up so you could correct yourself.
You made a sarcastic remark as you were finishing off there. It doesn't matter. It's been a routine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Do you want me to explain to you why?
Stop being so triggered.
Stop swearing. It's against the rules, okay? You can see at the top. Welcome. Okay, just that. Phonics.
That rule is bullshit.
My bad. I didn't. I didn't realize that. My bad.
Okay,
I joined the server ages ago.
PK,
what's up?
PK, you understand how going 6 miles up and looking out the side of an aeroplane is kind of silly when you're talking about left to right curve, right?
Yeah, which is why I immediately backpedaled that statement, and I was looking up the correct things here. I understand.
Okay, so what are the correct things then? Being as we've told you that the math says you shouldn't see the curvature of the Earth, left to right curvature, from the height of the International Space Station, and you said 6 miles. So where are you going to go now?
So it looks like it's about 140 miles up that you can actually start to see the curvature decently well. I'm doing quick Google searches here.
Is that left to right curvature again?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. I'm imagining at this height it is.
Yeah, so left to right curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference when you go to the other side of the aeroplane and you see left to right curvature, and you go to the cockpit and you see left to right curvature? If you add all those lines together, as in connect those lines, you don't get a circle, do you? You get a wibbly wobbly line, don't you?
I'm imagining so. I haven't heard that argument before, so honestly, I could not tell you.
Well,
that's the first time I've heard that.
Well, think about this, right? You're on one side of an aeroplane and you look out the window and you see left to right curvature. I look out the window and on the other side of the plane and I see left to right curvature. If we connect those lines, are we going to get a sphere?
I'm trying to actually think about that.
The answer is no. The answer is no.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That feels incorrect. I'm not sure if I don't know anything about it. That doesn't feel right, just geometrically speaking, but I can't say for certain. So
that's okay.
They don't add up.
Like a McDonald's sign, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What?
Be like a McDonald's sign. Think about it.
Or you just continue the curve until you get to the other side in your mind around the plane. It doesn't work like that.
What?
Go to
if you have left to right curvature on, say, the left side of the plane, and you're looking at left to right curvature, and then you go to the right side of the plane and you see the exact same thing, they can't join up. Like if you extrapolate that further out,
exactly.
That's the simplest way. Yeah. They're saying like if you panoramic it, you'll get the wibbly wobbly line.
Let's do this. Let's do something a little bit different now.
So, but before you move on, do you understand it? Eh?
Like I said, I wrote it down. I'm gonna have to.
So it's not the Earth that's curving. Is what the answer is, because
that if that's what you want to say, sure. I genuinely don't believe that's correct answer. But I can't come up with a counterpoint because I know nothing about it as well. So honestly, I can't.
Just think about it. Like, how can you have it curved on one side, curved the same on the other side? How does that work?
Look, you're just a man.
I'll find out that.
You're just a guy with a 360-degree view around him. It looks a little bit curved. Go to the top of a mountain, look in front of you, you'll see curvature, mate. I guarantee you see curvature. But imagine you turn 90 degrees and you see curvature there. Turn another 90 degrees, you see curvature there. And you turn another 90 degrees, you see curvature there. In every single 360-degree point, whenever you stop, you're going to see curvature around the periphery of your eyes. That's just an optical phenomena. You understand what I'm saying now, right?
I do. I see, or I've seen what you're saying. Although you saying that it connects and it's all wibbly wobbly, that's the part that's getting me there.
So if you just pan your head around, like if you took stills of, say, the cockpit, the right side of the plane, the back of the plane, the left side of the plane, right, and you saw curvature from each one of those points. If you just pan your head around, it won't be just continually curving. It'll have to go back up to meet the left-hand side curve, to meet the right-hand side curve. Do you understand? That's the wibbly-wobbly part.
Like I said, I understand where you're coming from. and I can partially visualize it as well.
Right. He's not saying it actually happens. He's saying if you saw curvature, this would have to be the case. He's not saying it actually happens. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's something that's causing that optical illusion of the curvature.
So
it's not the Earth that's curving.
Awesome. That's something I want to look into more as well, because once again, curious. Sounds interesting. Something else I like to do now too is obviously I'm a little rusty on all my flat Earth knowledge, or shitting on flat Earth knowledge.
It's not flat Earth knowledge, man. It's just like if you just think about that concept.
That one, yeah, maybe so.
You're seeing curvature.
Something about that feels off. I'm not saying that it is. You could be 100% correct. It could be an optical illusion.
That's what's up.
No. I said before that it feels geometrically speaking off. But
of course it does, because it's not curved. That's the whole point.
Awesome.
It's really hard.
I have nothing to discredit I have nothing to discredit.
It diametrically opposes your idea.
Think of moving on, lads. Hold, calm, relax. I can see the point if that's what you want to hear. Hold on. I can see that point if that's what you want to hear. What I'm trying to do is move past in a different direction here too. I'm obviously very rusty.
We're just making sure you understand. That's all. Big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
So this isn't quite next. I want to do something. I want to do something a little more. Probably fun for y'all. It's obviously been a while since I've done any of these debates. Obviously, I've done
not really a debate though, is it?
Tonight, no. It's me trying to frantically recall literally things I haven't heard in over a year now. But
if you're not going to move to your next segue, then I'll just move to mine. Is globe Earth knowledge a thing?
Let me get my point out here, too. And because it's a whole different subject. I didn't even hear what you said, and I apologize for that.
All right, fine.
It's not a separate point. What I would like, if you guys would be willing, is to tell me your favorite bits of flat Earth, your favorite flat Earth proofs, and let me know them. And then I want to go back and research them again. A lot of them I've probably heard before.
Water. All right,
okay. What about water? What about water?
Well,
the flatness mostly.
Yeah.
Level. Not flat.
Whoa.
Direct measurements. The fact that there are no direct measurements. There might be direct measurements.
Well, you said level, not flat. Would you be able to describe the distinction?
Flat, it would be... I can't remember the exact definition for flat. Flat... I actually can't define flat right now. Flat would be having completely parallel smooth. No, not parallel. Completely smooth. No
undulation.
What are they called?
I hope you know I'm a builder.
Higher or lower than the other.
Yeah. So be careful what you say about level.
Level is. Oh my fuck. Apologies, that one slipped out. My sincere
apologies. You wanna tell us the difference between level and flat?
Level is water. Level is water. Level is talking about water level. That is the definition of level.
What does level mean? What does level mean? If you're saying level is water, water is level, what does level mean?
What's the spirit level?
Level to what?
Horizontal?
Fence.
That be it?
What's horizontal?
Horizontal. Horizontal. You know what? You're right. Let me not try to start a separate debate here before I get to my original thing. It's getting late and I need to hop off soon. I'd rather hear everything that you have to say. I'm going to put that as well, talking about the difference between level and flat as part of my research too. So I can actually properly give a proper answer to that.
Okay, so is the surface of... Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, so I was just going to give him my flat Earth point, mate, but I'm only going to talk about a fucking triangle, so you carry on.
Well, does the surface of resting water have any parts that are higher or lower than any others?
Surface of resting water?
Yes.
In large amounts.
Yeah, you're talking about in terms of the ocean?
Well, let's just take, I don't know, a glass of water and just go out from there to any scale you wish.
A swimming pool.
Yeah, I like the swimming pool better. Let's do that.
It's easy to conceptually grasp.
Well, I do know that water does like to stick to itself or to the sides of things on certain occasions. So, I mean, yeah, technically. With a glass of water, you can see the water trying to stick to itself. But either way,
Okay.
I wrote that down.
So technically, the glass of water has parts of its surface which are higher or lower than the other parts.
What happens?
In a glass of water, sure. Yeah.
And what happens? What happens when you spin the glass of water at 1,000 miles per hour and you put it in a vacuum? What do you think happens to the water?
Gravity keeps it touching. It's crazy.
Shit, yeah.
Keeps it connected.
Evidence for
Good
gravity?
stuff.
Working on
There is a metric ton of it, and I'll come with it next time. Okay, I will next time I come in here.
You better
and that's why
demonstrate an open vacuum, by the way, because that's going to be my. You need an open vacuum to demonstrate gravity holding gas next to it, just so you know.
You won't.
So you wouldn't describe the surface of water at rest as being horizontal then?
it's not perfectly horizontal. No.
Well, okay, the horizon that's horizontal.
By the way, hold on. I don't want to move into the points. So I have that point as well. What's somebody else's point? I want to come back in here with content and good talking points.
Do you know what a triangle is?
You're going to ask me for the definition. I might not be able to hit you off the definition.
Okay, but three straight lines meeting at three corners where you can measure and add the interior angles to 180 degrees. That's a triangle, right?
Yep, that would be a triangle.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle or two angles with inside the triangle if one of those lines of the triangle is bent or curved?
Bent or curved?
Yeah, curved. If one of the lines in that triangle is curved, can you measure what two of those angles?
I'm actually not sure of the answer off the top of my head. I want to say yeah. It sounds like an obvious yeah, but
yeah, being as I've defined a triangle as three straight lines where you can measure the angles because you've got three straight lines and they reach 180 degrees. But now I've bent or curved one of those lines in a triangle and I've asked you if you can measure those angles. Can you measure the angle if I've curved a line within a triangle?
Yeah, because I know that I think they also have a specific name as well. But
yeah, so no is the answer. You cannot measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. Right? If you've got a 90-degree angle triangle and I curve the baseline of that 90-degree triangle and you tried to measure with a protractor the 90 degrees on that triangle where one of the lines is curved, you wouldn't be able to measure 90 degrees, would you?
So out of curiosity, what is the point for the flat Earth there with that?
Oh, I'm going to be talking about celestial navigation and navigating with the stars and reading elevation angles up to stars. That's what I'm going to be doing.
Celestial navigation. Got it.
Yeah, so celestial navigation is based on right-angle triangles. You make a triangle between 3 points. You, with your angle measuring device known as a sextant, the star up in the sky, and the GP of the star on the surface of the Earth. 3 points, you, the star, GP of the star. So to measure an angle, you require all of those two lines at least to be straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure angles now, would you?
I can't say for sure one way or the other right now.
Okay, but you
if you want to give your point, I understand the premise. I do. If you want to, that's what you want to say right now, go for it. And I'm looking it up for my own research for later.
No, that's absolutely fine. Celestial navigation is based on the right-angle triangle. The premise is a right-angle triangle. You can't have a right-angle triangle on a curved surface because if you have a curved surface, you're not going to be able to measure two of those angles. The two angles in question are your elevation angle up to the star in question, and the other angle is the GP of that star in question. The GP of the star is always 90 degrees. Now, it's impossible to get one 90-degree angle on a curved surface, but you must remember that every single star up in the sky has got a ground position of the Earth, and that ground position is 90 degrees to you, a flat horizontal baseline towards you with the sextant. To use celestial navigation with angle measuring devices requires the Earth to be flat. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be able to use the sextant, which was designed to be working on flat horizontal baselines. So that's my point. The Earth is practically navigated across and required to be flat when using angle measuring devices to stars.
what is great about that is I know that there is a counterpoint to that, and I can't bring it up right now, but I know that I can come back and contest that.
That's fine. I'll do it for you. You'll say tangent. I'll say what is your dip correction or your altitude correction and why do you even have it in the first place. What I'll do is I'll put the section on the floor so you don't even have to correct for anything. Your altitude or the dip correction to the horizon. So we'll remove the tangent line that you think that you got. My next question will be, how far away is the GP of the star? We'll talk about Polaris. It's over 3,000 miles away because that's how you got your latitude lines. That's 3,000 miles of a straight horizontal baseline. I can take your tangent away because I know why you're correct. Your dip correction or your altitude correction takes you down to the surface of the Earth. That's all it does. So you can draw your tangent if you want from altitude, of course. You've got to get a relative position down towards the horizon. But your dip correction or your altitude correction will take you down to the surface of the Earth, 0 feet above the surface of the Earth, so you've got a straight horizontal baseline. You can go away and find that, but we've already had the conversation.
But what was the last bit?
You're just going to come back with tangent line, mate. That's the only thing that anybody ever said.
You actually said, you brought that up, and you're probably correct. So I already put that down and to research a counterpoint for that one as well. I'm not going to come back here looking like a dipshit for a second time.
No problem.
You would need a curve for that counterpoint.
Anybody have any more flat Earth proofs that I can jot down?
Direct measurement.
Direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth. I take it.
It's the
or
the
vice
laser,
versa.
It's just the laser test. The laser test.
Okay.
Have you heard of like F.E. Core, John whatever, Dr. John D or whatever? Have you heard of those?
I'm not sure. No, I'm gonna say no. I may have, but I don't remember the name.
I'll post it here. Let me 1 sec. We have it. I'll just post it. You see this channel. I just posted it in the live stream voice text. This channel #laser test. It's basically the same concept as it's slightly more intense than that long distance mission. It's basically, think of like the Michigan picture, or sorry, the Chicago skyline picture that we talked about, but instead of using the skyline as a target, you're using like a very specific you're using light like a laser, and instead of like a whole skyline, it's like a very specific series of targets, or like one target basically. So yeah, that's basically
good to know. I have also copied that over that video too. Thank you.
Yeah.
What about gas pressure without a container?
Oh yeah, you got that one. That's the big one. You ever?
I wrote that down separately before we even started talking about this. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So let's get into, or do you want to get into that, or do you have to go?
Yeah, I wanted to get a couple more points. For talking points later, and it's on or 2:30 here. I'm way up later past.
Real quick, last night we were talking to a girl who told us that she was aware of a paper where it's been documented that somebody has used gravity as a container for air, but she couldn't find it. Could you maybe in your searches Google that one up for us and try to bring it back? That'd be awesome. Thanks.
I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to find that specifically. I have a feeling that what's going to happen is I'm going to find something else separate.
Yeah, we couldn't find it. She promised. Yep. She swore up and down that she knew it was out there.
People say a lot of things.
She was going to lay it at her feet, but we didn't have it.
Yeah,
didn't get it. So.
The difference. I have tried my best not to peddle false information. It might not have been the whole truth, or the entire things brought out. But I haven't tried to peddle bullshit either. Right. That sounds like
I won't hold you to it. Just putting it out there. Just really want that paper.
I'm not even sure what experiment
any information.
I have offered base level information. The difference here though is that I haven't looked at this in a while, and you guys are obviously very well versed. So I have to do more research in order to figure it out.
Oh.
Hey, into the break, my guy, chill.
Just sometimes you got to
on me in the comments.
Sometimes you got to ignore the text chat, but
I did not say anything bad. He's just doing. He's just been going off. I'm not sure what. I've said here plenty that I came into this self-prepared.
I'm sure he's got a point.
He's just parroting what you guys are saying, just in a more condescending way. I mean, it's cool. It's just it's what he's done the entire time from what it looks like.
The thing with Discord is like, I wouldn't take anything personally. Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
On top of that, that's not fair. That's not fair to say. But yeah, no, I don't take very much personal to begin with. I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt being in here or having shit talk to me.
Once you hang up, like you don't know anyone in here, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
like,
no, genuinely, you guys. At the whole end of the day, I don't matter to y'all. Y'all don't matter to me. So it doesn't matter what you say.
The conversation matters.
The conversation does matter, and which is why it should also be given in a respectful manner.
A flat earther.
That's not gonna happen.
Whether you
it's gonna be it's gonna matter really.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Okay, well, I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm experiencing a whole bunch of dead air at the moment. So that does happen on this Discord once in a while. So just let me know if you can hear me, if I'm experiencing audio issues, or if that's actually what's going on.
Loud and clear.
Okay, well, it seems like this is kind of dead at the moment, so I will check back in later on.
I thought flat earth was only true in faith. for someone else, but not for me. The moon landing on TV, they really went, just trust me. They showed us what the Earth looks like from space. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. I thought globe Earth was more or less an obvious thing. The more I see, the less I understand. They couldn't be lying. There's too many involved. There is no way that this is fake. 'Cause I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Think they're out to get me. That's the way it seems. Flat Earth has haunted all my dreams. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. I think it's real, but I'm a believer. I couldn't prove it if I tried. Then I saw the globe. Now I'm a believer. Not a trace of doubt in my mind. Yes, I saw the globe. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm a believer. I'm a believer. Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their cocktails causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, globe earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Clover? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance. Even in perfect weather,
The obvious question is, okay, you've been a senior CIA officer, and do you believe this? Yes, I believe this. However, let me clarify that 90% of the people in CIA are good people trapped in a bad system, and there are at least 7 CIAs, okay? So CIA is not a monolithic organization. Also, when we, against the orders of President Truman, when Allen Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy O'Brien has said so clearly, that's where the bulk of the mind control has been done. So just to mention the 7 CIAs as a partial and very brief answer to your question. When Allen Dulles brought in all the Nazi scientists and so forth, they went to 2 places. They went to CIA and they went to the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, which in our world we call it not a space agency. And as Kathy
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction.
Okay, can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached.
No,
if that makes sense.
We get that. We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
True Facts versus Modern Theories was published in 1895 by William Carpenter. Compare the following startling discrepancies between the true facts and the modern theories, and then say if it is not a national disgrace that we should prefer such baseless superstitions for the mere credit's sake of a few infidel scientists. Modern astronomy and its crafty or most deluded sycophants teach that the sun is stationary and the center of the planetary or celestial bodies, and that it is over 1 million miles larger than the Earth, whereas it is not 1,000th part of its size, is constantly moving in spiral orbits, round and over the face of the motionless Earth, increasing the latitude of those orbits about 10 or 11 miles every day, from June to December, and decreasing them in the same proportion from December to June. The astronomers now teach that the sun's distance from the Earth is from 92 to 93 million miles, whereas it is proved to be under 2,400 miles, and the stars and planets even less than that. So far from the Earth being a planet and, quote, very much inferior in size to all the other planets but Mars, it is no part at all of the celestial system, but is wholly distinct and far superior in size and character to all the planets put together, which exhibit very little variety in size among themselves, and no parallax whatsoever, when viewed under any possible conditions. The astronomers again assert the Earth to be a revolving and rotating globe with an axial speed of over 1,000 miles an hour, and an orbital speed of over 1,000 miles per minute, whereas it is an absolutely motionless plane, surrounded by a barrier of impassable icebergs, extending into unknown regions where day and night come to an end, or in other words, cease to be distinguished, and will only be removed when there shall be no more sea, and a new firmament and a new earth shall replace this sin-stained and misused world. The astronomers teach an atmospheric pressure of 15 pounds on the square inch, whereas it does not amount to half as many grains. Gravitation, central, is the wildest fiction ever invented. All attraction, solar, lunar, central, and magnetic, is purely conjectural and physically impossible. The astronomers further declare that this globe has no material support, but is sustained and controlled in its terrific orbits by solar attractions only, at a distance of nearly 100 million miles, although Sir Isaac Newton himself declares the idea was, quote, grossly preposterous and discreditable to any rational mind, meaning, of course, that the centripetal and centrifugal forces were hypothetical conditions only, and like all the other data on which the Copernican theory was founded, were purely geometrical devices, which no one in their sober senses ever thought could be illustrated by an appeal to facts. But such was the ignorance or bigotry of his professional friends that they would not allow even Sir Isaac Newton himself to publish his repeated disclaimers of being anything more than a mathematical inventor or formulator of a system which was in no degree dependent on the truth of his premises. The rank absurdity and downright impossibility of any one of its most elementary conditions, and the fact that no man of honor or scientific reputation would venture openly to defend it, ought to secure the instant rejection of it by every lover of truth in the world. The whole thing lies in a nutshell. All that is insisted upon is that results or conclusions drawn from conjectural theories of philosophy, however plausible and apparently simple they may be, are wholly worthless and unworthy of any claim to rank as true science, till they have been proved correct by actual experimental demonstration, and can be thus confirmed and illustrated as often as their truth is challenged or denied. Even if a theory be true in the abstract, yet, if incapable of practical demonstration, it is not science, merely to suppose or assert it to be true. Newton himself was too sound a philosopher to attempt to illustrate the truth of the globular theory. He repeatedly discouraged all discussion, and if left to himself, would never have attached his name or sanction to such a bungling absurdity. This is the ground on which the Zetetics take their stand, and all the professors in the kingdom will strive in vain to dislodge them, and what is more, they are too cowardly
do you guys feed your cats fancy feast, or is there a better cat food out there?
The public press is ashamed to announce it, although the globular theory has been shown to be a pagan superstition, unscriptural, irrational, unscientific, and physically impossible. The true cosmogony of the universe should be the primary subject, and one which ought to take precedence of every other on which the mind of a child can possibly be engaged. Ignorance of its true nature is a
you
gross
guys
scandal
know,
on all connected with any phase of
so
education,
I don't know if you
either
guys have
religious
ever
or
been,
secular, in the
but
imposition of a
there
fraud which
was
the
a
intelligent
zoo
child
in
soon
the
learns
Tower
to
of
detect,
London,
exerts a positive injury
and
on the mind
they
all
were
through
able
life.
to get an
At the
ostrich.
present moment, there is not a teacher
And
in
the
the
people
kingdom
thought
who
that
would
this
venture to prove
bird
himself familiar
literally
with the most
would
elementary principles
eat
of natural
iron,
science.
and that's how
And
it
yet
would get
the writer is
sustenance.
abused for declaring
And
the
guess
world
how it
is full of
died?
knaves
People
or
kept feeding
dunces.
it nails.
Even savages never boast of being wiser than they are, or teach their children what they know to be untrue. Never before was there such a fuss made about education. Do we really know, or only think we know? Or is it learn, 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 and leave off no wiser than before? If bricks and mortar could make brains, if fine buildings could ensure great thoughts, if learned professors knew all that they profess, Thomas Carlyle would have belied his countrymen when he said we were a nation of mostly fools. What is our standard of true knowledge? An imperfect standard is as misleading as defective weights. If we deal with false analogies, we are only comparing true metal with an ingenious counterfeit. What are we aiming at by these remarks? We mean to say, and are able to prove, that at this moment we are living in an age of shams and false pretenses, and that we are totally unfamiliar with the most elementary conditions of some of the most important subjects that can possibly occupy the attention of a professedly intelligent and commercial nation. That even our clergy and theological professors do not yet understand the teaching of the Mosaic records. That our schoolmasters, on some subjects, do not understand or know more than their pupils. That even our nautical charts and tables would discredit a nation of savages. And that our geography and astronomy are just where they were left by our university authorities of 200 years ago, and that the most eminent of our educational professors would not now venture to defend what our poor children are compelled to carry with them through life. What shall we say to those quote-unquote scientific journalists and reviewers who who persistently discourage any desire for discussion or ventilation of this important subject? Is it to hide their own ignorance, or to display a mock contempt for any suggestion that runs counter to popular prejudice or opinion? Or do they go so far as to imply that they cannot find among their numerous literary connections one individual writer who has intelligence enough to maintain his ground in a discussion with an honest opponent? It is a gross fraud on the credulity of the public, as well as on the helplessness of childhood, to enforce the acceptance of certain teaching which they are too ignorant to explain or too cowardly to defend. If modern astronomical science could be shown to be demonstrably true, how glorious would be the victory, and how dire our confusion! But till they cease their insolent taunts, and courteously show us our error, and the inutility of our opposition, we shall certainly not cease to regard them as vanquished foes who lack the moral courage to acknowledge their defeat. And we can but trust that when Professor this or Professor that ventures to pose as a scientist or as an oracle on scientific subjects, he will learn to exhibit a little more modesty, and confess that for once in his life he had to bow to the superior influence of common sense, and above
Hello, my name is Gene Gilmore. My birth given name is Eugene Reuben Akers. I don't want any money for what I'm doing because hopefully this video won't come out until after my death. So I have nothing to gain, nothing to profit by telling you what I'm going to tell you. And a lot of what I'm going to tell you is available online until they see this video. And I'm sure things will start getting scrubbed. As well as moon photos. But anyway, my father in 1968 was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. I made notes on my computer so that I wouldn't forget anything, because there's a lot of little things and stuff that I'd forget. So these notes were made a long time ago. The original recording that my father made on his deathbed was destroyed in a fire. So this is my deathbed confession, because now I'm dying of cancer. I've got cancer all over the place, and they don't know where it's coming from, and I don't know if they can stop it, but it don't look good. So I'm going to go ahead and make this video for Bart Cybrell. He knows not to do anything with it until notification of my death, for which my son will respond to that. Okay, like I said, in 1968, my father was stationed at Cannon Air Force Base in New Mexico. We lived in Clovis, New Mexico. He was in the military police for over 20 years. And on his deathbed in 2002, we made a recording of what happened. Now, I already told you what happened to the recording. But it doesn't matter, because all the facts are there, so it doesn't matter who's telling the story or whatever. I will, at the end of the video, I'll supply a picture of my father, his badge, the flag of when they buried him. I'll show you some photos of my dad. I was born in 1955. So in 1969, I was 14 years old. I vividly remember the Apollo 11 coming down, landing on the moon, they're walking around and all that stuff. Anyway, I never questioned that until my dad told me what he told me on his deathbed. And then I started doing a little, nothing major, nothing, just surfing the web, I think they call it, surfing the web. And a lot of that information's right there on the web. I mean, it verifies the story that he told me. A good detective, a good one, would be able to uncover a lot more of the story that I'm getting ready to tell you. So, please have at it. I've never known my dad to lie. To get caught lying was worse than whatever it was you did to begin with. I remember going to school with long sleeve shirts on to hide the purple welts. You did not lie in our house, that's for sure. Dad had a really bad attitude towards lying. Excuse me again. Okay. Anyway, this is the story that my dad told me on his deathbed. Project Slam Dunk was the name of this. President Johnson in 1968. Okay. In Cannon Air Force Base in 1968, he said by the time he got there, that there was already 2 large hangars that were connected. There was hundreds of dump trucks that came in and dumped sand and stone, and cement powder was powdered over the top of all that to make it look like a lunar landscape. They had men that fashioned it into a lunar landscape, he said. Okay, I've never known my dad to lie, so this all took me by surprise. You know, what's that all about? So anyway, he said that in front of the airplane hangars was pole framing with large canvas tents that was concealing the inside of the staging area. Inside the staging area, on flatbed trucks, was created the lunar lander that was reassembled back inside the hangars. All of the walls were painted flat black, and the ceilings as well. He was sworn to secrecy by the NSA, and they would put him in prison for breaking that oath. When Dad saw the moon landing on TV, he cried. He said he knew that what he had witnessed on TV was exactly what they recorded in that hangar. There was no reason for them to go flying around and everything. They had detailed high-definition photos of the landing area. There was no reason for them to go flying around to a different landing area that almost exhausted their fuel, except for drama, because everything had gone so smoothly. Nothing, so it had to be something. Anyway, Dad was one of 3 guards that guarded the inside of the front entrance. There was a list of 15 people who could enter. No one else was allowed by order of President Johnson. And here is that list. And I gave it to Bart Cybrell as well. And he checked out a lot of these names, and he says he can verify a lot of these people and what they do. And I come across a couple myself. Anyway, President Johnson, Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, Werner von Braun, Robert Emenegger, Gene Kranz, James Webb, Joe Kerwin, Dr. Thomas Paine, Glenn Looney, Dr. Christopher Kraft, Dr. James Van Allen, General Trudeau, Lieutenant Colonel Donald Simon, and Grant Norrie. Now, the only 2 that I really have information on is Robert Emenegger. Apparently, he did a lot of video work and stuff for the Department of Defense. So the DoD did know him. Okay, and the other one was Grant Norrie, Norray, I believe. Was to the best of my dad's knowledge, was a like some FBI, CIA, NSA, who knows, something like that. Okay, President Johnson only showed up for the first day of filming. Filming lasted for 3 days, and the entire project was restored to original. In other words, the hangars were all taken apart, the sand was all removed, and so on and so forth. Okay. Dad said there was a lot of building going on at the base, so at the time, so sand and cement powder was never questioned. I can see how they could smuggle that all in within everything else that's going on. Since 2002, I have dug up, I already told you about that, the evidence for the moon landing that I have found. If you go to Google and go to Cannon Air Force Base website, they admit that President Johnson was there. The lunar lander was there. The astronauts were there. I also have verified some of the people on the list were there. I also verified there are a lot of building going on in the base, just as he had told me. And all of this was going on at the same time, on the same date. Dad told me all these things father to son. He also told me not to ever tell anyone what he had said, but he said on his deathbed that he had to tell somebody before he died because it was just too important not to tell. I sure as hell wasn't going to tell anybody. Yeah, I feared for my wife and me and my son, and I'll tell you why. Ever since I contacted Bart Sabrell, I think they may be listening to his phone once in a while, because I never had any problems until I contacted him and told him my story. Now, people broke into my house 2 times. I was visited by men with black suits, and I was told in no uncertain terms to drop this whole project, not to say any more to anybody, or me and my wife and my son could disappear. You take that pretty literally after everything that's going on. Well, so I stopped contacting Bart, and now I'm making this video that I'm going to send to Bart. Mr. Sabrell, excuse me. Bart's my brother, man. My brother in heart, my brother in Jesus, okay? Bart, being a good friend that he is, called the police for me and told them about the break-ins. The 2 detectives that came out and everything questioned me and everything like that, I didn't give them any information at all. At the time, I thought it was a test from them guys in the black suits. I didn't say crap. So all that went away and everything, but it definitely, the 2 guys in the black suits were not the 2 detectives that came out to question me about the break-ins. But thanks, Bart. But no, I don't want any help. I just want somebody to pick up where I left off and be able to prove with the information I've given. And I'm trying to give as much as I can because I know that once I die, I'm not going to be able to be asked any questions. So that's why I tried to give you a little backstory too. But that's about all I can think of. My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie to me. And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling me was true, I realized my dad wasn't lying. I lifted the lid off my dad's case, and you can see that his name is Cyrus Eugene Akers. He was born on July 17th, 1933. He died on September 28th, 2002. Here's his badge, and I wanted to see if I could get as close as possible so that you can read the numbers on the bottom, which are, okay, there it is. (07596) 07596.
That's my dad. And it must have been a really early picture because he's only got 2 stripes. So that was back in the 50s, I'm sure. Probably not long after I was born. And there he is. That's my father.
My dad, he raised me by the book. I know he didn't lie to me. And as I started seeing more and more of what he was telling me was true, I realized my dad wasn't lying.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
And to be fair, it wasn't him. It was some other great ball. But you did say that it was it has been detected, but that hasn't been determined or put forward in this conversation. And someone else pointed that out in the chat and said he says they detect curvature, but that hasn't been purported or even presented in this conversation this far.
What? What did he say?
Yeah, it's rewind time.
Right there.
Again, I wouldn't say we don't detect curvature. I'd say we detect curvature, it's just not always in the same location. I still
that's ontologically absurd to conduct. I've addressed this multiple times. It's ontologically absurd.
I disagree.
Because either the Earth is a sphere and it is moving location between the hours within the day or on various days within the week. The surface, the size of the Earth is changing size by miles every day of the week or every several hours within the day. Or
I'll let you finish.
The surface of the Earth is not curving, and the optical phenomenon that is the horizon appears to be in different locations, given the behavior of light, given the medium that it's in, and given the function of our eyes.
Are those the only two possibilities?
For the surface?
Yes.
Gotcha, bitch.
Detect.
Why wouldn't you just present that if it has been detected?
I don't believe I've said that.
Right there.
Again, I wouldn't say we don't detect curvature. I'd say we detect curvature, it's just not always in the same location.
Why you always lying? Oh my God. Stop fucking lying.
What is your profession?
brought more soldiers.
Andrew, do you believe the Earth is flat or round, spherical, globe?
Round.
You believe it's round, right? But when you walk outside, it feels like it's flat.
Brother, and I
It looks flat, it feels flat, but you believe it's round. Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Because I have personal experience that would prove to me that the Earth is round.
Oh, you have personal experience. What happened? Did you go up to the fucking moon? Is that how you figured it out?
Exactly. I flew up into space and I looked down on Earth and I saw a big circle.
That's crazy. Okay, you don't have to. Hey, listen, you don't have to concede on that point, but I think you and I both understand the importance of scientific, the importance of empirical evidence in that one, right? Or you know,
all our fun.
Science.
Turn up truth. Are you there? You have control of your mic.
Yo.
Oh.
What's up?
Welcome to the server.
What?
Welcome to the server.
Welcome. I think you should take a look at my rolls, sir.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see any rolls.
Yeah, I've been here quite a long time.
I didn't scroll that far down. I don't think we've had the pleasure of talking.
No, I haven't been around for a while. But if you're asking, I absolutely do think that the Earth is definitely a ball.
Doesn't show that. Judging by your rolls.
No, it's definitely a ball. I mean, there's science and stuff, so, I mean, you guys lose, so.
Can't argue with science, can you?
Yeah, I know, right? It's science, guys. It's science. That's better than God, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Science doesn't lie.
No, neither the governments. They only have your best interest at heart. So you guys should listen to them.
Yeah, they're there for the betterment of man.
Yeah, you betcha. The fuck they are. Fuckers can go fucking die for all I give a shit.
And what's kept you away for so long?
I've got I got my own server of people that I usually stick with, but due to the time differences between us, I sometimes leave myself at night when they're all gone to bed or they're not around. So I usually either come over here or a couple other servers that I go, but the other servers kind of dead right now. So I figured I'd see what the hell's going on over here at the old 24/7 2.0.
Pretty quiet at the moment. If you want to drop your server in the voice chat, that'd be good. If you want.
I would have to talk to my guys about that. But
that's all right. No worries.
That's awesome. But yeah, we definitely went to the moon, and there's stuff up there. Checked.
Yeah, they left a mirror up there too.
Yeah. There's definitely another side of the moon. You just can't see it. So, but you should believe it's there, though.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, that would be ridiculous just to have like a half a fucking sphere floating in the sky, right? Of course, it's a whole sphere, right?
Of course, they landed on it, so we know.
Yeah. Right? It's so easy to walk on spheres. I mean, I remember last week when I was walking on a sphere, and I mean, it was pretty nice. So.
Yeah, well, we walk on spheres every day, don't we?
Mm-hmm. The fuck we do. I'll tell you this though. I will fucking give credit where credit's due, and I'll give respect where respect is due. They are a bunch of evil motherfuckers. They are. They've done some pretty fucking horrible shit in this place. But, like I say, you gotta give credit where credit's due. I don't know.
Ingenious plan, yeah?
I don't know how they did it. And honestly, I think it's too late to even fucking care about why.
Yeah.
But I don't understand how the fuck these people were managed to pull off such a sham as making, not you all, but making the world believe that they live in a place that they fucking don't. That is a fucking good trick, my friend. Fucking kudos to you. Like a city or something? I mean, any idiot could probably take over a fucking city. That's just like a cult. But the whole world? That's a fucking feat. And I don't know how the hell they fucking managed to pull that shit off.
I'm in agreement with you there, mate.
Like, think about it. This is a big fucking place. This is not just a fucking walk in the park place. There's a lot here. And the fact that they were able to not only hide some of it, that's another thing. The fact that they're able to keep us right where they want us. And to be honest with you, it's kind of half our fault because we helped them do it. Not knowingly, right?
Help them
obviously.
or let them?
Well, technically helping. I mean, going to work for all these places that, hello, they own, they run. right? No, I mean, they run. So, I mean, just follow the chain, right? But to make everybody think that they're in a place like the number one thing that I try to avoid, because it's been a while since I've been confronted with the whole, flat Earth thing. But the biggest thing that I find that people have a hard time with, and it's visual, so I get it. I get it. But when you say something to somebody who believes in that stuff, something like, well, I don't believe in space, and you just happen to be outside at nighttime, and you say that to this person, what do you think that they're immediately going to do? They're going to immediately look up. And they're going to immediately look back down at you, and they're going to say these words, I guarantee it. So what are you saying? That shit that's not there? No. Why do you gotta be so fucking illogical? Don't be an idiot. I'm not saying the fucking sky isn't there. That shit is obviously there because we're looking at it. I'm just saying that what you were told, what you're looking at up there, is not really looking like it's what they told you. And then they go, well, how do you know? I'm like, that's a good question. I don't. 100%, I don't. However, I know 100% when it's fucking not.
So it is Speculation Sunday, and I did want to just throw this out there. There's a reason why this has been brought to the public's attention. Flat Earth. I'm of the mind to think that they brought this to our attention on purpose.
Oh, of course. They don't do.
They're gonna always be a few steps ahead of us. So what would you speculate that the reason they would bring this to the attention of the public, so that our main goal, of course, is to get people to talk about this, the subject, so they can see the rationality of it. But we're so busy trying to teach the opposing side's views, because they don't even usually know their own worldview, that we can't even get to the actual conversation most of the time, and it's aggravating.
Right. Okay, so in that aspect, because I've run into that several times in, it's going on fucking 7 years now. Lots changed. The tactics that are used, say, in 2015 or even 2017 have changed. Everything's changed. Look around. Look what COVID, I'm sorry to bring this up, but look what COVID did to everything, to every place. You want to know where I sit on why they're bringing something like this to our attention? It's simple, and it may not satisfy you, but it is essentially the point what you're looking for. And the answer is simple. It's division. They don't want us to be able to come together. The second we realize that we are stronger together and actually assemble, guys, none of these little tiny fucking little shops that we gotta fucking shut down all at the same time. And if that's not a feat that we can reach, we quite possibly could be stuck in this situation for a really long time. Division. If they keep us divided, they continue to be able to do what they're doing.
Well, I see even flat earthers have that mindset of us versus them, but we're all just regular everyday folks usually. So I don't necessarily like that mindset, but I'm guilty of it, so I'm not gonna act like I'm all high and mighty. I think that the division part is, yeah, kind of a given, but I think that, of course, there's more to it.
There may be more to it, but the big point of it is because now I'll ask this question, and then anybody in the chat can answer this question. When you're growing up in school, and you are given the image or even a description of what Earth was or looked like or how it functioned or any of that stuff, how many options were given to you to decide from?
0 or 1. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, I'd say that they brought up the other worldview, but they did it in ridicule, like, you know, they're like, we used to think this, but now we know better.
Right. Okay. That's actually a really good point, and I'm glad that you said it exactly like that. That's how they did it. They're telling you the truth, but the way that they tell you it, that's not how it is. Everything's changed now. It was that, but stuff has changed. Okay, so we all know that there are plenty of stories that date way back to before any fucking globe was even concepted. So, obviously, this is a conception that has recently been done, which is another thing that you have to look at because a lot of people think it's hard to take a big group of people like the world and do what they did. It is. However, hello, look the fuck around. They still did it. So it's not impossible. It's hard, but it's not impossible.
The genius thing that they did was...
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were done, and I started talking.
Well, I was just going to say, they did that to the world. And from what we know, and you got to keep that in mind, from what we know, they only have about roughly 500 some years.
Yeah.
Now, 500 years is a fucking long time, guys. 10 years is a long time, guys.
But we're talking about generation. All you got to do is take care of a generation.
That's right. And guess what? Teachers in schools everywhere for years, decades, have been teaching lies without even knowing they're lying.
Yeah. I think the genius thing that they did is that whatever they had before, or maybe they had more than we, of course they did, but they had more technology than we knew of, and we're using it because they had the funding to test these things. So we've got to keep that in mind. Their innovation was money driven, and they have all this technology, and they associate it with the vacuum of space and the globe Earth in general. So when you talk to your regular run of the mill person, they're like, what am I holding in? What's in my pocket? This is, because we're so technologically advanced and we've got satellites, and they associate it like that globe Earth, the vacuum of space, with the technological advancements that we have, which have nothing to do with the globe Earth or the vacuum of space.
You shut it all down, and this goes way back. This is the oldest. This is the oldest tactic that I know of that shuts it down. If you want to look at it like that, because this goes for fucking everybody, including those people that say that they've been to space. Okay, keep this in mind. None of you fuckers, not one of you fuckers in this goddamn Discord has been far enough away to even remotely get fucking even a sliver of an image of the whole cocksucking thing. Okay? It's not a possibility for one thing. It's not
Either
has
of you,
anything
you
to
fucker.
even if space was real.
Why are you
Even
calling
if
us
you had,
fuckers?
because the mentality. I'm not calling you guys
Well, you
fuckers.
said every fucker. You said every fucker in
putting
this
myself
Discord.
in their
What's that
position,
supposed to
right?
mean?
I'm putting myself in their position, right? So when they think of all these tactics, they're thinking, "Oh, these little fuckers," right? Because if they think that if you guys or all of us, the world, if they're not smart enough to figure it out, then they deserve what's coming. They put it in your face every day purposely. We know this. I actually told somebody today something that he didn't realize, and it kind of shook his world a little bit, which I'm kind of glad. He said something about the news. And I said, you know, you don't watch the news, right? He goes, "Oh, sometimes." I said, okay, good, because you do realize, oh, it doesn't give you negativity, right? Well, yeah, I guess I can kind of see that. See, you know what news is not a word, right? He goes, what? Yeah, news isn't a word. It's actually an abbreviation. For what? Okay, well, what exactly does the news do? I don't know. But pretty sure it tells you stuff about what's going on around the world, right? So check this out. The news is actually north, east, west, and south. Kind of convenient, isn't it? Just little tiny things that are literally right in front of your fucking face. And if you don't figure it out in their minds, like back to the fuckers thing, you fuckers deserve what's coming. I don't agree with that. This is the whole back to the reason why we need to figure out a way to eliminate this division thing. There's one thing that I always say, and this will be the last thing that I say, and somebody else can take the floor. It doesn't matter if you think the Earth is a globe. It doesn't matter if you think it's hollow. It doesn't matter if you think it's convex. It doesn't matter if you think we're in a cave. It's flat. I need your piece of the puzzle, because there's a picture that I'm trying to build. And regardless of what you think the Earth is, I still need your piece of the puzzle. So I openly welcome everybody's opinion, because if I don't, I'm not going to ever get the whole picture.
Yeah,
And now
that goes back to my point that we were exposed to this information on purpose, allegedly, speculating here. That they presented this information to the public so that I mean, they're gauging what we're doing, because we are doing something about the information that we have. I don't know if we're going about it the right way. We're doing it the best that we can. I mean, we can only do what we can do. But I like to think of it in a bigger picture form. Like, what was the point? Why would they reveal this information to us on the grander scale, which can't divine anyone's thoughts, but a lot of information out there, and books and stuff from the past that it seems like they are following a plan to a T. With that in mind, I think that we would be very wise to get a couple steps ahead on that front. I don't know.
Good evening, everyone.
A blind spot.
Anyone hear the thumping sound? Or is it just me?
Yeah, it's coming from Turn Up Truth. I think he's got some music on the background.
No, it's my charging cable.
Oh,
no worries.
Sorry. It had a beat to it, so
yeah, like a beep, 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 beep. Yeah, it's annoying.
It was more of a bass drum than anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's gone now, though, right?
Yeah. No, it's good now.
Okay.
All right, so let's say you get this information, yeah? You're going to say, I get a little bit from this guy, a little bit from that guy, a little bit from this guy, a little bit from this guy. Then you say, okay, I've got the whole picture. But it ends up not being the whole picture. Then are you in a different situation than you were before you didn't know the previous information?
that's true. The way that they go, the plans that I've read are carried out to a T, though. And it is a little vague, but there is like a certain goal that's being reached, and it's been successful so far.
What's that
I think
goal?
that I don't want to say it over the live stream because it kind of just
debauchery and take everyone's mind away from God, or deeper?
Well, I mean,
Can you
at
get
a
deeper
certain
than
point, it's not going to matter because they'll probably just kill you anyway. So if you're going to be a problem, they'll take you out of the equation, like they always have.
I just noticed we've got Day and Grillo in the chat. Both VC verified, no roles. Didn't know if you guys wanted to say hi or chime in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit them up. Blind spot.
Welcome.
Grilo. You say Grillo. It's Grilo in Portuguese is cricket. He's from Brazil. He did say he's gonna smoke something and he will return. Let's see.
Okay. Happy smoking. Day, how about you? Welcome to the server. Want to chime in? Nope. Want to chime in? You don't have to, but we'd love to chat with you.
So, and then back to that conversation, you say you start collecting truth and this and that. What do you do with the truth? What can you do?
If we start telling people the events to come, and the only way to prove that they will is that they will come. Maybe that would be a good, I don't know, like a good conversation to be having with people is tell them events that are to come.
Now, and then I was going to, is that our responsibility?
No, but neither is telling people about this either. Just we feel competitive.
Do we, in the end, do we make people change their mind?
Nope.
Or are they destined to change their mind anyway?
That's a good possibility that people that are, there's some people that are chosen to be able to receive this knowledge and accept it for what it is, and there's some people that will receive it not very well and reject it with every form of their being. So
So
I don't
whether
know.
we push
It's
and
inter-
push and push, it may not make a difference. I don't know the answers to these questions.
I know.
I'm just asking the
Like
question.
your challenge. That's why I even brought it up.
Yeah. Are they going to receive the information if they're not ready to receive the information? Therefore, if you push the information on someone who's not ready to receive the information, it's like is it a useless feat sometimes, or do you keep going because you might hit someone who's ready to receive that information? You
Yeah.
get 100 people through and you get one that receives it.
Yeah, that's
Then it's
so.
all worth it, yeah?
Yeah, it's so funny though when people come in here to the server and they're like, "I don't care. I don't care either way." And I'm like, it makes no sense that you come here on your own and you don't care about the subject. Makes no sense.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't have all the answers. I could definitely keep doing more research, like always. Just I like having time with them. It doesn't seem something that I can just dive into anymore. I gave up a whole year of my life researching that. I didn't give it up. Let me rephrase what I said. I spent like a whole year deep dive researching so much stuff. It did kind of put a damper on my relationship with my husband for a little bit there. So
Yeah.
I can't just dive into it all the time. That's why I love being on here, because I'm introduced to a lot of information from all of you that I can go check out for myself.
Yeah.
And I don't necessarily stumble across it. It's it's all here. But there are some subjects that I think would tie into the whole grand scheme of things, with flat Earth being a part of it, that we can't really discuss on the live stream, even for speculation.
Yeah.
But I think if you know some information that others don't, that it's probably the better thing to do is to give that information if you've verified it, anyways, or that it's self and people just seem to be missing it. I do feel kind of obliged to at least try to get the information out.
Sometimes I question it and wonder whether it's a senseless feat, and then two minutes later I say, no, it's not.
Well, we have so many, not so many. We have more trolls come in here than not, but every now and then you get somebody and they give you the reason why you do it. They give you the example of the reason why we do what we do.
It's a magical spell called consensus. Consensus is a very, very, very powerful fucking word.
Well, yeah, because people are prone to groupthink.
Oh, yes, they are.
It's just ends up being another word for peer pressure.
You betcha. That's exactly what it is.
Mob.
And I don't want to be stupid, so I'm gonna, even if it's fucking not true, I don't want to be stupid. I'm gonna believe these guys.
All my mates think that this is the truth, so therefore I'm gonna say it's the truth, even though
it's wrong.
I might not believe it.
Little do they know, when they get to the pearly gates and God opens up that book, it's going to be like, hey, you want to tell me about this situation me here? You gotta have the answers.
Well, you gotta imagine how weak somebody has to be, like mentally and spiritually bankrupt, to feel like they have to just follow suit. It's wild to me. It's wild.
It's wild now, but before
it was never like this. In my years, I've never seen it this fucking bad. It is fucking so bad. I can't, there's not even any words for how bad people blindly do as they're told. They don't.
Is it really that bad, though?
It is so bad. People will do as they're told. It has gotten to the point where it's so bad that I could stand out in front of a store with a lint roller, and I could ask a whole whack load of people to put out their arms, and I bet you not one of those people is gonna stop me or not comply, or I guarantee you they're just gonna let me lint roll them. They're not gonna ask why, and the people behind them are just gonna start walking up with their arms already out because the people in front of them, that's what they're doing. That is ridiculous. And guess what? The guy that's lint rolling doesn't even work there. He's just standing there lint rolling people, for Christ's sakes. The fuck are you lint rolling people for? And why is nobody asking questions? It's ridiculous.
You're so right. That's funny how you said it, but that is completely true. That's exactly how people do. It's behavior. It's on point.
Like, they've robbed us so much. It's almost like our brains are just like, man, like, seriously, another day of this shit? Like, man, just accept it. You're fucking defeated. We can't win. Like, come on, brain. Come on. We got this. Oh, no.
But it doesn't necessarily make these people bad. Or it doesn't make it bad.
I mean,
what you're saying.
I mean, doesn't it though?
I don't know. The way I look at life, it's I don't know. It's a pretty good life, man. And like, yeah, there is lies out there and stuff like that, but most people you meet in public are generally nice people. So we've got that to go for. The conditions that we live in aren't as difficult as they used to be. Got that to be a positive. Not scrounging around looking for food. We've got plumbing. We've got things like that. So you want to look at a few things and go, okay, we're living pretty comfortable compared to other times in life. So.
Yeah, and that's the problem.
Why? Why is that a problem?
Okay. Compared to today, as opposed to, let's say, 1990, it's fucking so easy to do stuff today. We can pay for stuff with pieces of you do all this stuff, okay. But guess what is missing? Guess what they're taking by all of this fancy technology? They're taking away your brain.
Yeah, you can counteract that.
You can by not fucking doing any of their fucking bullshit and keeping in mind that you have what? 5 senses.
Yeah. So if you do that, then what's bad about you having plumbing, electricity, and things like that?
I didn't say all that shit was bad.
But you said everything is bad. I'm just pointing out that not everything is bad.
I didn't say all that shit was bad. I'm saying that by giving us the stuff that they have given us today, the versions of what we've already developed, yes, they're much easier and more comfortable. But guess what? People are a whole lot lazier now because of all these stupid fucking inventions, which makes people stupider, which now look at the world. Hello. There's a lot of stupid people walking around. And that's due to the fact that we have lost the ability to, I don't know, manual labor is something that I think is a must. We don't need fucking machines to do that shit. Yeah, it makes it easier. Yeah, time goes by a whole lot quicker, but we're losing the values of what makes us fucking like. Look how fucking strong these people were back in the day. We're a bunch of bitches now. I'm sorry to say it, but we are. They've made it too comfortable. We're too fucking lazy. We need to get back into the feet of things. You need to be able to grow your own food. They've robbed that shit from me. Like back in the day, bro, you were mandatorily supposed to section off a part of your property to grow hemp. Mandatory. Where'd that shit go? Why are we not using hemp? Well, we know why we're not using hemp, but I just have to say it like that. All these stupid fucking things that would make the world run a whole lot easier, and they're just not being done. Why? Greed.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Right?
I got cut off.
Stupid reasons. Stupid reasons. And as far as I'm concerned, one group of people or even one person, that's nobody should be running anything. We're a smart group of fucking people. We can self-govern.
What is self-govern? Because eventually there's going to be someone who's going to be a leader. Yeah, it's a natural progression. Is that the strongest, smartest, most innovative person becomes a leader? Yeah. People end up looking up to someone, so you end up with government in the end anyway. So some type of government.
See, you can look up to people all you want, but it's a certain type of mindset that takes a hold of that leadership and abuses the fucking snot out of it. Because a real leader always puts everybody except himself first, because that's what a fucking leader does. Takes care of his team first before himself.
Yeah, but there's always someone that's going to take advantage of the situation, aren't they? Probably the biggest, strongest guy there, usually.
Well, that very well may be the case. But guess what? Eventually down the line, shit's going to start fucking getting better. Because there are way too fucking many of them to just... Like, in my personal opinion, I think we're too late. I think they have
what?
They have too much control. They have they've got the air, the land, and the sea. I mean,
but if you go and live the way you want to live, then they don't have any control over you. Yeah, you got to be in the system a little bit, but like if you just want to go and live the way you live, like, that's fine. Do that.
I think you might be missing the point here. The point I'm trying to make is that...
Well, you're talking about a utopia, but a utopia can't exist. Yeah?
Okay, and why?
Because eventually... So let's say you end up... everyone brings a skill to a community. And then they start trading in skills. And then everyone starts gaining things like, that one's got a nice house, that one's got this, that one's got that. And then a group of people who don't have that much band together and start taking things off people who have more. And then they take over. What has that done again? Because it's always going to happen. You're going to get these guys who haven't worked as hard, but they're bigger and stronger and more violent. They'll come along, take over the harmonious community, and create a government or a dictatorship. And then you're back to square one again, but probably even worse, because if you don't go along with what they say, then you're going to get murdered. Yeah. So your utopia turns into a chaotic, lawless environment.
Yeah, I think the answer is why can't we have a utopia is because we're humans. Sadly,
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah.
That's correct. Now,
Yeah.
we can get along.
I agree with that. Most people can. 99% of people can do the right thing. I agree with that.
Right. Right. And that is
It's
the
in our
number
nature to
one
be
thing
nice.
they don't want.
Yeah.
They don't want us to get along. They want stupid words to be put in place like race or gender. It's fun for them to sit back and watch all these stupid little arguments that as long as you guys are fighting each other, they don't gotta fight shit.
That's why I don't agree with Globers bad people.
Well, I didn't say that they're bad people. They've just been misguided. That's all.
No, I didn't say that. Yeah, I didn't say that you did. I was just saying, a lot of people will say they're evil and stuff like that. I don't agree with that. I think they just haven't
Everyone was a
heard
Glober at some point.
anything. Yeah, correct. Because that just creates more division. Yeah. Flat Earthers versus Globers. Yeah, I can get frustrated with them at times, but doesn't mean I hate them or wish any harm on them. That would be counterintuitive of what we've actually learned about the flat Earth.
Timbo, imagine that you are whatever in this is 2023, and
Like gender fluid.
Imagine that you are some normie person, but really normie. That means why should you look into flat Earth even?
Yeah, well, you got no need.
Because it's like
gotta,
even if it's there somewhere, if you catch some title flat Earth, I mean, why? Because maybe you will maybe only say, not nothing, even maybe 10 seconds of nothing.
Shit. Yeah.
And then even not that, 10 seconds of, okay, doesn't matter, you go on. Now you go on and you think about food, about, I don't know, you don't think about, you don't want, you don't have, why you need to look into that?
Yeah. And they keep you comfortable, then you don't need to look anywhere else for anything.
I didn't in the first place, but I did because I'm somehow everything I wanted to know what at least a little bit what is going on. But for example, if I don't know, let's put it like this: travel, beaches. I don't know anything. You understand me? Why you not look in devil and beaches and I don't know and wizards? Maybe you will find something. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
I think it's a good point. It goes back to the
Black
lint
magic.
roller example that that Truth was given there a minute ago, or Turn Up Truth, about the lint rollers, right? Where people just hold their arms out, right? Well,
yeah,
those aren't bad people. They just and we already discussed what Flatsy mentioned, or you did too, Timbo. They had no other options. They're only given one option, right? So as far as their day's concerned, they're concerned about when's the next cheer practice, when's the PTA meeting. I got to get up for work tomorrow, right? So it's not like there's any bad intentions, right? They literally don't even know there's something else to care about, you know?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I will give you another example. All activists or peace activists. That means the people who are on the field and working that somewhere that they want to stop the conflict, but they are there. You know, they are doing something very good. Let's say, not let's say, they are people who are doing something for the peace. They are. I did it in a past, in 20 years ago. That means you are in that. You don't look in something. I don't know how to explain. You don't look for other conflicts. If you are in Israel, you look only in that conflict. You don't look now in what is going on in Ukraine. You know, you are there. You are working on something, and then you will ask that guy, why you didn't look into, I don't know, other wars? Man, I'm working here on this conflict. You know.
Yeah. Well, think about like a global warming activist. You know, they're going to look at flat Earth and go, "What the fuck's that?" Well, we know there's a globe because it's warming up. It totally goes against what they're fighting for. So they're so deep into something that they're not going to look at it.
For the animal, how to say, activities for the animals. You know?
Peter, yeah.
Why they? To understand me, they are. You will not look into that because you don't have reason somehow. It must you must get something more from not only that flat earth, you know, title. Something need to catch you more, you know. But, of course, if you are researching, then it is. If you are that kind of person, but if you're not the kind of person who is researching, why should you know that Earth is flat? Because maybe you are researching music, you know, all day.
If you're researching music, then you come across like vibrations and stuff, don't you? And it takes you into the takes you down a rabbit hole, and you end up at flat Earth. So
yeah, maybe you find music guru there, and then. Yeah. And also this kind of panic. Oh, let's teach our children now. Yeah, of course, let's teach them, but no panic, you know, because we are that children, you know, and look at us. We are still okay. We are children who was deceived, you know, all of us. And look at us. Everything is all right. We are still alive.
Grillo, are you there? Is a new member.
Yeah.
Welcome. So you are a flat earth from Brazil?
No, Portugal.
You are from Portugal?
Yeah.
Okay, like me.
Oh, I thought you said you were from Brazil.
No,
Yeah.
I was thinking you were from Brazil.
No. I even mentioned like when you started. I'm not sure if my English is that good. Probably isn't. But
it's okay.
When a Portuguese person starts speaking, I can tell. Like when you started speaking, when you came and you said hello, I knew you were Portuguese. I don't. It's the way we speak. It's very recognizable. But yeah, all is good.
Okay, so welcome, and so you are VC Verified. Do you want to talk how you did wake up to flat Earth?
I mean, it's quite a story because I've always felt like people were lying to me, like even in school, like with the globe model, like the vacuum thing. I had my questions, they were never answered. But it's like we were guys just were talking about right now. It's true. Like people are busy with their lives. We have, and like my parents, they will here in Portugal. They pretty much live like peasants because my dad was born in 54. My mother was born in 55, and in that time, life was hard. They had to work hard in the lands, like cold time, hard work, and still they made it. They have a house, and they rely on the system. They believe in the system. So uh, we don't have many options. Like, what are you gonna do if you try to go against the system? You're just a rebel. You're just a no life loser. Like, no one's gonna no one's gonna even want to employ you. You're gonna go bad with school. So yeah, I always went along with it because I had to do a life, and well, in like the 9/11 thing,
Yeah.
it was pretty weird, man, because back in the time, like people already were talking about how can I say, conspiracy theories, yeah, like and it was like in a time where internet wasn't even popular, and like all world governments went along with the official story, and so like went on, and like in 2008, if you ask anyone, people will say like 9/11, it was an inside job, and like it was like pretty common to talk about that. And but the problem is that even though I was Portuguese, I was not American. I like we had a few troops like GNR, like Republican Guard stationed there in Afghanistan and something like that. But uh, there were wars. Like America took down like 8 different countries because of a lie, and they just kept on lying and just kept on going with it, and all world governments just kept on going with the lies. And so there was always something in my mind that nothing made sense. But well, in 2012 I got a girlfriend, and I had to go for a job, so I took my truck driving license, started working, but my girlfriend decided that she wanted to go and live life, so I was single with a lot of time, and like I was starting to watch okay, the because I really lost faith in the system, like, and there were some like the dark moments, like in 2012, it was very popular on the internet, like conspiracy theories about children and billionaires going to Iceland, and dude, no one cares, man. It was ridiculous. Like, are they just stupid people on the internet? Are they saying the truth? And but like I say, life went on. You can't have a life outside the system lines. If you just leave the role that they give you, nothing happens. If you start going down the rabbit holes, then you are pushed into the sidelines. And so yeah, you have to keep on living.
And you find the flat earth?
Well, I'm stalling a lot. I mean, I'm giving you a full story, but I'm sorry. It's kind of
Yeah, it's interesting. You know,
'cause,
many of us did start by 9/11.
yeah, I think so too, man. Like the people that are actually interested in these things, they have like this a very common story, in my opinion.
So
I don't know.
if you are a truth seeker like many of us, you know.
Yeah, but I fell into a lot of traps. Like in 2016, when Trump came along. I mean, I'm not gonna say I idolized the guy. I remember him when I was a kid, like from WWE. So I had my doubts how legitimate was that guy, but still he was saying the right things, and I thought that even if he was a liar, that if people get behind him and really wanted to clean the swamp, then something will have to be done. So yeah, I was like full on the Trump wagon. And I mean that I say that because in 2015 and 2016 when Trump came along, it was the same time that Eric Dubay started reaching a lot of people with the flat Earth stuff, but I just skipped it. It didn't even cross my mind. I was just too busy with the psyop, the Trump. But
the Trump train, yeah,
I mean,
Trump train, baby.
The thing is, I was fully aware that it could be a trick, but I had hopes that if people were listening, if people actually cared about the things that he was saying, I mean, dude, like
I thought the same thing for Obama, but okay, and all East was thinking for Obama the same thing.
Hey, build that wall, baby. Build that southern border wall, man.
Thing is, Obama went along with most of the official narrative. I mean, the only thing that I can remember Trump going with the official narrative is like the Space Force, which now
Yeah,
thinking
but
about it, it was an amazing joke.
I remember in a time when Obama won, that was like the black guy won, the president. Oh, great, great! Something will change now. America is going somewhere. It's fucking great, you know.
But in my opinion, Obama
that was
always
opinion about East, not about me. Oh, that I can globalize that. People were like from East. I can say East, everything from how to say from France on right side. That mean all East. People were thinking that is coming good, you know. Wow, Obama will now it's America will change the politics in the world. Everything will be better. Blah blah blah.
Well,
and then you have a situation that during Obama it was the more wars than during fucking other presidents.
yeah. And you won, dude. That was a massive joke, dude. The guy won a Nobel Peace Prize. What the fuck is wrong with reality?
And for the Trump is the same thing. We, I don't know who are we, but people from East, when Trump won, they thought, okay, it's him, but everybody thought this is so ridiculous.
Well,
and with with the new one, it's now it's not ridiculous. Now it's now
way too
it's
obvious.
Big Brother show.
Just rubbing it in the noses of the people, man. Having a laugh, man. They must be having the greatest laugh ever, man. Dude, they have like a group of people that knows that they're lying, but they can't do anything about it. They can laugh about those. They have the group of people that live the lie. They can laugh about those. I don't know, man. They have everything. Dude, I was when I believed. Now I say that I'm an agnostic, but when I believed the globe, I used to say that I was an atheist. But now I have no idea. But I really don't believe that humans can solve whatever is happening. If there is a God, if there is something, this requires divine intervention, man. Because I see no way out. It's like all you know. It's like imagine like the Matrix. And I'm not sure, maybe this is even canon, but they never mentioned it. But imagine like Zion, like, you know, the place where the humans were living, like the lost place where real people were living and they were fighting the machines. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Imagine like that thing was also simulated, was also inside the Matrix. It's like it was also part of the big game, man. It's pretty much how it feels like. I feel like they have all places covered, man, and with the amount of control that they can have with the internet, like you know, like the ping, the lag that we have. I think we wouldn't even have like ping if our information wasn't being routed like 24/7 to their servers and stored somewhere when they can, if they want to, they go check. And now with AI, oh my god, it's crazy. And I don't even think that AI is like this new thing that they have now. I think that they have AI like for ages, and they are now just watching our reaction, just studying us or whatever.
Make America great, baby. Make America great. Hey, Grillo, when in 2020, when Trump got in front of his audiences and said, "Hey guys, I want to vote. Should we use Make America Great Again or Keep America Great for our 2020, bumper stickers?" Did you get involved with that? Because I wanted to keep America great because we were back, baby. Yeah, yeah, we were back.
Ah, man, dude, it's amazing, man, amazing. But the thing is, it never got out of my head that the guy could be like just a billionaire, that he isn't really gonna do anything. But I mean, okay, I didn't actually thought it was like this deep. I mean, I know that like secret societies could exist, but I always thought that they were like a cult of crazy rich people that will have like some crazy plans. But no, man, no, everyone is in on it. It's like globally. Holy shit, man. It's the funniest part, man, which is so obvious, and dude, I have no idea how these idiots fall for it. Like the secret societies, I can assure you that there are like, like they are societies within societies within societies. Like you get invited, and if they trust you, that they can invite you again for deeper layers, and that can happen like 3 or 4 times. But even all of that, it's all bullshit to keep them like playing the system. Like it's all like a psychological trap for those idiots to go along with their agenda.
But there's rewards, right? So there's rewards on that system. So anyone that's been a part of that system and got out and discovered this truth, they, like someone like myself, I was offered just things that I look at now and I think, man, that would have been a really comfortable life, like really, really, really comfortable life. However, I never would have discovered the truth. Like I would have been following this pattern of things where you get offered position, power, money, just anything you want it, and it's like, it's really easy to see too. Like when they show you, they say, look, this is what we'll give you. All you have to do is this. And even what they're saying to do doesn't seem bad, right? It seems like, oh, yeah, you're going to be serving your community, but you're serving your community following their pathway, right? It's like, yeah, like one of the big things like that's been getting at me, just niggling my head, is the whole World Cup thing. They're just promoting this idea that what a wonderful thing this World Cup is right now, because they're planting trees to save, to save the and they're saying, donate $10. It starts at $10 to plant these trees in this country, and you'll be helping with climate change, right? And I'm sitting there going, I'm sitting there thinking that was the people that are just robbing. They're robbing people. They're robbing people of not just their money, but their hopes and their dreams and their, and their genuinely goodness that's in them. Imagine that, imagine dying and then being shown that your whole life you thought you were doing good, and all you were really doing was giving all your good intentions to these people who were stealing.
But then you are going into a certainty.
Is that you, Jace?
I hope so. I don't know.
I'm just saying, like,
Is that Jace?
Sorry?
Nah, stay.
Did you have another? Did you have another account? Oh no, I remember you. Yeah, you're a Maori guy from New Zealand. Yeah.
Yeah, I was, leadership in Mormon Church, and
Yeah, that's right. I remember I spoke to you a couple of months ago.
and
welcome
and they
back,
introduced me. Yeah, cool. When they introduced me to a level of Mormonism that I didn't know existed, and I'd studied everything, and then they introduced me to what they call a second anointing. And I was like, what's the second anointing? I was doing all the Freemasonry stuff, right? All the stuff, but I didn't know I knew it was Freemasonry, but not, you tell yourself this is the truth, right? And so you believe you're serving a God of truth. And it turns out I realized, through the flat earth, I realized I wasn't serving a God of truth. I was serving a God of either my imagination, or there is an actual being that they're serving, which I've never met, that's giving them all the rules to do this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know if it's something, if it's just people. I'm agnostic. I'm not gonna say otherwise, and I don't know, man.
So what I'll say, man, is at that level, right? This is what they offer you. This is what was offered to me. If you accept this, it means that you can never. It means you automatically go to heaven, and you can and you can do anything you want in this world. Anything. So you will no longer. So you're at a level, and this is what they offer you. They say you're at a level where there is no sin for you, right? So you do whatever you want because you're such a good person. You've reached such a goodness that you can, that all of your sins will be forgiven no matter what you do. You're above reproach now.
People buy into it. It's amazing. Man. Never crossed. You know what I did. This goes into a theory that I have. I think that the biggest divider, like the people, there are a lot of people that don't come across the flat Earth things, but the people that actually go into like Eric Dubay and the Globe Busters, and they come out of it and say it's a globe. There's just, in my opinion, there's just one great divider between us and those people, and that is pride. And people, like, we live in this system. They give us like little hints, and but they're just lies created by them. It's like you will. Oh, it must be this, but that's what they put you on the path for you to find out. It's just one of their lies, but people, like, they find those lies and they just believe them, and they get so proud with them. You can't crush those lies for them. And some people are like secret societies. They get into it. Others are just like the school or something that they see on cartoons that they really love, or video games. It's all about the pride in something that they sold them, like. Because people get mad, and when people really get those reactions, it's usually because of pride. Sorry about the going on a tangent, but yeah, just a theory.
That's all good. I mean, I think the good thing about when Flat Earth was available, when the truth was actually in a space where it wasn't being attacked, and that's when a lot of us were lucky enough to. To be able to discover it without the bias, and even when that's happening, it's pretty. It's you've kind of got to look at it and think, "Am I going to look at this?" And for me, it was that guy. That Dave Murphy guy. Dave Murphy, allegedly Dave.
Yeah, and that name rings a bell. Probably from
he was one of these guys who did a video.
He was always one of my favorites as well.
Yeah, when I watched him explain it, that was the kind. You know what I mean? That was the kind of person that I could sit there and listen to. You know what I mean? Like I can't listen to Eric Dubay but when I listen to what he said,
I know what you mean.
It clicked for me. You know what I mean? It clicked for me.
The best one was that I think it really solidified things for me was when he was on that Macedonian TV.
Yes. That was the interview I watched. Actually, it made sense. Everything he said made me ask the same questions. Every single thing he said, I thought, I have all those questions now, right? I actually have those questions now because when I heard him talking about it, I go, you know, I want to know if what he's saying is true, because like he makes complete 100% logical truth, you know, and that's not with he's not coming with any kind of religious, you know, motives. There was no motive. Like I couldn't see any motive behind what he was doing other than he had these questions and he wanted to know why, right? And I was like, wow, like I want to know why too. And that's when I started to research, you know, and it took me a week of research before I realized I could not actually prove that a lot of the things he was saying were wrong. In fact, they were all true. Like there was all these, you know, false narratives that were being given. And I mean, we already knew there was bullshit in the world, but this took bullshit to you know, can you imagine when you're sitting there and thinking, you mean I'm not on a globe, you know?
Yeah, man, it's like watching. It's like living a Twilight episode. You know that old TV show, like black and white, with mind-bending topics.
Timbo, do you know who is my favorite? It was all of them together watching what you said, and Eric Dubay and Matt Power and that guy Murphy, and 10 of them. But all the time was when I find out, not in the first place, after 2 years, it was all the time Quantum Eraser.
Yeah. Recently, I couldn't disagree with you more, man. Like,
From the beginning, when I when I reach him, that was the point when I started to realize more and more and more, and where I reached the point of, he cleaned my brain, how to say.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. When he comes in here, you know what I do? I just put my mic on mute and I just fucking listen.
Oh, I came from there here.
Yeah.
I was there
You were
listening
FEP to here.
Yeah, I was listening him, you know, and listening his presentation sometimes 3, 4, 10 times the same one, you know.
Yeah.
And I even didn't, how to say, remember. I cannot make that presentation even if I listen because of my English. But with that, even with not knowing English, it was for me easy to understand when even he was speaking about so complicated sometimes arguments. But I get it. That's what I wanted to get it. Yeah.
Yeah, if anyone who's listening hasn't gone into Quantum Eraser's channel, then I'd suggest that you all do it and listen to exactly what he's saying. All of it makes 100% sense. But my first video was 200 proofs. I just sat there going, "What the fuck is this?"
In the time was I think ODD made like a 40 proof. I watched that also. That was
I think
also
there was there was an ODD one.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. ODD made some really good videos.
I was watching Matt Power on live, and all of them, like a 3-4, I don't know, famous flat earth in the time, they started to fight, call them each other shills, blah blah blah. All that stories I watched, you know. Yeah, and Red Rhetoric and all stuff. Red Rhetoric. Now this new, if you can see now, it's coming again. You know, this is the old guy, old Glober.
Right. And you know what's interesting is when all of the adversity against Flat Earth just came out of nowhere, like massive, you know, full presence of the media, you know, like the mainstream medias and just everything was against flat Earth. And I remember thinking, like, because I never even got a chance to like go to one of those flat Earth, and meet some like-minded flat Earthers, and I never even got to have that opportunity or anything like that because everything just went like straight downhill, from that point. But I remember when they did that, I was just like convinced even more because they were doing it, and number two is all the stuff they were putting out no longer made sense. So I'd watch their videos of debunking, right, and I'd go, but that doesn't make sense because they're not even answering the question. You know what I mean? Like I've just watched these really well-made videos of debunking this, debunking certain things of flat Earth, and I was like, but they're not even answering the question. They're not even actually showing any logical, or they're just smoke and mirrors, and it was really easy to see, what was going on even more.
Yeah, he's just calling it stupid and yelling and the usual.
And the mocking, right? Like the amount of videos that they made that were just like comedian mockeries of anyone who asks good questions. And I was just thinking, this is crazy. Like
there's one on BitChute right now. If you put flat Earth, go recent videos. There's one on BitChute just making constant videos. They just puts a flat earther, like he gets the weirdest flat earthers, and he puts them saying something, and even if it makes sense, they just put like Family Guy or something in front of it, making fun. It's stupid.
Now Nathan Oakley exposing them all. If you have suggestion, come there and suggest this is the guy to be evaluated, and I think they will evaluate him. Maybe not that day, but soon.
My biggest question though was, like, what are they so afraid of? Like, I mean, like, what's so scary about a whole lot of people wanting to believe in the flat Earth? Anyway, you know what I mean? Like, what are they so afraid of that they would put so much energy into stopping it?
Well, maybe they know the truth and they are lying. I don't know.
It changes everyone's paradigm of life, doesn't it?
I mean, imagine if everyone just said, wait, you mean we don't need to pay for gas to take our trucks to work every day, and we don't need to...
That's what they're
afraid
of.
Imagine if everyone turned around and said, what?
What if everyone then says, okay, there's a creator, so everyone goes, oh shit, we're actually accountable for what we do in life.
Well,
so everyone changes, becomes better and a better person, and then they question the morality of the governments and the media and everything just falls apart.
I'm gonna be honest with the thing we say. I'm agnostic now. I used to be an atheist, but even that is the lack of accountability is just stupid, man. I don't know how people just don't think about the others. Even if there was no God, shouldn't we be like trying to do the best for each other?
Well, if there isn't one, then you're not accountable.
But
so if there is one, you're accountable. Anyway. Why?
Because we are here.
Accountable to who?
Dude, even if there was no, I'm not gonna say either way, but
yeah, no.
If I didn't have a sort of a belief that there was some kind of creator, I honestly would just put all my energy into creating my family the most elite family ever. Everything goes to my children's 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 children, and I try to become a monarch. That is exactly what I do. Because what other point would there be for me live? I'm not living for anyone else. I'm living for me and mine. If I didn't have somebody,
anything.
That's what I would do. Just as a smart, logical person, I'm like, why should I help that person there? Sure, it'd make me feel nice, but how's that going to benefit my children? If it doesn't benefit my children, I ain't helping them. So I'd create relationships, good relationships that would do good for the communities. But at the end of the day, all of it's going to come back to create wealth and power for my children.
The thing is, when you do constructive things, you do good things. I mean, it helps everyone. So even that's my problem with it. Even if there was no God, why the fuck would people
make me your king? Make me your king, and I will look after you all. And then if I'm so good at that, make me your God.
if you're not accountable, someone becomes the controller.
Grillo, do you think there is a creator?
It's hard to say, man.
Okay, doesn't matter. I have 3 videos if you want to watch from that person who I said, Quantum Erasing, and he has the title "Scientific Evidence for a Creator." Do you want to watch that? It's a fucking.
I don't mind. I hope I have enough intelligence to understand
No,
it.
no, but this is very interesting what he has to say. These 3 videos, man, we will clean your
Yeah,
brain.
sure, no problem. I've been
I will
watching a lot of.
post in a voice text.
I would like to watch them.
You can
Can
send
you
it
post them? I'd
personally
like
if
to
you
watch
want.
them.
Okay, okay.
I'd like to
can
watch
also
them
go to
because you
you can also go to
that helps me.
globeterminator.com is his website. He's got them there too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest and say that sometimes I don't know what praying actually is, but maybe I always prayed all my life, because if praying is talking with the voice inside your head, then I've been doing that all my life. But I don't know, man. There are some strange things like um, you know I felt like something kept me away from truth, like and I don't mean something evil. I mean, like, I feel like something good kept me away from truth. And when I was asking myself why would that happen, do you, when I went to sleep, I had like dreams that I was like locked up in an asylum, and no one was believing me, and like calling me crazy, and I was like the outcast. And thinking back, if I would say that the Earth was flat when I was 7 years or 8 years old, then yeah, I'm sure that will happen. So I don't. There are weird things in
You'd just
life.
be a crazy person then.
Yeah.
What
So
came
That only lock you up if you steal, mate.
What came first, egg or chicken?
Age-old question.
Here's the thing, right?
I know the answer.
Here's the thing, though, right? If you're sitting in a court and you're sitting in a court of law, and you watch, if you
But
spend
I
a
wanna
day in a
hear-
criminal court,
I want to hear.
you'll hear the
Sasha's,
answer to the egg and chicken.
I want to hear Sasha's answer to the egg and chicken.
Timbo, can you first answer me, then I will answer.
Well,
that's what you think. Whatever.
There is no answer, because if it's
There
a
is
chicken,
an
then where'd the chicken come from?
Chicken.
And if it was the egg, then where'd the egg come from?
Okay, there is an answer. There is answer in creator. Because
You created a chicken or created an egg?
yeah, one things I will tell you for sure. I don't know. I don't know which came first, but I know that one of that is for sure.
Yeah. Well, it had to be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah. It's not
I mean,
around.
who made a baby? You have a human and you have a mum or dad, and who
I'm
makes
saying,
a baby? Yeah?
I'm saying,
Yeah, but that's what he's
I'm
saying. Yeah, one of them was there, wasn't it?
yeah, it is not like the circle question. Oh, it was a chicken, but if it was a chicken, how chicken came out? Because for chicken you need egg, and then yeah, that means it's from the egg. Yeah, but for the egg you need the chicken, and you go around. No, you have creator made or egg or chicken first, and that's it.
Then he made a man and a woman so they could have children.
Yep.
Because how could you have children if you don't have a man and a woman that was made? If you just had a man, then you still couldn't make children. If you had a woman, you still couldn't make children.
And how
so
you
would
can
have to make both.
How you can have the organ inside yourself doing properly that what should to do and must to do and what is good for your body, and it's only that what is doing. Let's say liver, it's doing that what should to do. Lungs, it's doing that what should to do. Why is that like that? It came like from nothing, or they have the purpose to be inside the body and to do what it's doing. That must be created.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I can't fault that logic.
Or any information to get that creation.
Didn't it
You
come
need
from
to have.
a fish, a rock? That's what
How
science
you
says. So,
how you get information? Any information.
Like through your senses, like your eyes, your fingers.
Yeah, but where information came from?
Intelligent design.
Yeah.
Or chaos, maybe.
well, yeah, there has to be intelligence and
If
there
I
has to be observation. So,
if I
In
say
order
look
for some,
out, something's behind you, you're gonna understand immediately to be looking out behind you.
Yeah,
It doesn't
but
matter what language you speak. If somebody
yeah,
exclaims to you, and you know.
it's like I was saying to my wife. We were having a pillow talk last night before sleep, and I was saying to her, when I was young, I saw this ghost, and this ghost was wearing I was probably about 3 or 4 years old, and this ghost was wearing, the old clothing from maybe the 1930s or the 1800s or 1900, early 1900s, just the really old clothing, right, with the veils over their face and the big bushy dresses, right? And it's really interesting because when I still think back to that, like I knew, like I didn't really have a lot of words, right, and I couldn't really explain a lot of things. But I could still look at this woman who was a ghost that didn't have color, that was dressed in clothing that no one wears in that era. And I remember thinking, oh, there's a big lady with a dress on. That was, like I can remember having the thought in my head. I don't know if I had the language for it, but the language, all I could think was, oh, there's a big woman with a dress, And but I never forgot what I saw. And so as I got older, I could continue to look back at that, that thing and have words to go, wow, I didn't know that those clothing were from, the 1900s or something like that, and I couldn't explain it to anyone anyway, when they said, why did you get, because I basically, what happened was I got run over straight after that, after I saw her, I got run over and I said to my wife, you think I saw her because I was about to get run over? So it was like this, you know what I mean? It was like I was going to have this experience that was going to be really traumatic. And so I saw that, I saw this, this person there that no one else could see.
Hang on, are you saying you got run over by a car? Sorry.
Yeah, so I got run over. Like I was in the car, and there was this ghost in the car. I was in the back seat. My mum was taking us to church. So I was with my brother and my sister. I think she was in the front, and me and my brother were sitting in the back. And there's this other person in there who was already in there when we climbed in the car. So I remember opening the door, getting in the car, and going, "Oh, who's that person?" Right? And they were like just sitting there, not looking at anyone, just looking straight ahead, like they were getting ready to go to church.
This is a woman.
Yeah, it was a woman, and I mean, I still haven't really figured out what all that meant or what all that means in terms of what that experience was about. But I just remember, I was looked at this woman and I thought, oh, she's big and she's got this dress on and it's weird because she's got no color. You know what I mean? Like she didn't have.
Was she? I'm just curious now. Was she translucent, like you knew it was a ghost, or it was just you thought it was an actual person?
Yeah, like to me at that age, I didn't have a concept of what ghosts were. They were just people to me, So I'd seen other things, but I didn't know that they were not people. So I wasn't afraid either. Like I'd seen misty looking things moving through the house, figures that could move like mist, and I didn't know that they were not. I mean, I didn't have fear, or I didn't feel like I should run away because I didn't have any knowledge of that. I didn't have any knowledge that I should be afraid of those things. I didn't remember feeling any fear of her at all, because I hadn't never seen a scary movie, right? So I'm sitting there and I'm looking at her, and then what goes on in my mind is I'm like, oh, I better move over because she's she's too close to us and there's not enough room because we're in a little car, And as I leaned on the door, opened because obviously I hadn't closed it properly, and I fell out onto the road and got run over, And the strange thing is, right, is I blacked out after being run over because it was just so painful. And then I wake up in the hospital and the doctor doesn't believe I've been run over. He's saying to me, they can't see any injuries on, And my dad's going, my kid got run over, man, like both legs under the car, And he's just looking at my legs and he's like, I don't see any damage, and it was weird. Like I couldn't move my legs very well. Like they felt numb, but by the end of the night, I was able to kind of, run around.
And you've never seen her since, or?
No, I've never seen her. Actually, I've seen her. Now that you mention it, I have seen her one other time, and it was like almost 20-something years later. When I'm in my room and I wake up, I'm with my wife. We hadn't been married very many years, and I wake up in the night and there's this woman, and I don't know if it was her, but it had the same kind of clothing, same era, and she's at the end of the bed rubbing my wife's legs, and I'm like, and now I can speak, right? And so I'm just like, who the hell are you? And my wife wakes up and she's like looking at me, and she can see me talking to someone. And this person doesn't even look at me, just ignores me, just continues to rub my wife's legs, and then just disappears. And I tell my wife, man, like, I don't know what the hell, what's that about, Yeah, so, I mean, like, a lot of those kinds of things that happen, it's like, I didn't really have answers for, but then my wife says, here's the weird thing is my wife says she has this great-grandmother. And she showed me this picture and she goes, does she look kind of like this? And I said, well, it could be. I can't say for sure, but because she's dressed in the same era, And so to my wife, she was like, oh, that was my, great-grandmother who's come to, I don't know, do what she does, right? Whatever she's doing. And I was like, I've never seen anything like that again, but that's the only time I've ever seen a woman like that from an older era. I mean, there's very little, when you have experiences like that, there's very little you get sometimes in the way of answers. Like, it's almost like I don't even know why they happen, other than they happen, and so I can't deny that there's I mean, that's like I say to my wife, because my wife believes that you can do whatever you want and that everybody will go to heaven. She believes that the way the Creator works is it doesn't really matter what you do, that as long as, try and be good, right? Obviously, you don't want to be like a bad person, but she believes that whether you're good or you do good or bad in this life, you'll all go back to your Creator, right? And sort of thing. And then it's more like a school. And I'm like, so we don't have the same kind of belief, her and I. But I kind of sit there and think, well, what I can say is I don't know the Creator that well, but I can tell you that there's spirits that walk around us, and there's a realm around us that most people can't see, but I'm not the only one that can see them, just, you know what I mean? Like that I do know but I can't prove that to anyone either but I mean, people watch enough, like scary ghost movies to believe in that stuff anyway, but in my experience, they're not all scary like that,
Not to shift entirely topics, but I wanted to go back to a point you guys were making earlier about you guys have a lot more history, we'll say, in this space than I do, but about the mockery that tends to come from the other side. And earlier today, I was sent an invite to a Discord. I'm not going to mention the name of it. And this was a couple weeks ago. So I joined this other Discord, and it was pretty slow on 24/7 today. So I decided to jump over there to the live stream of this Discord and just listen in. And it became apparent real quick that this was a Glober Discord, and they had a flat earther that was there presenting some evidence. And I was listening on the live stream. I wasn't in the VC. So, and they were cordial at the beginning with him, but then quickly
debate flat Earth.
No, no, they quickly took that.
Tartaria?
No, the guy was presenting some measurements, laser.
Come
I was
on.
going to mention the name. I'll DM you later, Timbo. I'll DM you later.
All right.
Anyways, I don't want you. Whatever. I don't want to. Whatever. But after about 5 minutes, they started becoming, I don't know, frustrated, annoyed with his claims, right? And quickly shut him down, and he left, right? And so I decided to listen for the next 2 hours. I was just doing stuff around the house or whatever, and just thought, I'm gonna leave this on and kind of, well, whatever, see how the other side lives, so to speak, right? And again, the other side being, I would argue, anti-flat Earth, not normie Glober. And it was just eye-opening to me how much mockery and ridicule and shade they threw, and by names, right? We're talking Witsit and Flatzoid. They're just naming all these people in the flat Earth space, and some others that I just didn't recognize the names. So I don't even know who they were talking about. But just ad hom and insults and just mockery the entire time. And I just gotta say, I'm just impressed with the people here at 24/7 at least. And I do spend quite a bit of time here. And yes, of course, we will make fun of some Globers that come in here, especially if they're, just trolling or whatever, right? Or whatever the case might be. But to sit there for 2 hours and just listen to that complete ridicule and no substance whatsoever, it was just really eye-opening. And you made me think about it when you mentioned just kind of the mockery that you guys have seen over the years kind of from that side. So it's not really a question or anything. It's just more of a statement and observation. So I'll just leave it there.
Well, I appreciate it. It's a great place to go because, like one of the things I learned is I never forget that I was a Glober. You know what I mean? I never forget that I believed that stuff. And so, I kind of look back and I think, man, I remember when the first person, said to me, I think the earth is flat. And I thought they were completely nuts. But then I knew the person and I knew the person was intelligent. So I was like, how could such an intelligent person say something so, so stupid? But I guess the thing is like, if you're the kind of person that went after start mocking them, well then, you're not going to learn anything. But I was the kind of person that kind of sat there, thought about why would they say such a, ludicrous thing, only to be converted through my own desire to know.
Because you're probably an humble person, because it's usually, I tell you, man, it's usually pride that keeps them from the truth. They have pride in the stories that they've heard, which is stupid because it's not even something that they found out it's just stories that they were fed to them and they defend it proudly.
Well, that's the funny part about my story is the person, that said this to me was my wife, and she didn't even believe it. She heard it and she said, she thought to herself, now I know what my husband's like, right? He'll go and look at this shit. And she goes, I can't be bothered figuring this shit out. She's like, it's crazy. So I'm just going to say it to him in the middle of him playing on his PS4. So there I was playing the Division, doing one of those runs and getting my loot. And I was just hooked, day and night. Like every day I had to do my runs with my buddies, and then she says that right at the side of my head and walks out of the room. And I come back to her a week later and says, oh my gosh, it's all true. And then she's like, cool. And I never knew, for about 2 years that she didn't even believe it. She just said that to me. And then once I figured it out and showed her, she was like, yep, I can't believe
it. So what you mean is she didn't believe the globe?
No, she didn't believe in flat Earth. She heard it, right? She heard it. She heard about it, and she knew what kind of person I was. So she walked into my room while I was, in the lounge while I was sitting there doing my Division run, my video game.
Holy shit, like a female thing, man. That's
Yeah.
they are so smart, man. Holy shit.
She fucking played me, man. She like
Yeah,
she
man.
totally went like, oh, my husband will go figure this shit out, right?
What the fuck?
Yeah, she's like, that's what he's good for, right? He's got this analytical brain, and yeah, she's like, I'm not gonna go and figure this shit out, you know?
Scary.
Yeah, and then 2 years later, we're sitting there having the conversation. She goes, oh, and she tells, like, that's what I mean. She will wait 2 years to tell me that she actually didn't, you know, and that she wanted to see what I would do. Like, almost like, oh, I'll throw it at him, see what he does, and then he comes back, like, converted, you know? She's just like, holy
That
shit, you know?
woman
Like,
is an evil genius, man. What the fuck?
yeah, well, that's what I mean. I mean, that was the first thing I did was I sat there thought, I know she's intelligent. Why would she say something like that, you know?
Yeah, I see.
And yeah, and then you know, so it kind of you know makes me sit back and look at you know how we are all being used when we were under the globe system. We were all like that. We were all being used for our talents and our abilities, whatever it is, right? Whatever you're good at. They've been using us like that, you know.
Well, I had something in my mind that kind of helped me. I always wanted to be a jack of all trades. I was never like a guy that kept in mind, because that's the thing, man. People keep inside the little groups, and they think they have it all figured out, and they are so proud of the little things that they know, and that's why they don't expand. They don't get it.
Yep. That's how you get in government, mate. No lies. All my government buddies, that's how they all got in government. They just followed the plan. Now they're all sitting there in government making, I mean, the amount of money they're making, man, it's crazy.
But dude, it's not even, that's the thing, man. Money, I mean, money is supposed to be a tool, like, it's something that we agreed upon. If it's not doing its work, it's supposed to. But people leave money like a god, like it's something transcendental, like that. If there's something wrong with money, we should be able to just like, okay, we're gonna change the system like overnight. But no, we live like the money as if it's like this holy thing that we have to follow, and then there's a debt or something. I don't know, man. It's like mythology.
I mean, it's like if you store resources, right? Imagine if you store resources and then there's a depression. So I like to study the depression because I can see the cycle coming back, right? And I'm not sure if we will have a depression like what they had in the past, you know, because of the way our technology is. But we are certainly seeing signs of where they're creating hardship for people, right? For families, for the general population.
Because, man, it's so easy to live. Like, you can get like a job and minimal thing. Well, I'm gonna be honest. It's almost impossible to have a wife and kids these days. But at least to survive and without having to, I don't know. People fall for traps like crime. Maybe I'm a privileged guy. Maybe, but my parents are not rich. I don't know. It's just. I don't understand evil, man. I understand like people wanting things, but
well, people don't need to steal if they've got food in their belly, you know, clothes on their back, and a warm home.
But man, it's not only that, man. I know people who were hungry and will not steal, and I know people who had everything and they would steal like stupid shit like pens and then go into problems in stores. It can be a factor. I understand like people stealing for food, but it usually is like for the adventure, man. It's usually more than it's not the need, it's the greed.
But if you sit in the courthouse for a day, you'll change your mind on that, because the majority of people that are actually caught for stealing, they're stealing shit that they need for their families, for children, for, you know what I mean? Like they're not, you know, I know what you're talking about, but that's not the majority of the ones that are getting locked up, man.
Maybe I don't have much experience in that.
Like if you sit in the courthouse and you watch, all the ones that are getting locked up, most of them come from very low social, like backgrounds. Their family, and they're not just them, they're like generations of poverty, right? They're like being on benefits. They're, they're
Oh yeah. I believe in the sense that those are the ones that actually get in trouble with the law, because people with money usually get lawyers and they get away with anything pretty much. Dude, when I was 15, I got invited to a rich kids party, and I'm gonna be honest, I saw pedophilia there, but it was a party. Like the girls were underage, but they were there because they wanted to. They were not forced. What was I supposed to do? Call the cops? But there were probably cops in that party. I just.
A 15. You were 15. What kind of party were you attending?
It was like a rich kid was doing like their 16 or 15 birthday. I have no idea, and he lived here in Portugal, in near the neighborhood, and he was like a popular guy, and some of my friends were invited and they wanted to go, so they annoyed me like to go, and well, it was just for them. It felt like it was just a normal. It was like a New Year's party. Like it was. I don't remember which year it was now, but yeah, it was the end of the year party. But for them, it seemed like it was just a party, and everyone my age was enjoying it. Everyone was having an excellent time. What can I say? I mean, I wasn't, because I also even though I was an atheist, I always used to think like deeper, like even if there is no God, man, I don't want a woman that would just go around with like random guys. And the thing is, in that party, the girls that were there were not the skanks. They were the supposedly nice girls, and they were doing worse things than the skanks. So I mean, I never thought that I was like this special thing. What happens in my town, it's only in my town. I always thought that life should be similar, probably in other places. And if that's what was happening in my little place, then what else was happening in the world? And
it sounds like something inside of you wasn't really approving of what you were experiencing.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, and it wasn't even a religious thing. It was just rationally, man. Just if, dude, how can I say this? If I have a lot of girls and I have the one with the biggest boobs and the one that is blonde and the one that has green eyes and the one that, how will I settle for the good girl across the street? Like I had a peek of everything, and the girls find themselves in their problem. Like these days, I see like they tried the guy with the greatest car, they tried the guy with the most money, they tried all of them, and now when they get a boyfriend, they don't feel happy because the one that they have, it's not the best at all of those things. They are in a sense kind of broken. I mean, psychologically, in my opinion, and I mean just.
I think that's the new programming of our era, right? It's the Kardashians, all of these shows that are telling women that their only value is looking sexy for a man, and the man can make the money and buy them all the stuff, and the expectations that they have today is crazy. Like women think, they think that men have to be like 100K, they have to get 100K, or they're not gonna. That's not the guy for me. You know what I mean?
Dude, it doesn't even need to be something big like the Kardashians. It can be even thing like reality, like the everyday reality. Like my ex girlfriend, she was working in a what's the name? Sorry, my English sometimes. Like a clothes shop. Yeah, she was working in a clothes shop, but it was like like not rich, but almost rich. You got people clothes shop, like they had these nice clothes for women, and it was mostly women. Yeah, I think it was probably just women, but almost rich women, like nice stuff. And but the boss asked her to start wearing the products there, and sorry, I kind of got lost now. Give me a minute.
All good. While you're thinking about that, it reminded me of an experience that that I had. Right, I took my wife to a lingerie shop, and I spent like $2,000 on a few pieces of lingerie, and we thought that was really cool. And then on our way back from the like we were traveling, right? So we were sort of in a big city, and then we were traveling through to another city. And while we were traveling, we went through one of these small, I don't know, industrial towns, I guess, and we saw like a factory shop for a certain brand of lingerie. And my wife said, "Oh, let me have a look in there." We stopped, and she basically went in there and for about $100 walked out with more than what I just spent $2,000 like the day before. And I sat there thinking, I am the dumbest, I mean, I literally sat there thinking, I am the dumbest dude ever. I just walked into one of those shops, spent $2,000, and I could have went, 2 hours down the road to an industrial town and bought all that shit for like $5-10 a piece.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's no different.
Yeah,
It's the exact same shit.
I know what my train of thought was. The thing that I was trying to say is, she was okay because I was confusing different stories in my head. Sorry, but the thing is, she was like working there, and this happened in the morning. Like there was this girl that comes into the shop, and she was like having one of those, like when you work and you are badly paid. You can when you work in sales, you have to fake like you're always in a good mood, but nah, you're not always in a good mood. Like you get badly paid, and like working life, it's not the happy life. And so in the morning, like this girl just goes inside the shop, like just dancing around not dancing literally, but just like walking like she owns the place, and looking at all the clothes and picking what she wants, and then she grabs a lot of nice clothes and goes to the counter and puts it all on yeah, like she buys it all, and then she picks up like this huge stack of money, and she drops the money on the counter, and she's like, "See that was just in the morning." Like she was a hoe, man. What I mean is the examples, like my girlfriend was working in a store, and she was badly paid with barely any time for her life. And that person was a hoe and was coming to the store with nice clothes that she even likes it herself and can't buy them. And she was buying a lot of them with a stack of cash because she was a hoe. I mean, our
Right,
society.
yeah. I mean, that's the OnlyFans, right? OnlyFans stuff are doing
No,
that
she
now, right?
wasn't even OnlyFans. She was a regular hoe, a hooker.
Right. But I mean, that's what they're promoting. Like, that's the same allure as OnlyFans, right? The same, where women are saying, "Look, I can do all this stuff with my money."
Starter kit. The OnlyFans is just for the little girls filled with dreams. But then when they go into it, they're gonna get someone in a room slapping their face and recording some random porn. That's the real experience. So OnlyFans, like, I'm pretty sure, I have no doubt that, like, when you are a good-looking girl and you try the OnlyFans route, even if people don't watch you, they will fake, like, simulate views, and some rich people are gonna simulate like legitimate, like legitimate donation, just so they can think, oh man, it's working, and I'm making money, and then they go down the rabbit hole, and eventually they're gonna do porn or something. It's
Yeah, I mean, they're taught to kind of like use what they got right while they've got it. And I mean, my wife was showing me the other day. There's this girl who dresses up like an anime person, and she just sits there and goes and does emotes, right? Like every time somebody gives her a certain amount of money or little gifts or whatever, $1, $2 here, right? She'll do like an emote, and she's really, really popular, right? And So she just sits there for 2 hours every day doing this like live, and people go and watch her and do this thing. And my wife was telling me, I don't watch this stuff, but my wife, I don't know why my wife watches it, but she watches a lot of that sort of thing. And she says to me the other day that two men started like competing. Like they were gifting her money, and they were gifting her like $2,000 at a time. And the other guy was like, "Fuck, I've got bigger pockets than you." And he like gives her, and she's just speechless. She's just sitting there like, and my wife was saying she didn't know what to do because like, and I was saying that's when they got her, babe, because I'm like, what's she gonna do when men start throwing that kind of money at her? You know what I mean?
Yeah. She gonna get into it. She gonna, oh my god, and then they gonna that's what I mean. I think that those people, maybe like 80% of them, are not even legitimate people. They are just people from the system with infinite money that they can just promote that sort of behavior.
Well, you could be right there. You know, it could be like one of those. I mean, they could be like people that are just there to promote that
and
get more people to do that kind of channels, right? You know?
Yeah, because eventually that resource is they're gonna stop giving the money on purpose, and she's gonna be, oh my god, what's happening? And oh my god, I need to keep up this lifestyle, and will I pay my bills? And then the rest, the porno and the rest is gonna come in, and it's like a trap.
Yeah, and I mean the worst part is, what if she's like actually, being held there to do this job by some other, thug, and she doesn't actually get paid much at all. You know what I mean? Like, what if she's just there doing the job, and there's somebody else behind the scenes?
No, I'm gonna be honest. I think it's mostly a psychological trap because you can tell. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I have a perfect intuition for that, but when people are scared and doing it because they have to, you can always tell something in their eyes. Usually, like they're not comfortable with something. But I don't know. Maybe. Because I've seen weird shit in the dark web, and people are never comfortable in those.
Well,
back to the flat Earth.
Yeah, I think today in flat Earth, I think if you're looking at flat Earth, it's all connected, right? Like anything look at, right? Anything you look at when it comes to the money system, the sexes, this masculinity, the attack on all these different value systems, everything actually connects, right, to flat Earth. And then you get to flat Earth and you go, where to? You know what I mean? Like a lot of people get to the flat Earth question and then they're like, well, where do I go with that? You know?
I don't know, man, but I don't think that people have a solution because people are really trapped in the system, and it makes no sense, man. If money is like something that we agreed upon, like money should be like the representation of your work in society. If you work in society, you have this token that represents that you've done something and you can take out of it something. But no, it's corrupt. It should have been redone. But if we are like what they try to say, that humans are like rational people that can think and collaborate and change things, then we should change things like long time ago, man. Because all I see is sick people with money, and the people who are working, they don't have it.
And the percentages, though, right? The percentages of those who, when you look at those who will ever own a home, and they don't actually own their home, but those who ever get to the point where they pay off a mortgage. I mean, there's a whole kettle of fish around that, but if you can pay off your mortgage, there's only like, I think about 30% of anyone who takes out a loan that's actually going to reach that stage.
But the thing, I mean, I don't even think that all of the game is relevant. All of the game is just stories. The money is infinite. They can, when it was gold, it was, I mean, they could still lie and do things, but it was harder. They have to like convince people into doing bank robberies and stuff. But now they just can print money, and then they can get paperwork. They can even burn the papers and say that something happened. It doesn't matter. They can do whatever they want. It's a game for them. If they need money for something, they print it and they do it. The thing is, people, it's not just money. Like they need to use the money in a convincing way, because they can't just.
Well, money is the control system, right? Money is the control system.
Yeah, it's the control
to keep
system.
us confined within the like within the globe system, right? So the globe system is tied to the money system.
But it's not
Does
even
that make
about
sense?
the globe. It's their system. I mean, the globe is part of it because it's all connected. It's just one of the many lies that they told us. But the money, it's their system. It's their game. It's their toy. What I
And
mean is,
that's
we
it.
can't change nothing with money, because they will find a way to take away yours, because they have more than you, even if they go bankrupt you in court or something.
I think the point is that how much money are you willing to sell out for, right? And so one of the things I discovered with people who discover flat Earth is money doesn't become the reason they would sell out for. You know what I mean?
Exactly, and it's very
They
weird
find
because
something bigger than themselves.
I think times will come where people are gonna have the money and they will go hungry, because it's not the money that gives you food. As long as we believe the system and we accept the money for the goods, we will use it. But if all faith goes down, then what are you gonna do with the money?
And that's why you keep your cardboard boxes, and you can make a garden anywhere.
Exactly.
You know, start learning how to create gardens, and it's not that hard. You know, me and my wife have started doing all that sort of stuff.
Dude,
and
I already have potatoes for all the rest of the year for next
Great.
harvest.
See, so you're understanding what real value is, right? What
Yeah.
what
That's,
real
yeah.
you know you don't need that money
Thing
no
is,
more.
I always thought it was so obvious. I always thought that the way I see it, other people probably see it, because it's self-apparent, man. I have no idea how people get trapped in these games. Like, even if you like, okay, I'm gonna do corruption just to get a win in this game. Eventually, people should come to a point. Wait. There was too much corruption. There's something wrong with this game. Let's restart this and let's change it. So you win nothing, because the game noticed that there was a problem and there was a restart. But that doesn't happen because it's not a problem, it's part of the system. That comes into question like the Bible or something. But I don't know if it's religious or not, but this has a lot of parallels with Babylon. And the stories about the Bible, like everyone's gonna believe the lies.
Well, it's a rigged system, right? So what you're talking about is when you discover that the Earth isn't what it appeared to be or what you believed it to be, then you realize the system also isn't what it appears to be. And then you can start to manipulate the system so that you can be free of certain things. Obviously, we still have to use money, right? Because if you want to buy the stuff you want to buy,
Yeah, you
then
wouldn't be
you
on
have
a
to be
computer
part of that
without
system.
money.
Yeah, and so you want to buy a new computer, you got to have some money, right? So, but you come to a realization that if I'm just going to work like your girlfriend and go to work and just make this little amount of money, not be valued for my service, and I can't buy anything at the end of the day, why would I do it? I wouldn't, right? So,
Yeah, exactly.
so you have to find what you're good at and then start creating value, something that you can trade for real money. And so, I mean, I only have to work one day a fortnight, and I get paid so well, and I never got paid like that throughout my whole career, my whole working life. You know what I mean? And now it's like the opportunity came because I was like, what am I good at that that there's a need for, and that I could put myself out there. And then the opportunity came, and I just said, I'll do it. And they said, well, how much do you want? And I said $75 an hour, and they said, done.
Oh,
They didn't even argue, and I was like, shit, I should have asked for 100.
Yeah, then they
You know
will
what I mean?
probably
I was
give
like,
it to you. Like I tell
yeah.
you, man, they have infinite money. They just needed your services, so yeah,
You know what I mean? And so when you work like that, and you feel so valued, because when you go to work, you're getting paid so well, and you do a good job. Like I literally do a good job because I feel valued and it's worth it. You know, I don't go there just muck around and do like what I probably would do if I was getting minimum wage. I'd just do the minimum wage job, you know. But
I understand the people at McDonald's so well.
yeah, but when you're valued, mate, you do a good job, and you know, and at the end of the day, I enjoy it because I feel good going to work, being valued, and I see the results of the work, you know.
Yeah, I was always like the most well-paid job that I had was truck driver, and still it was fucking hell, man. Like people really take advantage of the working class. I don't know why. It's so stupid. They could treat us better, but maybe it's part of to keep us busy with something. I don't understand. It just got me more mad than hating the system, but I don't know.
The hardest part of my working day is driving to work and driving home again. You know, if I didn't have to drive to work and drive home, you know, it'd be so much easier. But that's the hard part of my work day. You know what I mean? So I know, like when I look at truck drivers, they should be more valued, but the society's kind of pushed them down. They used to be more valued. I remember when I was younger, they were, you know, it was like a really good
Now
profession.
it's yeah.
Now it's just like, yeah, you get paid shit to be a truck driver unless you own your own truck.
It's not
you know?
shit, but it's not what should be for a truck driver. For the like, you have a huge responsibility, man. You have like this massive truck that can kill a lot of people. It's just one little mistake, man. And I don't think it covers the potential dangers. And
yeah, plus the long hours. Right? There's a lot of long hours for truck drivers.
Yeah, a lot of long hours, and I worked for some sons of bitches that they kind of put me in spots that I would either do over hours or like be late for stuff. They always had an excuse, like if I wouldn't to go for after hours, I wouldn't be there in time when the thing opens, or like there was a client waiting, or
yeah, I know a little bit about the transport business because one of my friends he oversaw the whole nation transport network, and so he took me up to the big, you know, like I got to watch the whole operation, how it works, and it's like a video game really, and he's showing me everything like contracts, and you'd be surprised like the amount of money. So, you know, a 3-year, so it'll be a contract would be renewed every 3 years. This is a transport contract. In that contract would include a brand new truck every 3 years. So, you know, trucks were about $1 million, right? So the contract would be, so the contract would be you'd get about 360 grand a year if you own the truck, right? If you own the truck, so this is the contract, you get 360 grand a year for 3 years, right? The 4th year, you can still, if your truck's still good, you can use it for a 4th year, and that's complete profit, right? So that's another 360 grand, and you still haven't bought the new truck. After the 4th year, you have to buy the new truck, right? And you know, spend $1 million, right? Yeah. And so the thing is, right, the new truck only costs, because they're buying like, you know, every 3 to 4 years, it only costs them about 750 grand. What would normally cost your normal person $1 million, right? And you know, and from that, they're paying their truck driver what a year? What are they paying you a year? Well, you don't have to say, but I have an idea. But basically, between 60 and 85 grand a year. Some truck drivers will get, but it's been getting worse. You know what I mean? It hasn't been going up. It's actually kind of been stagnant, and depending on what you know job you do. But like, so that, you know, their drivers paid for about 150 to 180,000, you know, over that period of time.
That's way better than in Portugal. We like make 24,000 euros, like 24,000 to 30 euros, to 30,000 euros a year.
You guys are getting screwed, bro. So I'm telling you, those contracts. So the contractor is making mega dollars. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Here is the same, but we have a different culture in the sense that you guys have that mentality of having your own trucks. We don't even have that here. We have those contract things like changing trucks, but it's all like company property.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You're the driver. You don't own the truck. You don't have the truck.
Exactly.
The contractor, right? The one who's getting the contract, he's like the guy that's getting paid, and he's not driving. All he's doing is signing the contract. He does nothing but make sure you get to your truck each day and that your truck is working, right? And he pays the insurance. So if there's problems with the truck or anything else, or accidents, whatever, he's got a backup and so on and so on. And but to get to that level, you've got to. It's like straight up truth. It's all who you know. There is no system where you can get there on merit. Everything is
exactly. Yeah.
I mean, that's what I experienced at that level. Like all my mates.
Same.
It's all who you know.
It's always
all who you know.
The daughter of the owners and the cousins. At least
absolutely, mate.
Yeah.
All of the big contracts, all the way contracts are done, it's all right up to government level. So government level, you give your cousins contracts. You go look at a lot of the people that get contracts for governments, and somewhere down the line, they're related to the Prime Minister or the whoever president you have in your country. They're all related,
It's amazing, man. It's the amount of just corruption, man. It's when we were a kid, like you are bombarded with these Power Rangers shows and these cartoons. Dude, it literally feels like everything is figured out. Like all problems in the world are already solved. Like people you come up with the craziest ideas, like the negative things, and there's already a movie about it, already a show. So, you'd expect that people would be more developed and more aware of the things, but no, it's like connections, family, secrets, just like in the dramas, man. It makes no sense, man.
But it is interesting that the rights of individuals are being eroded today, right? So that's probably the biggest change that we've seen in the last 10 years is that there's the rights of your,
But you're American. I'm from Portugal, so
I'm a New Zealander.
Oh, okay.
I'm in New Zealand. Yeah, but it is the same. Yeah.
We kind of like dictatorship until in the 70s till 74. I mean, it was like till the 20s. Pretty much since the monarchy ended, we went into like a fake minister, then a dictatorship, and then we had like a fake revolution, because I'm pretty sure it was not a legitimate revolution, but yeah, they staged the revolution, and now we are a democracy. But it's all a show. It was never legitimate.
Well, that's the interesting thing about democracy. What does democracy today look like? You know what I mean? I mean, if America is the democracy, right? America is the epitome of what democracy is supposed to be.
But the thing is, America was free not because of democracy. America was free because it was being colonized. Like people weren't already still following the laws, and it was like a jungle. People were going through their common sense, and only when people got got settled, everything was built and everything was like, then the laws came into being and said it was democracy, and all it was thanks to democracy. And it wasn't thanks to democracy. People were doing their things. Democracy came after.
Yeah, I mean, as a country that was colonized, I can tell you that there is a lot of there's a lot of especially among like sort of freedom type people,
yeah,
where they want
But the
Like
freedom
they
was
want everyone to get along. You know what I mean? They're like, we want everyone to get along, sort of thing.
But just to say, I mean, the freedom that people were still slaves. Like they had the mentalities from their, like people from Europe. The French had their own mentality, and the Portuguese had their own mentality. But and those mentalities were controlled. Like the elite already know what type of information you would get access to, and they already know what type of thoughts you would have. And people were still under those hypnotics, like those doctrines from their home countries, but they were circumstantially free. Like the controllers weren't there directly to manage it. Like they were free. Like they had to build the things by themselves. Only when the things got like this, sometimes I believe like some type of important person will like go in there and like try to move the directions into their agendas, but people were mostly free because there wasn't like these types of controls that we all have now. And
You know, those peoples also believed one of the reasons why they were free is because the one thing that most of them all had in common, I can't say for sure if all of them did, but is that they all believed in a creator or some type of creation, right? Like whether that's God or gods, but they believed in a system where they were accountable to a
I'm gonna
greater
be
being,
honest.
not the everyday man. You know what I mean?
I love the idea. I love the idea of a creator, of a god. I really hope so. Truly, it- after all this bullshit, it will be something decent at least. But I don't know, man. It revolts me a lot that people actually need a creator to do the good thing, man. Like, I always was an atheist, man. And why can't you be a good person just for each other, man? It's so infuriating, and to think
Yeah,
that people.
but your unique personality, or whether that's through your experiences growing up or your own, you know, somewhere along the line you were taught these values from somewhere, from someone, and I would say that it's likely that they came from a Christian or a religious, you know,
I'm gonna be honest.
morality.
I came from a Catholic background, but I how can I say this? When I was 5 year olds, as a 5 year old, I saw this. You know what an anime is?
Enemy,
Yeah,
enemy.
an anime.
You mean like Dragon Ball
And
Z? And
yeah, kind of like. But there are Dragon Ball Z is more towards the children, but there are more darker and way heavier animes. There are some even that are not even for weak stomachs because they're just uh, depends on. There are all types of animes, and when I was 5, I was watching TV and this show, maybe 6 or 7, I don't know now, but I do know that even though I didn't understand it, I remember it fully because I was a very innocent kid until that point, and that it was the name of the anime. It was a movie, like it was Akira.
yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Dude, uh, I don't know. People were. I was living like this Catholic type of reality around me, and that anime had everything. It had like big cities. It had gang crime. It had science fiction. Uh, how can I say? My mind got a lot expanded. I can't say if that is already happened or if that is possible what I've seen in the anime, but it's a lot of even the realistic parts are. What I mean is, I thought that people had everything figured it out, man, because nothing seemed like it was a surprise. So
Well,
what
I
I
mean,
mean is,
it's Japanese, right? It's Japanese, and if you look at the Japanese culture and the way that their cities were growing and are growing, you could see how it would eventually look like that. You know what I mean? Because there's just people stacked upon people. You know, you're talking millions in such a small space,
yeah,
right?
but I don't know if you see Akira. That it felt so deep, man. Like, I imagine reality like an eternal recursion. Like things history repeats, and maybe already very advanced civilizations were here, and I don't know, man. It didn't
Well, I
feel
loved
like.
the Last Starfighter, but I know that's all bullshit. But I still loved it. You know what I mean? It still was life changing for me. Rambo 2 was life changing too. You know, so you know when I watched Rambo 2, I was like, shit. You know, look at this dude. You know, like badass. You know,
Yeah,
bucking the system, right? He's one of these guys today that would actually make sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there is a difference, man. In Rambo, you get this sense of. I mean, it was not. It's cool to see, but dude, the guy just kills everyone and doesn't even get the bullet. But in animes like Akira, it was very dark, man. People will die in cold and unexpected ways, man.
Yeah, I mean, anime originally was quite violent, and I know that the Christian-based, you know, sort of authorities were very concerned with the Japanese type anime because it was, I mean, their culture. I mean, Japanese culture has always had a life-death system, right? In war, you know, they fight to the death for honor. You know, kamikaze pilots. You know, it's part of their culture, and so this was the you know, to them, because they also believed in you know that you can come back, you know, so they don't, in their system you have demons and angels and heaven and hell and all that sort of thing, but they also believe in reincarnation and you know,
Yeah,
I mean it's a whole lot of things, right? So yeah.
I can say I know like a lot from the occult, so all I know it's the animes. I've seen a lot of them like throughout the time, and they have some crazy ideas. I have to say.
I mean, if you look at them today, right? They've got a major problem in Japan, and that is that Japanese men do not get married anymore. They actually want to be with AI, right? Like, so you know, all of these men are grown up and they just want to be with an AI. They don't want a real woman. They want you know, a woman that does everything she tells them. Because in their culture, right, the woman used to do everything they told them. Now, women don't have to do that.
I mean, I never wanted a woman that does everything they tell me, but it's horrible now. It's like they want to live like the life of a princess without being one. They don't even have the morals to justify the things that they want, but they want special treatment. While I don't know, and it's
Well,
weird.
that same issue has spread to the world now because if you look at young men today, why should they have a family? Why should they have any responsibility for children? So they've been taught, women are out there and saying, look, I'll have sex with you, you know, if I want to. And
Exactly.
you don't have the responsibility anymore of, well, if you get pregnant, that's, you know, I've got to look after that kid. You don't have that anymore. So young men can actually go, yeah, I'm going to get out there and party and whatever. Because there's no worry anymore, you know.
I'm in that same situation, but I didn't feel like I did it myself. I had a girlfriend. I was doing truck driving. Still think that she was a decent girl, but she left me just to go play the field. So what am I supposed to do? Just get one of them again and try again? They've met more dick than I've met women. So what can I do?
That's the point. The point is that this, you know, the you know, with the rise of, it's not so much feminism, but with women having that sexual revolution and then having that ability to make more choices, and especially with the introduction of the pill and you know.
My only problem with it is I'm very disappointed because I want for them to have the choice, but I just never expected they would have that choices. But okay, it is what it is, I guess.
And that's what the programming is, right? So if you're in the globe system and you're being programmed in the system, then you know that system also says that, hey, you don't need to have children and have families, or men don't. So a lot of men aren't choosing to be married. A lot of men don't want to be married. A lot of men don't want to be settled with one woman anymore. In fact, they go, "Why do I even need that?" They say exactly what you said. Why should I even go through that? I could just get all my needs met, right? I could have all my sexual gratification, whether that's through porn or hookers or just hooking up with people at a club, right? I don't need to have to actually have a woman that I have to answer to and have children with and actually build a life with anymore. That's the one of the major issues that we see that shifted into our new version of democracy today.
I know. Yeah. It's just everyone is looking for material things. But the thing is, how can I say? It's not even material things. It's the illusion of the material things. It's not even material.
So if we bring all that back to one thing, right? The chicken and the egg thing. Now, if there's a creator and that creator says, "I made you so that you could have children and experience being a dad, experience love in the family, have grandchildren and children and build a I guess a family that can leave behind a legacy, something good for the ones that come next."
But why death, man? Why
That's
death?
That's what God teaches. That's the thing, is that's what those commandments kind of teach. All these commandments that you have, the majority of, I don't agree with I guess the I'm not a Christian, but what I'm saying is that, like, there are certain commandments that most religions kind of have, and I agree with a good portion of them, because they make sense and they're good, and I think that that's what the Creator wants, But if you don't have that, if you don't have a Creator, all you have is, "I live my life." Why have a wife? Why have children? Mate, it's work. I tell you, I got 3 sons. It costs me money. I love my sons, but I'm telling you, it costs a lot of money. It's just like, it's money that I could just spend on me. I could be buying me more and more and more, but no, I'm sort of putting it into them, and that's not even the money; it's the time, the energy. But at the end of the day, I'm looking forward to when my grandkids come. I really am.
I hope everything goes well. Okay. Honestly, I hate to disappoint my parents, but dude, I can't trust again. It's the like my ex girl. I tried with 2 other girls, but like I didn't allow myself to care like as much as I did my part. I didn't mistreat them or anything. I still did my part, and they decided to break up. So whatever. But what I mean is, I didn't got as attached to them, so it was not the same thing. But with the girl that I say that I was like 7 years relationship that I really say that I loved, like if that person called me saying like, "Oh, I'm being attacked. There's people here," and if I went there and there were like 20 people, that day would be my death because she was my woman, and I would fight for her. Like, I, I mean,
Well,
not like
7 years, right? That's a big investment, brother. Like 7
yeah,
years,
man.
that's a big investment of your life, and so of course, you still got part of that there. But let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question, right? If someone said to you, "There's a whole bunch of churches sitting there full of young women, right? And these young women are looking for men, and there's no men there. And these young women are all dedicated and they love God because they're looking for a man who loves God, but there's no men that love God anymore, right?" So
I don't even love or hate God. I don't know. I want to know Him, or maybe I know Him. I'm just. But
I'm just saying that those are the kind of women that are more likely to stick it through when things get hard, right? Or
I know what
who
you
are
mean.
going to shy away from the hooker stuff, right? But
Yeah, but
none of
I
the
don't
men
want
want to
them
do
to
the
stay
God
away,
part,
man.
right?
I want for them to know what it is and to not do it because they, dude, when you go down a path in life, you have to embrace it, the things that come with it. You don't just like, "Oh, I'm gonna be a hooker," and then tomorrow, "Oh, I want to be a loving princess." Like, it doesn't work like that. That is the
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah, I'm just saying though, with women, like what I'm saying is there's this real issue at the moment where there's a heck of a lot of young women, and and I'd say sort of middle aged, and there's a wide range of women that are sitting in churches. You walk into most churches today, and you'll find they're just full of women. They're either women who've got a kid and their husband's gone, walked out on them or whatever, or they're like women who can't find a man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I had no idea because I don't go to churches like in a long time.
Yeah, and so I mean that's one of the big discussions that women are having in the church. But you know what fulfills them is they just give themselves to God, right? They're like modern day nuns, except they're not nuns. They're just
Well,
waiting for somebody who would be worthy of their virtue, right? Because they wanted to keep themselves virtuous. They don't want to go out there and give everything away to like you talked earlier about going to this
yeah,
party and watching these girls give away something that you thought they should hold more precious, or
exactly.
the world teaches you to not be virtuous. In fact, the world teaches you that that's currency. Good
Exactly,
looking
yeah.
woman,
And
this is
cheap
your
ones.
currency. Yeah, you can make hundreds of dollars, or you can make $10, or you can the thing is, women are doing it for nothing, man. They don't even get paid. They just do it because they want to be,
Yeah, they
they just
go
want a good
outside at
time.
night. Yeah, exactly.
And it's crazy to think that 30 years ago you wouldn't see none of that. Like, so with this, with the technology has moved us to a place of,
I don't know,
and
man.
then
I've heard
Akira doesn't
stories.
seem so right. Akira doesn't seem so far
Exactly,
fetched anymore. You know what I mean?
exactly, dude. Exactly.
So the love for when the love for God grows cold, this is the conclusion I've come up with. So does the love for men, right?
But
So does love for your everyday neighbor.
that is my problem, and I used to be an atheist, and even though I was an atheist, I cared, man. I don't need having someone that can save me at the end of the day. It's just an extra, an awesome extra that I would love to have. But I think doing the right thing is just the right thing to do, man. It's not that hard, man. It's I don't know. People don't understand it. I mean, I like to be evil for the jokes, but at the end of the day, I don't leave it at that. I just tell the truth and I just say it's a joke.
I think the thing you identify though is you have a choice, right? So you've identified, yep, this is kind of what you like to be is good, but and that's something that's inherent in you. But you also like to do evil for the jokes because you get a bit of a buzz out of that, right?
Exactly.
And then at the end of the day, you're like, as long as it's not really hurting someone too bad. But that's where it all starts, When does it go too far,
It's pretty obvious, man. You can see, like, if the person you are telling a joke like starts to get too emotional and it disturbs them, then you should stop.
No, that's not what happens though, right? People start calling them a pussy or flat earther, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You're a flat earther. So I'm saying, like that.
Yeah. It's one of the many examples. Like people even put them more in flame. I don't know.
I guess the thing is, right, like you have to figure out, if that's the question, like if the question is where did I come from, so if we're looking at like, okay, we don't live on a ball that's spinning and going through space, there's all these planets out there. Maybe we just live on here and this is it. This is our place to live. And maybe we should be focusing on here and not out there, right? Like, look at all the money that they waste on shit out there.
Exactly.
It's like, why?
Exactly. Like, it doesn't even make sense in whatever version. Like,
that doesn't make my internet better. That doesn't make the energy grid work better. It doesn't give me good power, free power. It gives me nothing. They went, they sit there and go, we went to the moon, and what has it done for mankind? Nothing. What has it actually done other than make you go, oh, we went to the moon and we were cool?
We have cool stories about it.
Now we're going to Mars. Like, what has it done for humanity? Nothing.
Depends on your school of thought. Maybe you think like there's this weird laboratory in the moon. They're coming
Well,
up
I mean,
with science.
imagine going to a course, right? So I went to a course, a parenting course. And you know what they bring out? They bring out these workbooks with goals to get to the moon.
What?
And I'm sitting there looking at this shit and going, this is bullshit. And they're like, oh, we've got these, you got to complete like this parenting course, right? I went and did a parenting course with my wife, right? And because we have a special needs son. And so we're there with all these other, and I'm looking at this shit and going, this is so bullshit. Like, I have to sit there and do these, things about, because why? Because they're like, reach for the stars, get to the stars. That's your ultimate
the
goal.
usual program, yeah.
And I'm just like, I'm free of all that now. So I sit there and go, this is bullshit, 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 bullshit. I'll just do what I want to do while I'm sitting on this course. I'll take what I want from this course. I'm no longer going to follow this bullshit,
Yeah, completely, man. I mean, flat Earth makes you question everything. Like nothing gets, even like reality itself, man. It's.
Well, that's a tough one, buddy. That's a tough one. That where you're going with that?
Because it definitely feels like, I mean, I don't know how it felt for you the first time you, I mean, I'm not saying like the first time you watch something about flat Earth. I mean, the first time you look at it and, oh my God, I can't deny this. It's flat. It's just like, it's like leaving a Twilight show episode. It's the realization, like you are trapped. You can't tell. I mean, you can't tell people, but I don't know. Does it matter if people believe it? It's
Well, this is the thing with belief, right? There's lots of people who jump onto this bullshit belief thing, right? Where they believe in manifestation, right? Now, I always say to them, right? I always say to them, that's fine. You can do that if integrate your belief in this energy, right?
That's good proof that manifestation and all that shit, it's bullshit, because people have been believing in the globe for ages and it's still flat.
Exactly. Like they believe that the world is this and it's not going to become that, right? And so here's the thing is I always say to people, like, all right, I push them. And then they're like, they get moved, right? And I'm like, why did you move? They're like, because you pushed me. And I go, that's reality, right?
Exactly.
Right? That's reality. Like, that proves that I exist. Because I just shoved you and you moved. And then I ask you why you moved. And you can't sit there and say, oh, I don't exist. I don't have an identity. I'm just a thought. I'm just, I'm a construct inside the matrix. I'm like, well, if you're the construct inside the matrix, why did you move? Just stay still while I put my hand through you,
I mean, even if he is a construct inside the matrix, he has to acknowledge that there are other constructs and there are other people. He is not alone and he can manifest his own reality for himself.
And so that's where being introduced to flat Earth starts to open and expand your mindset, because you start going, oh man, look at how much bullshit people are coming up with. And there's nothing wrong with people coming up with ideas and theories and all that sort of stuff. But at the end of the day, it's actually the same thing as religion. You go to church and there's a lot of bullshit there too,
I'm gonna be honest with even with the realization, like they control everything and oh my God, they own everything. There was still like this sort of relief with the flat Earth thing that I'm gonna. Ever since I'm a kid, I think that I'm being lied to, and I think that people in power are doing evil things. And the flat Earth gave me this thing. Oh my God, I don't have to believe them anymore. It's like it gave me this permission to just, because I can't tell you if viruses are true or not. I don't have a degree in those, but
yeah, but you can see truth, right? So what you're explaining is you sound like someone who feels free, mate.
Exactly. It's because even though I never wanted to believe them. I, I don't know, man. My reality lived inside their construct, so I kind of had to believe it. But when I saw it was flat, I know it was. So I have. Okay, they can arrest my body, but at least in my head, I know.
Now you're starting to sound like Jesus Christ, mate.
Dude.
That's exactly the kind of stuff he got killed for, mate. You know, talking like that. They can do what they want to my body, but, you know.
But I always did my life a lot like that. You can. If I don't like to do that because I like to live in reality, but if you can do nothing about it, just tell yourself a good story to pass the time. What can you do?
So I have a question. Do you think that your body and that it has a spirit, which is you, or are you your body? You know what I mean?
I'm gonna say that I want to believe, man, but I have to say that I'm agnostic. I mean, I have some weird things in my life. Like I told you one about like the something has been pulled me away from truth because that something pretty much told me in a dream that if I knew the truth, because I was always. How can I say? I'm not a dumb person. Like if I see that there's gonna be trouble, I don't speak or I move away. But when I speak to people, I am honest. So if I know that the Earth is flat and for some reason it comes up, I'm gonna say that the Earth is flat. I'm not gonna try to hide it because some
But
people.
you're also a liar, bro.
What do you mean? Like because
everybody lies, right?
Yeah,
so we're
exactly.
Yep. So every time you say I'm honest, you're also a liar. Like so. Because you're not always honest, right? So
No. Yeah, I know what you mean. But what I mean is, I'm not gonna say that I never lied. What I mean, like I say, even when I tell lies, it's usually mostly white lies for the fun, and I usually
lying's
reveal.
lying, brother. Lying's lying. You're a liar.
Well, maybe, but I think
I guess the point I'm making is you choose, right? You choose how you want to behave, depending on what's going on around you. So there are situations that could be really bad for you if you tell the truth, and you might be tempted to lie. And you may lie because you may preserve your life or your pride or whatever, right? You may actually lie just out of not even trying to choose. It's an automatic response to preserving yourself, right?
Yeah,
Lots of people have done that.
Exactly.
I don't. I mean, what does it has to do with the price of tea in China? Just because you've lied before doesn't make you a liar. I'm an honest
No,
person.
I said everybody's a liar.
Yeah,
Everybody's a liar.
Everyone has.
That's what I said. I didn't say.
I heard what you said. Relax. Everyone has lied before. So what?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, you can say I'm an honest person. That's fine, but you're still a liar.
No, I'm an honest person.
Do you agree with that?
No, I'm an honest person.
So you don't lie? So you don't lie?
What do you mean? So I don't lie? Did I say I don't lie?
If you're an honest person, you don't lie, right?
That's not true.
So honest people are liars.
Honest people can lie.
Yeah, I can think of a lot of good reasons to lie.
So what makes you an honest person then?
When I tell the truth.
And when you lie, what does that make you? And when you lie, what does that make you?
It means I lied about something. Doesn't make me a dishonest person.
That's quite interesting, though, mate. Because
but this is what dishonest.
You're claiming one thing,
sir. This is what makes whatever you're talking about annoying, because you don't have.
Hang on, mate.
We don't speak in. These totalities.
Who's we, mate?
Either
who's the we? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, be quiet. We don't speak in these totalities where it's either you're a liar or you're a truth teller. This conversation is a waste of time. You can have lied before and still be an honest person. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah,
and what point are you trying to make anyway?
I don't know. I was my point was different. I don't know what was this point.
I'm
my,
sure it
my
was.
point is, right, is that every day of every minute of every hour, it's choice, right? So you can be honest and you can be a liar in the same day, right? And if you want to claim absolute, you can do that, but that doesn't mean you are that. That's what I'm telling you.
You can lie and tell the truth at the same time. That would be a more accurate in the same day. I mean, that's a
And
more
honestly,
accurate statement than saying you can be an honest person and lie in the same day.
So you
Which
can
is
also
also
be a dishonest person. That's what I'm saying. Like, if you claim an
but
absolute,
what's the
right?
point? What's the point though?
just having it
The
all.
point is to learn that you have that choice is more important than what you think you are, right? So you can think whatever you want,
I
but
don't
that
know what that
doesn't
means.
change.
I don't
Well,
know
it
what that
doesn't
means.
change what you are, right? So what I'm saying is, you can claim to the cows come home that you're this and this and this, but it doesn't change that you're also the other thing too.
I mean, that's saying a whole lot of nothing.
Well, to you it might mean nothing, and that's
Well,
fine. Like,
you're not saying
it doesn't have to
anything that
mean
means
anything to you.
anything. It's like saying
Well, it doesn't mean anything to
everything
you.
is nothing and nothing is everything. Okay, so what?
No, it doesn't. That's not exact. That's not
Well,
what I
you're
said.
not making a coherent point. You're just saying shit like, well, people lie, people tell the truth. That means that you're dishonest
Yeah.
and
So what's
truthful at
the
the same
point?
time.
Okay, here's the point. You're gonna hear the point. The point
Well,
is
I
it's
asked you
choice.
twice.
It's just choice. That's it. That's
What
the
does that
point.
mean? So what does that
It's a
mean?
choice, right? It's a
What does that
choice,
mean?
right? So
What does
you have
that
if
mean?
you have the freedom to choose, right? Then you have the freedom to make
What
choices.
is your point?
So you don't understand what choice means.
What's your point? I'm gonna ask you one more time, and you're going on ice.
What answer do you want? You tell
What
me
the
the
fuck
answer
your
you want.
point is?
I
I
told you
don't
the
want
answer. You
anything
can't
but your
understand
point.
it. I told
All
you.
right. All right. Well, have a good night, bud.
Why did you mute him?
Annoying. Because it's annoying.
He was the only one person.
What's the point? We have choice. So what? What does that even fucking mean? I know I'm about to make a choice as to what beverage I'm about to drink. So what? What's the point?
Well, we are having kind of a physiological conversation anyway. So,
Maybe you can tell me what the point is then.
well, I was kind of confused in the sense that I don't think. Well, people can lie, man. You are forced to lie in this system. I don't think it has a point. I think it's just an observation.
That's why I said, so what? Okay, people lie, people tell the truth, people make choices. What the hell was the overall point of the conversation?
I think you just wanted to hammer the point that we have free will and we have to choose, but yeah, it was not a good example, maybe.
Mm.
We were kind of going on the more of religious aspect of the things, so it's a
No,
little bit of
I didn't hear anything about anything religious. I mean, if that was supposed to be made clear, I wish he could have told me.
I think you got him like I think he was confused
religion?
a little bit.
Why should he be confused? He's the one that needs to tell me what his conversation is about. You're confused. You said, I don't know. I got confused. Why the hell are you confused in the middle of a conversation you're having at 12:13 when there's only two people talking?
12:13. It's
Eh,
5:13 in the morning here.
For me.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me. I just my bad. We all got different times. My fault. But yeah,
I'm not sure if you guys are doing a show or something. I thought we were just having a random conversation, so I entertain all of things. And
that's
I
fine.
wish,
That's fine. But do you entertain conversations that go nowhere?
well, no, we was just making an interjection because I was gonna tell a story. Like we were talking like about of religions, like a little bit more thing.
What
Where
about it,
I'm,
man? Damn.
I don't know. I don't know what it meant. I think
If y'all don't know what y'all want to talk about, and you're gonna throw words like religion around, you most
Oh
definitely
no,
fucking should
I
just
know
stay
what
off the
I know what I
topic.
wanted to talk about.
You most definitely should stay off the subject and just
Why?
talk about flat Earth if you guys can't get your shit together.
Can I say just what I was gonna say? I was gonna say that I have no idea what religion, like if it's real, if it's not. But I had some weird things in my life. Like there was this time I was like riding my truck and I had this weird feeling in my gut, just saying, "Brake," and I didn't, and I just kept getting stronger and stronger, and suddenly. Since I wasn't braking, I got an even bigger feeling to just go turn left, and for some reason I did it. I went outside the road to the left side of the road, and I just out of the fog there was this truck like covering the road. If I didn't have done that, I would have crashed and probably died that day. So
That sounds completely non sequitur to religion.
yeah, we were.
What the hell does a system of beliefs have to do with your intuition or your experience or your whatever? See what I'm saying? Like this. I mean, come on.
Dude, because for me, religion is all of that. I don't know what, because
No, it's not. Religion is a set of beliefs given to you by someone else. That's
okay,
what
then
religion is.
can you
That's
give
how
me?
it's defined.
Sorry, I'm not even
Religion.
American, so maybe I need a better word for this. What I mean with religion is spirituality, like weird things, like maybe God. I don't know, like
You can't just make up what you can't just define religion however the fuck you want.
I know.
Not
That's why
not
I'm
not in a
asking you.
public
I'm not
not
even
in a
American,
public
man. I don't know
not
what
in a
better word
public
to describe.
forum.
Uh, I have no better word. I'm asking you. You're American.
Well, I just told you how religion is defined. You can Google it as well. I
No,
mean,
I mean, what type of
you
word?
can go into one of like the religious texts and see how they define religion. Yeah, I mean, it's a number of things that we could do other than vaguely define religion as everything that it's not, because then it confuses people.
Okay, then, but give me a word for what I was saying. I was just trying because he
Well,
asked me.
didn't you do a good enough job describing it? You was riding down the block, you was riding down the street or riding down the highway or road or whatever, and then you got this strong sense that you should turn, but then you ignored it, and then the sense got stronger and
Because
stronger. What the hell is wrong with what you said? Like, what do you mean? Like, what else is there to say?
I don't know what is wrong. I'm just saying that because he asked me if I was religious or not, if I believed
But
in
what
something.
does that have to do with what you described to me?
What I described to you was that. So, what are you asking even?
What?
Good. You asked me what does that have to do with what I described to you, and you mean what he's
No,
saying?
no, I'm saying what does what you described to me have to do with religion?
Because it was what people call, because I don't have a better word for it, a religious experience. Or maybe not a religious, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, that's a misnomer. It's no religious experience. All these things that the television
Tell
um
what are
they just use words in a way that hmm? I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I got. I was listening to your explanation because, like I'm telling you, I use words in a vague sense because maybe I need better words, but I use words to describe things. They don't have they.
That's we all use words to describe things. Like, let's
And I
not
use
be
them to
ridiculous
the best
here.
of my ability. That's what I mean. I use them to the best of my ability. I'm not saying that I.
Yeah, yeah, okay. But again, religion, which by the way, most I didn't see religious texts even. I don't even know if I like that word. Um because if it's specifically the Bible, if you look in the Bible, people are like, oh, that's like, the religion of Christianity. Well, the Bible doesn't even, what is it, mention Christianity like three times, number one. Number two, it warns against religion. So if a book like that warns against religion, then the more important word is what is religion defined at? What is it? What is it that this book warns against? What's exactly the shit that we're doing when we don't define words, and we leave it open ambiguously, and just
But dude, I don't mind being corrected and you telling me the right word for the type of experience. Because the thing is, he asked me if I
you
believe.
had an experience. I was
Yeah,
good
yeah,
with
okay.
that.
So what I mean is, even if I wanted to say I'm an atheist, I can't say that I'm a believer because I didn't see anything physical, like nothing in reality changed at that moment. But I can say that I'm agnostic because something weird happened. And I can say that I'm an atheist as well.
Yeah,
That's
but
what I mean.
you didn't need that experience to know that there are supernatural things that happen. For
Well,
instance, this conversation.
yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, when you go into that point, but thing is,
It's not really a but though. I'm just saying, like,
it is because we
I
live in this.
understand what you're saying. Feelings like love, feelings like maybe nervousness, maybe that's what you felt begin to build up. Anxiety, right? These are words to describe the experience that you went through, not
Mhm.
religion.
Exactly, but I wanted what I want is a encompassing term that I can put all of that.
Well, why don't you make one? Put it in
Well,
Webster.
I don't know. Spirituality is it that? I'm not even American, man. I'm just trying to use the American language the
What
best
does
of my.
being American have to do with? Oh my God, Jesus, the world is fucked.
What? Why are you so mad, man? Because
You think I'm mad
it looked like it.
because I think the world is fucked, and
Yeah, because you're saying.
how does that make me
I
upset?
don't know.
I'm trying to relay something to you that's simple to me, but is going over your head.
No, it
Why
doesn't.
would
I can
that?
explain exactly everything that you say to me. You think that using the word religion for describing those types of experiences is stupid, and I accept it. I have no problem with that. Just give me another
And
word.
then you said, "We'll give you another word," and I said, "Well, why don't you make up another word?" And then you're like, "Yeah, but why would that make me the one to be upset for pointing out how
Well,
ridiculous and unuseful this line of reason? What do you need a word to unless you already use words to describe to me your experience? You already did that. You want to be redundant, right?
no, you are being
Because
redundant
it
because
went from talking about, well, is this is a religious experience, maybe a spiritual experience,
exactly, exactly, and the fact that I said religion.
to you already describing to me what happened with words that already exist. And you're like, well, I need an all-encompassing word. That's not
Well,
my problem. Why would I be mad?
I don't know, man.
And you're like, well, I'm not American. Okay, well, Americans already misuse words. So I don't even understand what that rebuttal was.
I
Who
don't even
cares?
understand what's the problem. And I was just the thing is, I used the religion as
Why
a
do I have
big
a
word.
problem? Describe to me what my problem is.
Oh, it's easy. Well,
Since you think I have a problem.
yeah, it's easy. I was having this conversation with this guy before, and I used this vague word in a vague sense. I mean, it's not a vague word; it's a concrete word that is religion.
Okay.
But I used it in a vague sense, like
I know
explaining
what
what it
happened. What's my problem though?
yeah, your
What was
problem
my
is that you
problem?
came here all mad and you just kicked the guy because he was.
Well, excuse me, I muted him because he couldn't elucidate what he meant, and then you said you're confused, which
Yeah,
basically
because
validated what I was saying was happening. How does
your
that make me
tone.
upset?
I think is I'm not impressed because I have a coffee and I've seen way worse things. But your tone dictates a lot, and you were having like this very high pitched tone with him, and I
Yeah,
noticed
so
it on
what?
him.
Why does that? What does that have to? I'm American, so what? How does
Well,
that make me upset? How does
but
that? I don't have a problem. You wouldn't. You
maybe
know
you
what the
don't.
definition
But
of a
dude got a problem.
problem is?
a contention?
I don't have a problem. I just get annoyed because this is a flat earth server, not a religion server. And then when, I listen to the conversation, it's actually not about, religion at all. So I'm like, well, what is going on?
Hey, you guys want to talk about Flat Earth? It's okay. I was just having a random conversation with that guy. I
No,
have no idea.
even though I'm saying I want to talk about flat earth, not really, because I just popped in to just see what's going on. The point is, I'm listening to a conversation that is unclear, and I asked for clarity and it wasn't given. So why allow the conversation to persist then?
Okay,
That's not
so
a problem. That's a judgment.
I have nothing to add. Okay, you are right. I mean, this is not even my Discord. I was just having a chat with that guy. Your rules are
Yeah,
yours.
like, call him. You got his Discord. Click his name. Call him.
Why should I do that? Maybe.
I don't know. You said you were just having a conversation. I feel like if you wanted to continue to have a conversation where you were confused, you could just call him. Right?
Yeah, but what?
Okay.
You went for me to leave? I can leave.
I'm not saying leave. I'm saying you were having a conversation where you were confused. And it was only two of you. So I'm saying, well, I was confused because I was trying to figure out what the point was. Seeing as that I was tired of it, maybe you want to continue to have the conversation. I don't know at what point you wouldn't be confused, but you could call him. Not a problem. That's not me telling you to get out. That's me telling you to call him so that you can enjoy the conversation about nothing that you were having.
Well, what else? The world is flat, man. We were already went through a lot of things. I mean, this guy that was here already went to like all of the name of the flat earthers. We can talk about the laser tests, but I mean, shouldn't that be like a glober should be here? And I don't know, man. We can't
Yeah,
be
the
all the day.
world is flat. Big deal. Like that's like the easiest thing. I'm just saying, if you're gonna have a conversation on the live stream,
Oh,
make it
sorry, I'm new
coherent.
here. I just came here because okay, sorry, whatever.
Yeah, it just needs to be coherent. If I ask the parties who are having a conversation is off topic, I expect them to at least be like, "This is my point. This is what I'm trying to prove." Or this is my premise. This is what I'm trying to relay to the audience. If there's an audience out there listening, I'd be like, okay, fine, cool.
Okay, if I can bring like some like point to the whole conversation, it was just this. I mean, the guy believes in a god, and I can't say
He
that I
didn't
don't.
even
Like
mention God. I mean, I asked him what he
he
was
did
talking
before.
about.
He
I
did
know, but
before.
I asked him what the point he was making, what was he talking about? None of that came up. So why are you so do you think it's unreasonable for me to have responded in the way that I did
I
when he
understand your
couldn't
reasoning.
oh my bad. I wasn't finished. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
So now
Okay.
I have a problem because I want to finish a sentence and make sure that you're clear and understand where I was coming from. That's a problem, right?
No. Go on. Sorry. No, what I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. Just finish.
It's ridiculous. I'm just saying he could have been more charitable.
Dude, you were very in his face, man. He was very like not knowing what to do. I mean, that's what I took out from it. It seemed like he was.
Well, if he was clear, you wouldn't have been confused. So
don't.
again, either it's just oh no, I was in his face, so he was flustered, or he actually didn't have anything to say.
A
So
little bit of both.
I just we're talking about well, are you honest if you can lie? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? That's a legitimate question.
Yeah,
What
okay. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah. I agree with you there because I mean, but he is kind of right though. You
No,
have to
he's not
lie, man.
right. No, he's not right. No, he's not
Why
right.
you lie? Like in the concrete definition of the word, you lied. I mean,
Okay, but we have to define words. Okay, so when we use words to try to use words in a way that makes them useless is useless, right? Because I can understand what he's saying. He's saying, well, honest people lie and liars tell the truth. Guess what that means? It means what you said was useless because the sum is
sorry,
zero. So I'm
my
like, okay, what's the point of doing that? What's the point of saying that? Honest people lie. Oh, is that what you're okay? Liars are honest. Like, what does that mean? Okay, so what? Now, what now? And right? So he's like, well, really, we're just talking about choice. And I'm like, what does that mean? Following what you just laid out. Like, what's the point you're actually trying to make? I'm sorry that he wasn't clear, and I was tired of it.
okay, no problem. It's in your rights. I mean, it sounds like the Discord is yours, so why not? You just want people to have good material, and we weren't having it. We are just having a random shit. Like, it was bringing it like things to the religious side, but I'm not the best person to talk about it because when I was a kid, I mean, I had the Catholic experience and I got turned off from. Yeah, but like you said as well, that is even your opinion. Like religion, it's the bad thing. Like spirituality is something different.
Religion is you wake up, you read the newspaper, you go on and talk about who your favorite side is, whether it's Republican or Democrat, like because you're in a cult, like
Yeah,
all of
exactly.
that's religion is as it's defined. Who's religious here? The people that are. That's I'm like it's no reason to have a conversation about that. Like, and we already know that the supernatural exists, so we don't
Well,
have to debate that either. So I'm like, what is it that we're trying to debate? What is the conversation? What can make the conversation, interesting and well, honest?
yeah, I was just.
Or can we not have an honest conversation because we've lied before? See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
I see what you mean. Yeah. I think we are gonna have an honest discussion. Yeah, but I don't know, man. I think he was trying to push the concrete because, yeah, I understand both sides, man. Because in honesty, you can be honest and say a lie, like a white lie, but you did lie. So in the definition of the world, you are a liar, and you are not honest when you say a lie. So.
But my response to that was so. I mean that's a real response. So what? Like so what means so what is your point or so what are you getting at? So what are you? That's what that means.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I also got a little bit confused about what he meant because I was just gonna say a story about but you don't even think you see the supernatural as something concrete. I mean, I think a lot of people don't even believe in the supernatural.
Well, I mean that's because they're retarded. What do you want me to do about that?
Maybe, but there are different types of lives, man. There are people that don't even come across those things.
No, I mean the supernatural is anything that's beyond our physical and natural world, like which we know exist. Like thoughts exist, ideas exist, and yet they're not in the form of anything physical or anything you can put in a bottle. That's why that word exists. It's for the other things that we know we can't categorize as physical and natural. That's all that is.
Yeah,
It's not even a big. Okay.
If you
Go
were
ahead.
indoctrinated like in school, like I was,
Then you would be retarded until you had a head check. Yeah.
But what do you want to do? Just want. Okay. Everyone is a little bit retarded, man. Even those people that know the truth, there are lies in it.
Mm-hmm.
But you're illuminated, you know everything.
No, no one knows everything.
Exactly.
Brain is not that awesome.
I don't know its limits. I know that the lie was very well made, man. The traps are very well built, man.
No, you know what it is. It's the mentality. The mentality is the lie is flimsy. That's a lie. Like people like things like when people say time is money, that's a lie. But it's because of our mindset that we've allowed something so flimsily incorrect, you know, determine what we do when we put time and energy into how we're going to take care of our families. So it's really the mentality. Lies are
I agree
flimsy.
with
It's the mentality that allows lies that's the problem. Because people will justify anything.
you.
Hell,
Yeah.
you try to justify trying to stop me stopping this maniac.
Yeah, why not, man? You were just asking me about God, and I was just explaining to him why I'm agnostic, why I don't say that I'm an atheist. Because I used to say that I was an atheist, but then, yeah, weird things up.
Yes, like, but I mean, I would have first asked what is God, because the moment somebody starts to say these things that I know they can't possibly know, it's like, well, obviously we're not talking about that. We're just talking about someone that set all this shit in motion. Are we all as human beings so disrespectful and so wrapped in ourselves that everything that we experience hasn't been laid out for us to experience? Like what's so hard about admitting, you know what? There's something greater than me. What's wrong with that?
I
We're
mean,
not
but you don't.
saying call him Shahab Babaha. We're not talking about, saying he has 6 arms and 6 legs and or this super AI being none of that. See, that's religion.
Yeah,
That's
exactly. But
religion. When I say I'm grateful for the breaths that I can take, you know, the and all of the other things that I've been given, and I attribute that to God or the Most High. There's really no argument there. There's really no religiosity there. It's just appreciation. Religion is so. Oh, I can't stand it.
I understand you. I understand you. I mean, I just use the word religion because I have no emotional attachment to it. When I was a little kid, I just said no, I don't believe this, and I went away from it. So, and no one could force me. So I use the religion as to say something spiritual because I don't have the negative connotation that you have because you probably lived more of it. I
No,
don't. I
it's
just
not a negative connotation. I just described to you what religion is. It's
yeah. Okay.
it's
Sorry.
what do you I mean,
But the thing is, it evokes you feelings. It evokes you feelings because you go through the real definition of the world, and but I wasn't using the real definition. I was just using it vaguely, like something spiritual. Uh,
yeah. Are you saying your experience wasn't real or something? I don't get it.
no, what I mean is, you got mad at me using the word religion, but I
No,
didn't
I
even
didn't.
use.
No, that's a lie.
Well, it seemed like it.
No, it didn't. Because when you said religion, I asked you how we define it. And then I said, well, your experience is separate from what religion is. I informed you, and you
Oh,
took that
dude,
even
I tell
in
you, man, it's
retrospect,
the tone, man. It's the tone, man.
in retrospect, I now realize that you didn't even appreciate me helping you out there because you thought I was upset because you used the word
Yeah,
religion.
it's tone, dude. It sounds like it, and you don't make it.
Right. But in retrospect, we all know, we all heard the conversation. I was telling you the difference between your experience and what religion is. So that's what happened. But
Exactly.
you're telling me I was upset for your use of the word religion, which
Because
means,
it's, I'm telling you, man, it's a tone. It sounds
which
like it.
means, but what's the point of repeating for the third time? It sounded like something that I just explained to you wasn't.
Because things happened anyway, even though it wasn't, and we can
No, I'm
both.
saying you thought it was one thing. I explained to you more than twice that it wasn't that. So why? And you're still like, no, it's just that it sounded okay. Well, aren't we past that by now?
Yeah.
We're past you thinking that I was upset that you used the word religion. No, I was just annoyed that the word religion and what you was using it for was incorrect.
Then,
which is justifiable, right? You don't want people, using words um wrong or incorrectly, right? Or incategorically, right?
yeah, I know what you mean, man. But I come from a very
What's
folklore
the but
place, man.
behind that? It's like if we have to be on the same page when we use words, or we may as well be speaking a different language.
Yeah, I
Because
agree with you.
when you're not on the same page, that means you're not communicating with one another. Like, where's the but in that?
The but is when I was talking to the other person before, he knew what I meant with religion. He didn't thought about Catholics or Islam or you came here and you thought that I was using religion. And
No,
I was.
no. The other guy, again, like now the conversation is becoming circular
Yeah,
because
forget it.
you just
Move
keep
on, man.
on
It doesn't matter.
changing how the conversation happened. And no, because what happened was I asked him what was going on. So why would you now lie, right? And say, well, you're mixing things up to make them seem like something they weren't. No, I came in, I asked the guy what he was talking about. He wasn't even fucking talking about religion at that time.
Yeah, it was
He
talking
was
about.
talking about lying and telling
Yeah,
the truth, being
yeah.
honest. And okay, so it wasn't even about religion at that point for me when I entered the conversation and responded to what he was saying. Then you explained that you were talking about religion, and then I then ask you what you meant, and then you describe to me your experience. And I'm like, well, how is that religion when religion is just what I defined it as versus your experience? That's all that happened, and you keep saying but, and then a lie follows.
What do you mean with a lie? I just keep saying that it was your tone, man. I said that before and I say that now, man. It's the
And now we're back to
way.
my tone. Okay, and I said, so what?
So what? What?
Right.
Yeah, nothing. I'm not mad at you. We can move on. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean,
What do you want to talk about?
uh, you have cool stuff about Flat Earth. I don't know.
No.
Okay, then the talk is over.
If you say so.
Okay, good luck.
What's up, the whole truth? You there? The whole truth? You there? Oh, okay, I see. 1 second, 1 second. Oh, you're on listening pass? Oh, I'm not gonna touch that then. Sorry. I don't know why you're on the listening pass. Yeah, see, someone gave him a listening pass probably for a reason. Otherwise, he would have just had VC and all that. Yeah, I understand. You're gonna have to come back in another time if you want to get a flat Earth, brother. I don't know why you have listening pass. So
Yeah, I think we're on Emotionless Mondays too. It's Speculation Sunday's probably over now.
Alrighty.
and to follow up the conversation about lies and truth and being honest and being a liar, that's wholly irrelevant in a world where truth is objective. That's really that's a point that has meat on the bone. You know what I'm saying? Truth is objective. So is a lie.
Meat
Either
is
something
ready.
is true or it's not.
I agree.
Completely non sequitur to religion. Yeah, the laws of logic are a part of reality. Yeah. So, what's your point?
Mr. Elijah.
If he's not there, what's up, mate?
I am ready for the Flat Earth interview.
The whole truth, is that you?
It is I.
I'll see if there's a mod available. Give me 1 sec.
Alrighty.
That's why we're waiting to see if any moderators come in. Well, they're already in here, but it depends if they're listening or not. How long have you been a flat earther?
Since around 2020.
2020. What's your best proof of the flat Earth?
Proof that I have seen, or just proof in general?
Proof of yours. What's your convincing arguments that made you maybe come to the realization of it?
I would have to say that we see too far.
Yeah, and have you got any examples of that?
Oh yeah, the world record long distance photo.
What do you say about when they say, well, that's just refraction?
They would have to prove refraction actually does what they say it does, and not just state it.
I agree with that. So we see too far, therefore no curvature?
Yeah.
Anything else?
Well, the moon landings were faked.
Yeah,
That's
but
what
other,
started it for me.
yeah,
Realizing that.
yeah, I'm on the, yeah, I had the same kind of coming to it. The moon landings actually don't prove anything about the flat Earth, but
Yeah, I know.
yeah. So what actually got you? How'd you get into it?
Well, I was watching all the fake moon landing stuff, and then I saw a video of Witsit, and then I hopped into one of his live streams when he was doing that tour around the U.S. And I
Yeah,
just
when he got arrested.
yeah, and I just started from there and just kept going on researching.
Yeah. Any particular other people that videos you watched or anything like that?
Eric Dubay, allegedly Dave. I watched like one of his.
What do you think about what he says?
Which one? Who?
Well, I'm not really a big fan. I started Flat Earth with Eric Dubay, but
Yeah, I watched some of his stuff too. I
he's
watched after I
he's
got
never
into it.
changed any of his arguments in the time that I've been a Flat Earther.
Yeah.
The arguments have actually changed a lot. So he's a big ice wall kind of person, you know?
Yeah.
Like something that we can't confirm, you know?
I mostly watched him for the dinosaur stuff.
Yeah. Do you remember that Joe Rogan episode when he had that paleontologist on?
Yeah, and he's talking about how he found a dinosaur skeleton in downtown LA.
The guy with the hockey jersey and the green hair?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said he wanted to bash Eric Dubay or something like that. I thought that was quite funny.
That's one of the other videos that got me into it, because I saw that Joe Rogan podcast.
Got you into the dinosaurs, or that got you to realize who Eric Dubay was?
Eric Dubay. Because
Yeah,
at first
so
I
you
was,
saw that and then went to Eric Dubay.
yeah, I was on the fence watching Eric Dubay, then I was getting into the moon stuff, and then got to Witsit.
Straight to the hard stuff. Did you ever see any of Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues or anything like that?
I have not. I've
A
seen
good
David
one.
Wise stuff.
On his app. Have you got his app?
I used to, but I deleted it when everyone was
Okay.
talking about it might be a psyop.
Don't worry about that, mate. All the best videos are on there as well, so fuck it. They already know who you are if they want to.
Yeah, I already paid for it, so that, yeah, they know.
Just get it back, man. I use it for YouTube videos all the time. How to find them. I just go straight there. I don't bother searching on YouTube. I just go straight to his app and look for the video.
Yeah,
Because it always comes
easier.
up in the app. Yeah. Same with all the like full length documentaries. So on that app, I'd re-download it, man. Like, there's no harm in it. There's good Mark Sargent's Flat Earth Clues. I like them. He's got a whole series of them. Good information.
Eight years ago. Oh my goodness.
What, Flat Earth Clues?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I may, when did I go? Yeah, around that time, 2015, maybe 2014. I've been
That's when I
looking at it
first heard
since then.
about Flat Earth, but that was when the Flat Earth Society, I was like, oh my God, yes, Flat Earth Society. And then everybody started debunking them, and I was like, never mind.
Yeah, I never actually came across them. So I got straight into those long videos, and then I heard a couple of early debates. One of them was Mark Sargent too. And I was like, what's going on here? What's going on? Mine was a slow burn. I really fought against it, I had to do a lot of research.
Yeah.
Well, me being upside down, that doesn't make any sense.
So when you do a handstand, does your blood rush to your feet?
When I do a handstand, I'm standing up.
Oh, makes sense.
Yeah, my up is the same as your up. Exactly the same. Where are you, in the US?
Yes.
Cool. You've got a different background. You got an Asian background?
No, I'm mixed with black and white.
Okay. It's kind of a distinct accent, though, isn't it?
I have an accent?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like your typical US accent.
For real?
Yeah.
I never noticed.
What else, mate? Are you a fully fledged flat earther, or you still have some questions about it?
Oh no, I'm a fully fledged true earther, yes. I
What do
am
you
not
say
on
about
the fence.
What do you say about the ice wall?
Well, I never saw it. But it makes sense.
Other planets?
I love looking at them. Don't mean I could go there.
The vacuum of space.
What is that? I didn't think that was real. Well, I did used to think. I used to be in love with space. I used to watch all of Secure Team 10's videos on UFOs.
You know that gas pressure can't exist next to a vacuum, yeah?
Well, no one has ever proved it.
No demonstrations, are there?
I would love to see some. Then it'll make me a globe earther again.
You ever seen any of those laser tests?
I've seen some of them.
Got some good information. Have you had a look through the server?
Is that what?
Have you had a look through the server?
Oh yeah, I've been in the server before. This is my other account got disabled.
Okay, what was your previous name?
Something the Emperor something, the Empirical Emperor.
Okay, was that a while ago, was it?
A couple months back.
Okay, doesn't ring a bell. But oh well.
Pretty sure I joined on that account in 2021. But since it's disabled, you won't be able to find it.
Yeah, no, that's all right, man. Alright, I've got to go on mute, man. I've got to do a few things, but I'll keep an eye out if anyone gets back to me.
Alrighty.
I'll point them in your direction. All right, mate. Maybe while there's no one talking, maybe I'll put Flat Earth Clues on. What do you think about that? You want to listen to it?
It's only 12 minutes.
Is it? Oh, there's many of them. Wait, I'll go and...
Go for it, brother. How you doing,
yeah?
Timbo?
Good, man. Yeah, if everyone's just gonna chill out, then yeah, I'll put on Flat Earth. Have you heard it, Cambo?
Flat Earth Clue by Mark Sargent.
Yeah.
I think I heard it before, but a long time ago. Yeah, I heard Mark Sargent, Eric Dubay, and I also I pretty much seen like almost every videos, but it was a long time ago. So yeah, but go ahead if you want to put it, please.
Oh, there are parts to it. Okay.
There's also another one I really like. Flat Earth Litmus Test.
That I probably haven't seen it yet.
Okay, let's put that on. You guys can listen to Mark Sargent in your own time. I'm gonna put this on. This is really good.
Okay, go for it.
Beautiful. If anyone
A
wants
Mayan
to
elder
talk,
wearing
just,
traditional Mayan garb walks into a bar.
yell out and
He
I'll
sits down
pause
and
it.
strikes up a conversation with the bartender. And the bartender says, "Hey, you don't look like you're from around here. Where are you from?" The Mayan elder says, "Earth." And the bartender says, "So what do your people believe in?" And the Mayan elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth rests on a giant crocodile sitting in a lake of water lilies." And the bartender says, "Wow, that's fascinating. Tell me more." An Anishinaabe elder, wearing a traditional feathered headdress, walks into a bar. The bartender says, "Hey partner, where are you from?" And the Anishinaabe elder says, "Around these parts." The bartender says, "The last guy I had in here believed the earth was on a crocodile. What do your people believe in?" And the Anishinaabe elder replies, "Well, our people believe that the earth sits on the back of a giant turtle resting in a great ocean." Bartender says, "Wow, that's incredible. Tell me more." A gentleman sitting at the bar then walks up to the bartender and says, "Hey, I heard you talking with those native wisdom keepers about the earth. Do you know what I believe?" The bartender says, "No, what?" The bar patron says, "I believe that the earth is flat." The bartender says, "The earth is a ball, you idiot. Get the fuck out of my bar."
Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That really made me laugh.
All engine running.
That's funny.
We have a liftoff.
How true is that?
Past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
They hate flat earthers.
You can have.
I can't believe I've
any,
never heard that. This is the first time I heard that. The
You can
laughs
have
were
any,
hard.
any theory you want apart from the flat Earth. That's it.
No, this is my first time hearing this one too.
Welcome, everyone. For those of you who are not familiar with the work I do, feel free to check out my YouTube channel, Marty Leeds 33, or my main site, martyleeds33.com. On my YouTube page, I have a folder entitled Begin Here if you want to further your exploration into the worlds of gematria, symbolism, numerology, mysticism, theology, and more. No real worries if you are not aware of what it is I do, as I won't be doing too much numeric work in this video. But if you are wondering what all that weird math is that occasionally pops up, well, there's your answer. The following video is for educational purposes only. For those of you that might not be aware, and for a select few of you this may actually come as quite a shock, but there is a heated debate going on currently with an exponentially growing group of people who believe, and many who are absolutely convinced, that the Earth is flat. There are literally hundreds of thousands of people who are exploring the notion that this Mother Earth that we live on does not revolve around the sun and is in fact a motionless flat plane, and the stars, sun, and moon, literally the entirety of the cosmos, revolve around the Earth, a model called geocentrism. A majority of these folk are very dedicated to their cause and are making their case with passion and gusto. There are hordes of independent researchers online who are posting videos with much evidence to support their claims, and average everyday people have taken up doing scientific experiments for themselves to test the veracity of the claims made by scientists and space agencies across the known world that the Earth is part of a heliocentric or sun-centered system. Blogs have been written, podcasts recorded, comment sections flooded. Hell, there's even been several books written about it. These people are dedicated and very serious about supporting a new flat Earth model to replace our currently accepted heliocentric system. But as you will come to see, this presentation really isn't going to be about questioning the rotundity of the Earth. It's actually a video ultimately about civility and discourse and the human heart. But we'll get into all of that in just a bit. For many, the initial response to hearing the idea that people are actually considering the notion that we live in an Earth-centered or geocentric universe usually takes the form of something like the following. Who in the bloody hell thinks the world is flat? What kind of moron believes such nonsense? Have you ever been up in an airplane and seen the curvature of the Earth? Stupid. Shit is round like the other planets. Ever hear of the Hubble telescope? Dummy. The majority of us, at least those who receive their education from a federally mandated academic curriculum, have been told since kindergarten about the rotundity and sphericity of the Earth. In fact, globes often find their way into classrooms across the world. The Earth being a spinning globe and going around the sun was and is taught as absolute fact. But if you were like me, you probably often question whether or not you really learned anything in school. There are many people who ridicule the idea of even having a discussion or debate on this subject. For many, there is a sheer absurdity of even questioning the rotundity of the Earth in the first place. A vast majority of the public, many of whom more than likely consider themselves educated, feel that such considerations are for the brain-dead and primitive. To even consider the notion that the Earth is flat, for many, is a complete waste of time. And that is exactly why we are going to investigate this subject today. Is there any great flaw or fault in restating our assumptions and clarifying with scientific precision the things that we have come to know to be quote-unquote true and without question? What is so wrong with critically examining fundamental and widely accepted ideas about such things as the shape of the Earth and the nature of the system that we reside in? How often have we ever even considered questioning the celestial mechanics of the world in which we live? Are we supposed to take at face value the promulgations made by governments and self-proclaimed authorities of science, informing us about the heavens above? If you were like me, you take to heart what the great George Carlin said about governments. How much does the average person even know about the movements of the planets, the sun, the moon, and the Earth? Quite some time ago, as I first started exploring the flat Earth model, I posted something on my Facebook account asking my friends a simple question, and it was essentially this: does the moon rotate on its axis? Now, this seems like it should be a pretty easy question to answer, one that an educated populace would be able to answer without so much as a glance at a textbook or looking the answer up online. But funny enough, the answers in the comments section varied so wildly and so completely that it made me realize that most people are going through life clinging, sometimes desperately, to models, ideas, and paradigms that they really know nothing about. And this is a serious problem. So what do we do about this problem? Well, the best way I have always learned to get to the bottom of things is to apply the scientific method, using reason and logic as my guides to make tangible the best answers to the proposed questions at hand. The whole flat Earth movement and phenomenon affords us, meaning the whole of mankind, the perfect opportunity to place each and every one of us at the center of a grand scientific experiment. This social movement allows mankind the opportunity to put himself through a litmus test. A litmus test is defined as a decisively indicative test and is traditionally used to determine the acidity or alkalinity of chemical substances. Or in other words, it decisively indicates the nature of the subject tested. Hey, is it alkaline or is it acidic? Is it A or is it B? Is it black or is it white? And as we may come to find, sometimes these things aren't so cut and dry as we thought. Not only does the debate of the rotundity or flatness of the Earth provide humanity a perfect opportunity to reapply our own scientific knowledge and engage in the learning process once again, things we can only construe as intellectually progressive exercises, it also presents ourselves with a litmus test, challenging our own application and understanding of the scientific method. Our litmus test will be A. Are we using the scientific method, not relying on preconception or bias to arrive at our conclusions? Or B. Have we failed at such a noble objective? And let us make no mistake about it, the pursuit of science is not relegated to the universities and institutions of higher learning. Science, by definition, is the intellectual and practical activity encompassing the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation and experiment. Anyone can make those observations and experiments. Science is a method of investigation, not a set of beliefs. Science is not monopolized by governmental institutions and by men in white lab coats. Science belongs in the hands of each and every human being on this earth, regardless of what anyone says.
First of all, if you're a fucking guy that's making YouTube videos about the Earth being flat, that shit isn't research. It's just not. It's not. You're not a scientist. You're not wearing a lab coat. You don't work for a major university. Just because you're some fucking jack-off alone in your room obsessing about nonsense, that's not research.
Damn, I'd hate to be one of those fucking guys on YouTube making a video on the flat Earth who obviously has nothing important to say. The fact is, science and its basic methods are easy to follow and abide by. The pillars of the scientific method consist of asking questions, doing background research, constructing a hypothesis based on the testing and analyzation of that data, drawing a conclusion and reporting the results. Scientific research must be repeatable, verifiable, demonstrable, as well as able to undergo a healthy amount of scrutiny and criticism. Simple as pie. What often gets in the way of the pure pursuit of science is the human ego. Cordiality and congeniality are lost when the unadulterated quest for truth gets tainted by all sorts of corrupting forces, such as money, power, greed, and pride. All things quite prevalent in the current collective human condition. We must always keep emblazoned in our minds the understanding that ridicule, belittlement, derision, disparaging and derogatory remarks, ad hominem attacks, and the like have no place within scientific inquiry, nor in social civility. In the noble pursuit of science, if one attacks another for simply making an inquiry or asking a question, you can be sure that that individual is not, in any way, shape, or form, engaging in the scientific method. Period. We must abandon any inclinations to revert to childishness and always be constructive with our debates and discussions. Whether we recognize it or not, humankind has a moral stake in being kind. The word itself reminds us of this absolute truth.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
What I wish to do here is simply present 10 interesting points of contention that I've personally found compelling throughout my own investigation of the Flat Earth movement. This video is not intended to be an unbiased scientific investigation because ultimately that investigation rests in your hands and in the hands of the community at large. Since we will only be covering 10 unique questions surrounding the nature and construction of our earthly system, this investigation is obviously anything but conclusive. But I do feel that addressing and highlighting these 10 particular aspects will make a strong enough case as to why so many people have begun to seriously question our proposed heliocentric system. It must be noted that there are so many different facets to consider when it comes to understanding the very dynamic system that creates our blessed little home here in the universe. Obviously, when confronted with such a dynamic system as our solar/geocentric system, there is a bevy of varying phenomena that one has to take into consideration. Things like the phases of the moon, the path of the sun, the cause of seasons, the retrograde motion of planets, the mechanics of the pole star, flight paths, the cause of tides, eclipses, etc., etc., etc. Without a doubt, there are countless things that must be taken into consideration before we may draw any sort of final conclusion on the matter. The goal here is not to cover each and every one, for time dictates otherwise. There is now a growing and bountiful outpouring of videos on YouTube, with varying degrees of quality and truthfulness, that anyone may go and explore if they so choose. If you have questions about the proposed flat earth model not covered here, which you surely should and will, there are numerous sites that cover each and every one. When undergoing your investigation, I would only add this. When combing through the endless videos and material on this subject, you will come across many characters. There are deceivers, liars, people with wild and outlandish imaginations, people who have done little to no homework, people who place blame where blame is not to be placed, people with squirrely revelations and mad prophecy, people who claim to have answers, and people who work full-time at propagating disinformation. There are also a lot of very loving and kind people out there, many trying to make sense of an often senseless world, and so many who simply seek truth. In short, and in other words, be careful. It's a jungle out there. The 10 different topics I personally found compelling and the ones we will be examining in this video are the following. Number 1, the model, heliocentric and geocentric. Though there are many other systems other than these two that have been purported throughout time, such as simulation theory, concave Earth, etc., we are going to be looking at these two particular ones exclusively because of the fact that we have been taught the heliocentric model and the flat Earth movement has caught the most steam recently. We are going to give a brief overview of both models as best as my meager mind understands them. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. We are going to take a look at, well, how human beings look at the world, what we can see, how far we can see, and how the world appears to us. Number 3, sun hotspot in the Earth. we're going to take a quick look at a video from a high-altitude weather balloon and look at how the sun appears to us in this film. Number 4, angles of light and the sun's rays. We're going to take a look at the rays of the sun and the claim that the sun is 93 million miles away. Number 5, NASA and the space agencies of the world. We are going to examine 2 short videos supposedly taken of the Earth from space, provided by the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency and the National Aeronautics Space Administration. Number 6, the sun and the moon. We are going to take a short scroll through the myriad questions surrounding the relationship between these 2 heavenly bodies and our Mother Earth. Number 7, proof of the Earth's spin. We're going to ask the question, can we determine from our position on Earth that the Earth spins at roughly 1,000 miles an hour? Number 8, the existence of gravity. We're going to watch a university professor explain how the gravitational constant was discovered and take a look into what is known as the Cavendish experiment. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. We are going to watch a brief video showing a time-lapse of the sun and analyze what we are seeing. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer, and we are going to take a look at its functionality today. Okay, so here we go. Number 1, the model, heliocentric or geocentric. What I'm going to try to do here is present very succinctly the general outline and model for both the heliocentric and geocentric systems, again, as best as I understand them. We will take a quick look at basic explanations for the phenomenon we see, as well as look at a quick history of both, and I will try to do this as commonsensical and tersely as I possibly can. So the first model we intend to investigate is the heliocentric system, the system that we have all come to know and the one that we learned about in our state-run educational curriculum. In the heliocentric system, the sun, or Helios, resides at the center of the system, with that sun flying through space at nearly 500,000 miles an hour, or 483 miles per hour to be more precise. The Earth, one of the planets in an entire system of planets, revolves around the sun at roughly 67,000 miles per hour, in a large orbit taking 365.24 days to complete. This elliptical orbit around the sun finds the Earth 93 million miles away from the sun in summer, and 3 million miles closer to the sun, or 90 million miles away during winter, a fairly counterintuitive phenomenon called aphelion and perihelion. The band of stars that we see overhead at night is called the Milky Way galaxy, and is the spiral galaxy that our solar system is a very minute part of. The stars we see in the night sky are millions of light years away, a light year being the measure of time it would take light to reach a destination. Our galaxy is just one of literally trillions of galaxies that exist in the ever-expanding universe, giving rise to the notion and statistical probability that Earth, and the life that exists upon it, though unique in its own way, is probably nothing special, as there are many solar systems and many Earth-like planets out in the heavens. The Earth itself is an oblate spheroid, tilted at 23.4 degrees and rotates counterclockwise on its axis to the tune of roughly 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. This rotation is said to cause day and night. The moon rotates around the Earth, with the moon itself rotating on its own axis. And even though the moon spins on its axis, we never see this rotation, and hence we never see the dark side of the moon, and this is due to the fact that the spin of the moon is tidally locked to the Earth's rotation. The heliocentric system is a rather newly adopted system, having first been introduced in the mid-1500s by Nicholas Copernicus in his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, released upon his death in 1543. The ancient Greek Aristarchus had proposed a heliocentric theory in roughly 250 BC, possibly working off the theories of the mythical Pythagoras, who supposedly lived a few hundred years prior, but his theories fell out of favor, with many adopting the geocentric model as proposed by the likes of Aristotle and Ptolemy. The geocentric or flat Earth system puts the Earth at the center of the drama, with the sun, moon, and stars above revolving around it, just as mankind perceives it. The sun and moon, at varying speeds with one another, make roughly concentric paths around the center of the Earth, with many postulating a magnetic pole or source dictating these paths. The rising and setting of the sun is caused by perspective, with the sun rising as it approaches the viewer's vanishing point along the horizon, and sets as it moves away from the viewer and ultimately out of sight. The sun stereographically projects onto the plane of the Earth and acts as a spotlight, which is the cause of day and night. The sun and moon are roughly the same size and same distance away, just as they appear, with current figures given for those objects to be roughly 32 miles in diameter and approximately 3,000 to 4,000 miles away. The moon, like the sun, is its own light source, and the phases of the moon are more than likely caused by the moon itself, and not by reflected light from the sun, as understood in the heliocentric model. The Earth is stationary, and the stars in the heavens revolve around the Earth, hence why the pole star, or Polaris, always remains visible no matter what season it is on the Earth. The Earth has a central pole, being the North Pole, with the southern magnetism being attributed to an ice wall or shelf surrounding and holding in the oceans, what is deemed Antarctica on the globular model. Many flat Earth proponents point out the fact that Antarctica is essentially off limits to independent investigations due to the Antarctic Treaty of 1961, signed jointly by many of the most powerful nations in the world. The flat Earth model has no need for gravity or stars billions of light years away because the stars are close and contained within the Earth-sky system. Relativity also becomes irrelevant because there is indeed an up and indeed a down, just as we experience here on Earth. There are several members of the geocentric community that make it a point to note and clarify that they do not necessarily believe that the Earth is not a sphere, but rather that the flat landmass that mankind stands on is not wrapped on the outside of the sphere, but instead a flat plane existing within a sphere, much like you would see in a snow globe. Many flat earthers postulate a literal firmament or dome that contains the heavens above, which parallels and is in accord with many different mythologies and religious scriptures. The flat earth model has been in existence for thousands of years, has been adopted the world over by Mayan, Hindu, Jain, Buddhist, Egyptian, Norse, Native American, Chinese, and numerous other cultures. Both the Holy Bible and the Quran seem to strongly suggest a flat earth cosmogony. The previous is, as already stated, a very brief and abridged explanation of both models, as best as I can understand them, and further exploration and research is encouraged by those who may be unfamiliar with the inner workings of each one. Ultimately, when undergoing our own hands-on scientific investigation into this subject, when presented with particular questions about the mechanics of these models, if we are to uphold the grand pillars of the scientific method, we should simply provide the most concise explanation to the queries. As we move on, and as you move on with your own investigation, the question that you should always hold in the back of your mind is simply, as a heliocentrist, how do I explain this? As a geocentrist, how do I explain this? And hell, if you're a Mayan elder, you should probably explain how all of this looks from the back of a crocodile. Okay, let's move on. Number 2, horizon, perspective, and viewable distances. The horizon from our perspective, 360 degrees all the way around, always appears flat. No matter how high you climb in elevation, the horizon will always rise up and be level with your eyes. High-altitude balloons have traveled upwards of 33 miles in elevation, and when the curvature of the camera lens, usually a GoPro fisheye lens, is accounted for, which changes the horizon line from convex to concave to flat as it bounces, we find that the horizon remains completely flat and no curvature is ever seen. How can this phenomenon be best explained? The flat Earth model explains this by the fact that the Earth is a plane, not a planet, and therefore what is viewed with the eye is consistent with the actual flat, extended plane on which we live. The best explanation from those in the heliocentric camp explain this occurrence by the fact that no one has just gotten high enough in elevation to see the curvature, due to the immensity of the Earth. The horizon only looks flat because we are seeing a very small portion of the massive Earth. Pics from NASA and other space agencies also show the curvature of the Earth as well. Personally, I must say that, though the heliocentric explanation at first hand may seem plausible, it is not consistent with the math as given to us by spherical geometry. People all over the world, myself included, have reported seeing distances that, according to the basic mathematics of a sphere that has an equator of roughly 25,000 miles or so, should just not be visible. Objects 20, 30, 60 miles away and further have been spotted, many of which at sea level, that just should not be seen according to the math. Ships that have supposedly sailed over the curvature of the Earth, when zoomed in with a telephoto lens, can clearly be seen, which is completely inconsistent with the heliocentric or globular Earth perspective. Number 3, sun hotspot on the Earth. In this very popular video that has made its way around the flat Earth community, a high-altitude balloon was sent up by the company Dogcam Sport to shoot footage of the Earth in an effort to promote their online camera company. As far as I am aware, this video is real and is not fabricated whatsoever. We can clearly see in one part of the footage that the sun makes a hotspot on the Earth. The question this video poses is, if the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth as claimed by modern astronomers, then how in the world is the sun creating a singular, circular, very clear hotspot on the Earth? The Flat Earth proponents explain this simply by saying the sun is not 93 million miles away. It is actually rather close, and so this phenomenon we see makes perfect sense. If the sun is 93 million miles away, then the rays that would reach the Earth would engulf the Earth equally and be parallel to one another, as shown in this graphic. Though I've looked fairly extensively for an answer to this anomaly by the globe Earth proponents, I've yet to find one that is personally satisfactory. Number 4. Angles of light in the sun's rays. In this picture we see the rays of the sun bursting through the clouds, and it is very easy to see that the rays converge to a point that seems to exist just beyond the clouds. Many people experience this phenomenon every single day, and I must say that personally it is quite a beautiful and magical sight. We must conclude that if the sun is 93 million miles away, the rays that would reach the Earth would reach the Earth at a 90-degree angle, with all rays parallel to one another, as just mentioned. The Flat Earth community explains this occurrence by the fact that the sun is close to the Earth, once again roughly 3,000 or so miles away, and the viewable light is converging directly back to the sun itself. The only answer I have found that describes this phenomenon by the globe Earth theorists is that the sun's rays are reflecting off the various layers of the Earth's atmosphere, with those layers being the exosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere, stratosphere, and troposphere. The light rays, once they reach the Earth, are dispersed, which is caused by light refraction, or the bending of a wave when it enters a medium where its speed is different. I take issue with this explanation personally because if such were true, should we not see divergent rays all over the sky instead of this phenomenon simply happening locally? Number 5. NASA and the space agencies of the world. For this one, we are going to ask one simple question. Can NASA and the numerous other space agencies of the world be trusted when it comes to the information that they provide? Most news programs, media outlets, and your average everyday nightly news-watching citizen will accept without question or controversy the claims made by any and all of these space organizations. Images and data sent from the New Horizons satellite floating towards Pluto billions of miles away, the Curiosity rover on Mars picking up samples of the Martian surface, the Hubble telescope snapping pictures and videos of quasars, pulsars, nebula, etc., all throughout the universe. Assertions of water on the moon and other Earth-like planets existing all over the cosmos, all of these claims are usually taken at face value without any serious investigative team ever questioning their scientific legitimacy, or demanding verifiable proof for the information offered as absolute fact. Average everyday people don't often ask questions like, hey, how does the International Space Station handle traveling speeds of 17,500 miles an hour around the Earth in the thermosphere that is said to reach temperatures of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit? How does the International Space Station ground itself without ever touching ground, as it continually builds up a static electric charge cruising around the Earth? How does the Cassini satellite cruise through the rings of Saturn unscathed, while we are told that the rings of Saturn are made of billions of pieces of ice, dust, and rocks, some as small as a grain of salt, while others as big as houses? It is questions like these, along with so many others, that have many people in the Flat Earth movement doubting the whole 9 yards. I will be playing 2 quick videos. The first one is provided by the folks at the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and is a supposed shot of the dark side of the moon as it passes before Earth in a roughly 25-hour period. The second one was released by the Japanese Space Agency and is supposed to be a video taken of Earth rotating in space. Let us take a look at the first video. This video is said to have been taken by a satellite floating somewhere around 1 million miles from Earth. As you can see, even though the video is supposed to be of a 25-hour period, the shot is perfectly still and the cloud formations hardly, if ever, move in this entire span of time. Besides looking just absolutely fabricated, it must also be noted that the moon crosses a great distance over the Earth in this video, which is completely inconsistent with what we are told the orbit of the moon should take around the Earth, which is a period of approximately 28 days. Also pay attention to the fact that not a single star is seen in the background. Where are they? There are numerous anomalies and inconsistencies with this video, and even the untrained eye can see that this footage has some serious issues with its authenticity. The second video is provided by the Japanese Space Agency, and shown here is supposedly a video of the Earth as it spins, creating day and night. If you take notice, the camera is once again perfectly still, not a nudge, shake, bump, or shift in the viewpoint, which in itself seems completely illogical considering that this was supposed to have been taken from a weather satellite drifting in orbit in the vacuum and infinitude of space. As you can clearly see, the clouds all move together in perfect harmony, almost as if one enormous weather pattern swept over the entirety of the Earth. Notice that when the day turns to night, no lights can be seen on the Earth. Is this because the satellite is too far away to detect them? Also notice we do not see any of the supposed 1,800 satellites orbiting the Earth, nor do we see the International Space Station that is supposed to be traveling at 17,500 miles an hour. Also take note, just like the last video, the absence of stars in the background. Though we can see stars here on Earth very clearly, and astronauts at NASA recently admitted seeing stars in space, it is a complete wonder why we do not see a single one in any of these videos. I have personally shown these videos to non-conspiracy minded people and asked them point blank if they believed that the footage that they were viewing was real or CGI, and the response I received every time was a laughing, absolutely not, that is fake as hell and obviously computer generated. The internet is littered with sites, once again of varying quality and accuracy, that have heap loads of evidence that calls into question literally everything these space agencies do. From the International Space Station to the Apollo moon landing hoax, there is an excited, passionate, and fast-growing demographic of people that are calling bullshit to the claims the governments of the world are making, and they are backing up their grievances with mountains of evidence. I have done an entire video on my own personal feelings towards NASA that you can find on my channel entitled Curiosity Roving Through the Claims of NASA, which is a concise and to-the-point video addressing many concerns and anomalies with the information released by this American space agency. I feel that it is well worth your time. The fact is, when examining whether or not the Earth upon which we stand is part of a geo- or heliocentric system, we must take into deep consideration the possibility that the very people who tell us about the heavens above are lying to us about what they know. Only someone engaging in the true scientific method would understand that this factor, in order to make the most complete and thorough study possible, must be accounted for. Number 6. The Sun and the Moon. The image here is presented to give you a rough perspective of the proposed sizes and distances of the Earth and our Sun in the heliocentric model, as given to us by official sources. The Sun is on the right there with its approximate size, and the Earth is on the left with its approximate size, given here in English miles. That line in between the Earth and Sun is to denote a measure of 1 million miles, which means there would be 92 million more of those lines between the Sun and us here on Earth. This is a distance of such enormity that I cannot even draw to scale on this screen and make the Earth visible to the naked eye. For this topic, we're going to take a much more philosophical and honestly theological approach. The Sun and the Moon as united polarities have been celebrated throughout history. I think it's safe to say that there is not a culture, nor tribe, nor civilization across the known world that does not pay homage or draw particular attention to these two heavenly bodies. Now, I am not necessarily trying to advocate the belief in a God here on this point, but standing back and looking at the relationship of these heavenly bodies with our Earth and analyzing it with a purely mechanistic and engineering mindset, either one of these models, whether geocentric or heliocentric, at least in my humble opinion, clearly expresses elements of design, intelligence, and intention. In the heliocentric model, we have a sun and moon appearing the exact same size in our sky from our perspective on Earth, with a whopping nearly 93 million miles difference between them. The idea that this Goldilocks zone that the Earth is in, or this perfected balance maintained long enough for such biological complexity to arise, is somehow just happenstance and accident and the result of simple laws of physics, seems, to be downright blunt, absolutely absurd. What is there more evidence of here? Design or chaos? Intelligence or haphazardness? Holistic functionality on a micro and macro scale, or a jumbled volatile mess? If you were in Vegas and you had to bet the farm on whether or not such a perfect, exquisite equilibrium between the sun and the moon was created with A, intelligent design, or B, consciousless randomness, what would you choose? The geocentric model also delivers us into notions of a creator as well when we analyze how its proposed system works. A flat plane with a possible dome overhead encasing the landmass, a sort of terrarium if you will, that within it has two spheres or disks rotating around it, creating a cycle in which life may continually flourish and then pass away. not to mention the entirety of the stars above rotating around this whole thing. I mean, how are we supposed to imagine this as accident? Like I said, I'm not trying to convince you of anything here, but to me, it's hard to imagine, whatever model we use to explain our world, that there is not intelligence at work here. How can man, as an intelligent animal, somehow use his intelligence to come to the conclusion that the nature that he was born from is unintelligent? That seems like really, really bad logic. I honestly have so many questions surrounding the sun and the moon that they are too numerous to address here. I will say this though, understanding their beauty is simple. To rest on my poetic laurels here, no matter what model we use, and no matter how the mechanics of these objects ultimately plays out, the sun and the moon to me are declarations of cosmic grace. To track the phases of the moon and the cycle of the sun requires no telescope nor complex mathematics. It just simply requires you to look up into the sky every day and every evening. Number 7, the spin of the Earth. The question is, can we tell if the Earth, from our perspective, is spinning or not? Can we somehow detect, calculate, and measure from where you and I stand the supposed spin of the Earth? Now, the Flat Earth community claims that the Earth is motionless and still, and that no motion of the Earth can ever be detected because, by fact, there is none. Many even go so far to say that without the information from the government space agencies of the world, a person cannot even prove himself that the Earth somehow encircles the sun. This quote from Albert Einstein on the spin of the Earth sums up our question pretty nicely. The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system would be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems. Besides images from the space agencies of the world, the heliocentric proponents often point to the Foucault pendulum for evidence of spin. Here's a quick video explaining how the Foucault pendulum works.
A Foucault pendulum is a pendulum with a specially designed pivot, designed so that it can swing back and forth in any direction around the vertical. So that's in contrast to, for example, a grandfather clock, where the pendulum has to swing in a particular plane. Let's imagine that you have a Foucault pendulum and you're at the North Pole of the Earth. When you set the pendulum swinging, you determine a plane in which the pendulum is swinging. And that plane is fixed. So as the Earth rotates underneath the plane of the pendulum swinging. And so if you now go back and imagine that you're standing on the Earth, you see the plane of the pendulum rotate every 24 hours. Now as you go to lower latitudes away from the North Pole, the time that it takes the plane of the pendulum to rotate around lengthens. And in fact, at the equator, the plane doesn't rotate at all. At the latitude of Hanover, it takes 35 hours for the plane to rotate. So if you look at this pendulum here, if we look at it a few minutes from now, we won't even be able to detect that the plane of the pendulum swing has changed. But if you come back in an hour, you will definitely see that it's moved a little bit. And if you come back in 9 hours, this plane of this pendulum here will have rotated by 90 degrees, a very distinct change that you can easily see.
The design of the Foucault pendulum is fairly simple. The pendulum is a heavy mass on the end of a very long chain, suspended so it can swing freely in any direction. And through this simple system, it is said that we are able to measure the rotation of the Earth. According to the heliocentric model, the atmosphere is said to spin with the Earth, and hence the air above and the ground below are a closed system, and thusly spin and are linked together as the Earth rotates. This science is well substantiated within the physics community, and this quote-unquote fact is not questioned. The entire mechanism and science behind the Foucault pendulum is based on the fact that the Earth spins below the pendulum, and the pendulum continues independently to spin on its own plane. The functionality of this machine flies directly in the face and is a complete contradiction to what is offered up in modern physics. Unless my understanding is severely flawed, for the Foucault pendulum science to be correct, and thus be a valid instrument to measure the Earth's spin, that would mean that a helicopter could float above the Earth for 3 hours and arrive at a destination several thousand miles away, which we all know is impossible. Foucault pendulums are working in science museums across the world. I'm going to leave you here with 2 quotes. The first one is by Nikola Tesla, and the second one by, once again, Albert Einstein. Earth is a realm. It is not a planet. It is not an object. Therefore, it has no edge. Earth would be more easily defined as a system environment. Earth is also a machine. It is a Tesla coil. The sun and the moon are powered wirelessly with the electromagnetic field, or the ether. This field also suspends the celestial spheres with electromagnetic levitation. Electromagnetic levitation disproves gravity because the only force you need to counter is the electromagnetic force, not gravity. The stars are attached to the firmament. Question: have you ever felt the Earth spin? Number 8, the gravitational constant. Gravity, the force that draws everything towards one another. The formulation of the theory of gravity was brought forward by scientist, alchemist, Kabbalist, and philosopher Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton, as Wikipedia states, is widely recognized as one of the most influential scientists of all time and is a key figure in the scientific revolution. His book Principia Mathematica, or The Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, first published in 1687, laid the foundation for classical mechanics. The gravitational constant itself was not calculated or determined until the late 19th century, done so by a scientist named Henry Cavendish. I'm going to let this university professor give you a quick background into the history of Mr. Henry Cavendish and his experiment to find the gravitational constant, or Big G.
One of my favorite scientists is Henry Cavendish. Even though he was part of the rich dukes of Devonshire, that family, and incredibly rich, he went to Cambridge to study natural sciences, or natural philosophy as it's called. But he had a very curious condition in that he could hardly talk to anybody. So when it came to his Viva exam after 3 years of study, he fled Cambridge rather than sit in front of the examiners because he was petrified of them. This is not the normal sort of person. He couldn't talk to most people. He couldn't talk to women at all. His housekeeper would get a recipe for something or other, and he'd say, no, lamb tonight, leg of lamb, and leave a note for her. He wouldn't say it, he'd write it. He would dine in the evening with his friends, and he would talk to them, but if he didn't know somebody, and you wanted to ask him a question, apparently you had to go to the Royal Society and he would be in the room and you'd address the room this question about physics and you postulate, and if he felt in the mood he would reply to the room. He was a very strange man. He did most of the experiments quietly on his own, keeping his notebooks, and it was only after his death and a persuasive campaign by Clerk Maxwell, the famous Maxwell of Maxwell's equations from Cambridge University, that he actually got the notebooks from the estate of the Dukes of Devonshire and discovered after the event that Cavendish had discovered the unit of capacitance, discovered dielectric constants, he discovered Dalton's law of partial pressures, he discovered or written about Coulomb's law, all before these guys had done it and just left it unpublished in his notebooks. Towards the end of his life, he did a crucial experiment, which is represented by these lead balls. He lived in Clapham Common, which is nowadays a very poor part of London, but there it was quite fashionable. And he built his own place. His library he built somewhere else because he didn't want anybody borrowing his books from his house. Otherwise, he would have to ask the book back and he didn't want to talk to them. So his library was 4 miles away. At the back of it, he had a big garden shed, which might seem like the size of my house. And in it, he had 2 lead balls, like this, suspended from the ceiling. Only this is not to scale. This is, I mean, lead balls. Now, the real problem is that he wanted to measure the attraction between two objects due to gravity. In other words, there's a gravitational attraction between you and me, or between me and this lead ball. So he had to be a long way away to look at the experiment, otherwise he'd interfere with it. So he had an aperture, a place where he looked through, and he put a telescope out there, and he stood outside in all weathers, and he was in his 60s doing this, staring through the window to take his measurements over a year. There's another set of lead balls inside there. This experiment really is very difficult to get to work, and a technician has sawed it apart because he got so frustrated. And then right in the middle there's a bit of glass, there's a mirror which should be suspended from a torsion wire. So you'd set it up like this in his shed, and you put it like that, and this lead ball would attract that lead ball, and this lead ball would attract this one. And so it would be pushed a little bit this way and twist the wire, and that would be pushed a little bit that way. And the wire would twist, and as the wire twists, the mirror, which is dangling in there, would twist a little bit, and light which comes in would be reflected off at a slightly different angle. And all he had to do was measure the angle. He then had to move it the other way round. Oh, he didn't move this bit. He moved the lead balls round so that you had an equal and opposite effect on the other side. So instead of having, you'd have that configuration. He had this is a very complicated technical thing for the time. 18th century we're talking about, and he put that way round, and then it was pushed the other way, and you could then see the displacement. Moreover, you could measure the period of oscillation of this, and from that get all the properties of the wire, the torsional constant. And that enabled him to measure big G, the gravitational constant, to an accuracy of 1%. And nobody improved on that for 100 years. He didn't describe it as that. He described it as though he was weighing the Earth. He was calculating the mass of the Earth, so that when you're attracted to the Earth through gravity, it's the product of the mass of the Earth, this big gravitational constant, divided by r squared, the radius of the Earth squared, which we normally know as acceleration due to gravity. And that quantity is essentially big G, and he measured it.
Wikipedia tells us that the Cavendish experiment was the first experiment to measure the force of gravity between masses in the laboratory, and the first to yield accurate values for the gravitational constant. This experiment, and the constant derived from it, has laid the foundation for all the current science and theoretical physics dominating the intellectual landscape of today. The entirety of modern physics, in essence, is anchored, one way or another, on the gravitational constant. Big G is used to measure the weight of galaxies and planetary bodies. It is even used theoretically to calculate the very instance of the birth of the universe. In fact, CERN, or the Large Hadron Collider, is a multi-billion-dollar particle accelerator built underground on the border of Switzerland and France that is said to simulate the conditions at the moment of the Big Bang, which is the currently accepted cosmological creation story dominating the minds of modern physicists. It is quite remarkable that all of modern physics is based on an experiment that is not continually being tested and retested to authenticate its veracity. Should there not be a continual Cavendish experiment being conducted to make absolutely sure that this experiment is concrete enough to establish such a fundamental in physics? If investors and governments are willing to spend billions and billions of dollars on CERN, why doesn't modern physics demand such money and focus go to verify one of its fundamental laws? I'm going to leave you with this very illuminating quote about the Cavendish experiment, and this comes from a gentleman named Miles Mathis at milesmathis.com. The Cavendish experiment is routinely included in a short list of the greatest or most elegant experiments ever done. Like all of the other existing dogma, it has surrounded itself with a nearly impenetrable slag heap of boasting and idolatry, most, if not all of, sloppy and unanalyzed. This was true even before the internet arose, but now it is true to the nth degree. Like everything else, the Cavendish experiment has added to its armor 1,000 Wikipedia-like entries and glosses by 1,000 mid-level physics professors. Of the many thousand recent reruns of the experiment, not one appears to have begun with any level of skepticism. Not one is actually set up to test or extend the experiment. Not one starts with the assumption that Cavendish might have been wrong. Despite the stated sacred nature of the scientific method, actually having an open mind about any standard model theory now appears to be equivalent to heresy or sacrilege. Number 9, an analysis of a time-lapse video of the sun. The video you are watching right now comes from a YouTuber named P-Brain. The crux of this gentleman's video is aimed at explaining how the path of the sun through our skies, including sunrise and sunset, can be easily determined by simply understanding the laws of perspective, as well as the orbit that the sun takes around the center of the Earth, as understood in the geocentric model. As you can see in this clip, the sun gets smaller and smaller on the horizon, and the light fades away and travels with it as it veers off to one side of the horizon. Flat Earth proponents claim that this is exactly what the sun does in a flat Earth model, and further, if we are to assume that the sun is 93 million miles away, the idea of attributing this phenomenon to the turning of a sphere at such vast distances does not really seem to make logical sense, since from whatever longitude and latitude we are in, the sun should fade evenly across the horizon. This video from the International Space Station shows this phenomenon from space. As you can clearly see, the sun fades evenly across the horizon. I only want to touch on this point here and direct you to this perspective for further investigation, because if you have not approached this model before, it is extremely beneficial to understand it from this viewpoint. Though this is not necessarily an endorsement to this particular man's work, I would highly recommend watching a few of the videos he has put together. Number 10, the astrolabe. The astrolabe is an ancient astronomical computer that has many uses, including, as told to us by Wikipedia, locating and predicting the positions of the sun, moon, planets, and stars, determining local time, giving local latitude, and vice versa, surveying, and triangulation. The astrolabe was used during classical antiquity, the Islamic Golden Age, the European Middle Ages, and the Renaissance for all of these purposes. The early astrolabe was supposedly invented by Apollonius of Pergam around 220 BCE, which means that the astrolabe has been prevalent throughout history for over 2,000 years. Astrolabes can be purchased or built today and can be used with precision on our modern night skies. We are going to watch a brief clip from a video given at a TED conference about the astrolabe, its history, uses, and functionality. You can find the complete video on the official TED Talk site, and I would highly recommend watching the video in its entirety.
So an astrolabe is relatively unknown in today's world, but at the time, in the 13th century, it was the gadget of the day. It was the world's first popular computer, and it was a device that, in fact, is a model of the sky. So the different parts of the astrolabe in this particular type, the rete corresponds to the position of the stars, the plate corresponds to a coordinate system, and the mater has some scales and puts it all together. If you were an educated child, you would know how to not only use the astrolabe, you would also know how to make an astrolabe. And we know this because the first treatise on the astrolabe, the first technical manual in the English language, was written by Geoffrey Chaucer. Yes, that Geoffrey Chaucer in 1391 to his little Lewis, his 11-year-old son. And in this book, little Lewis would know the big idea. And the central idea that makes this computer work is this thing called stereographic projection. And basically the concept is, how do you represent the three-dimensional image of the night sky that surrounds us onto a flat, portable two-dimensional surface? The idea is actually relatively simple. Imagine that the Earth is at the center of the universe, and surrounding it is the sky projected onto a sphere. Each point on the surface of the sphere is mapped through the bottom pole onto a flat surface where it's then recorded. So the North Star corresponds to the center of the device. The ecliptic, which is the path of the sun, moon, and planets, correspond to an offset circle. The bright stars correspond to little daggers on the rete, and the altitude corresponds to the plate system. Now, the real genius of the astrolabe is not just the projection. The real genius is that it brings together two coordinate systems so they fit perfectly. There's the position of the sun, moon, and planets on the movable rete, and then there's their location on the sky as seen from a certain latitude on the back plate. So that's just one use. It's incredible. There's probably 350, 400 uses. In fact, there's a text that has over 1,000 uses of this first computer. On the back, there's scales and measurements for terrestrial navigation. You can survey with it. The city of Baghdad was surveyed with it. It could be used for calculating mathematical equations of all different types, and it would take a full university course to illustrate it.
The astrolabe is a computer, a calculator, a perfect measuring mechanism based on a geocentric, stationary model of the Earth. This piece of artistic and scientific brilliance needs no accolade, nor pomp or circumstance to announce its own craftsmanship, for its modern-day workability itself proves the genius of its design. A very profound question we must ask ourselves is, if the Sun is traveling at roughly 500,000 miles an hour, and the Earth rotates around it at roughly 66,000 miles an hour, how is it even possible to map and track the same set of stars for thousands of years? If we are to assume that the ancients created this calculator with a complete lack of understanding the true heliocentricity of our solar system, and merely created this calculator of the heavens as understood from their perspective and viewpoint, how is it possible they could have crafted such an instrument that maintains such precision over thousands of years? To somehow think that an instrument of such a high and accurate degree of calculability merely works today out of dumb luck or by accident is rather obtuse. Whoever created this instrument, whatever culture or person made it, their knowledge and ingenuity has withstood the test of time. It would seem that the heavens and the working of its cycles have been known and measurable for a very, very long time. On my now retired podcast, the Marty Leeds Mathematical Radio Hour, I got the chance to speak with John Major Jenkins. John is a Mayan scholar who has a deep passion for the Mayan peoples, their culture, their heritage, history, rituals, and cosmology. John has done unparalleled, extensive, and exhaustive work reconstructing the ancient Mayan cosmology. The ancient Mayans held the belief that the Earth was a flat plane having four corners, a general theme and concept shared by many other cultures throughout time, and they also mythologized that the Earth rested on the back of a crocodile that swam in a pool of water lilies. The Mayan calendar gained popularity because the calendar reached a very prominent point, what was deemed as the calendar's quote-unquote end date, with this date translating to December 21st, 2012, or the winter solstice in our current Gregorian calendar. This quote-unquote end date of the calendar was no more of an end date than when the clock on the wall reaches noon and the clock starts its cycle over again. According to an immense number of traditional Mayan scholars, prophecy revealed that the time period that we currently live in would be a time of great change and transformation. Now, many people probably remember the hoopla, hype, and propaganda surrounding the whole 2012 meme and the supposed end-of-the-world scenarios repeated exhaustively on news channels, books, and podcasts and internet sites across the world. There was even a blockbuster Hollywood movie starring John Cusack about 2012. To be clear, there never was any Mayan doomsday prophecy. No Mayan pole shift. No Mayan apocalypse scenario. None whatsoever. Nope. Just the scattered artifacts of a civilization with a superb mathematical and astronomical understanding of the cycles of time. The Mayans' true teachings about this time period was and is something that John Major Jenkins always clearly expressed and echoed throughout his lectures and writings. John was always well-reasoned and very clear about his attitude towards the intellectually deficient ballyhoo surrounding 2012. The prophecy of the Mayan wisdom keepers exclaimed that the conclusion of what is known as the 13 Baktun cycle, the time period around 2012, would be a time of great awakening, with this period including a 72-year variance around the alignment. The elders never claimed that anything would particularly happen on the date of December 21st, 2012. They just believed that the particular celestial alignment of the sun rising in the dark rift of the Milky Way galaxy was the marking of a great transition and a great change of ages for mankind. The Mayans calculated changes through a very complex and dynamic system of calendars that related and linked astronomical changes in the heavens to those here on Earth. In sacred traditions, the heavens and the earth were linked, and so what was happening above was intimately linked to what was happening below. This astronomical alignment of the December 21st solstice sun rising in the center of the dark rift of the Milky Way has a whole new added weight when the geocentricity of our Earth is taken into serious consideration. The ability to track and calculate perfectly vast cycles of time, thousands upon thousands of years, makes a whole lot more sense when you understand that the earth below you is stationary. We all must stop for a moment and take note of what is currently happening within the psychic weather of our time. Say what you will, the fact is there's a great awakening happening right now in mankind's collective consciousness. Masses of people, in an almost desperate attempt to find answers to the world around them, are starting to shun their long-held faith in belief structures, operating systems, and organizations they have been born and raised into. Mankind is once again coming to know himself and the world around him. Within even the last 15 to 20 years, especially with the creation of the internet, millions upon millions of people are now exploring the occult sciences like never before. Even within the last 5 years of my life, I have seen an enormous upsurge of interest in subjects like lost civilizations, alchemy, sacred geometry, Kabbalah, mythology, archaeoastronomy, astrology, conspiracy, secret societies, symbolism. The list goes on and on and on. We live in an age where the esoteric arts are starting to take center stage in people's explorations, investigations, and examinations of the world they live in. This awakening is something that has been ramping up for quite some time now. And this shift that is happening right now, at least according to the unparalleled mathematical and astronomical minds of the Mayans, was calculated a very long time ago and was written in the stars. Though I have no idea how John Major Jenkins feels about the concept of the Earth being flat, I must say it would be hard to argue that if there's any validity to what the Mayan elders were saying, and we are indeed living in a time of great transition, there can be no doubt that the Flat Earth movement is certainly going to play an enormous part of this supposed prophesized shift. Or not. Today, through the power of the internet and through the widespread dissemination of information, we now have average everyday Jack and Jills, people not constrained by paradigms and politics, not shackled by the stale and lifeless institutions supposedly dedicated to the pure pursuit of science, average everyday people going out into the world, making real discoveries, finding real knowledge, and bringing it back to the people. These people are doing grassroots work, obtaining knowledge through self-pursuit, through their own blood, sweat, and tears, and sharing the lessons they have learned along the way. We live in a unique time. A person, by simply spending 1 or 2 weekends solidly perusing the right videos and channels on YouTube, may be exposed to more information in those weekends than many have procured across several lifetimes. Though we must as well be surgically discerning when it comes to the information that we gather and trust, the ability to learn has never been greater. We should be grateful we live in a time that the great book of occult knowledge is being opened wide by so many scholars, researchers, and seekers who pursue their interests for no other reason than the great and undying passion they have for truth. I can decidedly say that I certainly no longer believe that the sun is 93 million miles away, that we revolve around it at roughly 66,000 miles an hour, and that the Earth is a sphere 25,000 miles at its equator. The entire model that I have been told was absolute fact I now have enormous reservations with, and honestly cannot even begin to defend it anymore. The amount of paradoxes, anomalies, dubious, problematic, and unproven ideas one has to swallow in order to wholesale endorse such a model is now very clear to me to be too extensive and numerous to continue putting any sort of faith or focus on such an explanation of our earthly system. This model is something I have spoke passionately about in the past. In fact, here is me exclaiming that the sun is 93 million miles away.
Now, the sun is 93 million miles away. It's 93 million miles away.
I honestly have absolutely no reason to believe that anymore. If the geocentric model proves out to be true, there can really be no question that this deception is, invariably, one of the greatest conspiracies of all time. If such is true, mankind has been sold a lie since the day we were born, and that lie was a lie dreamed up by extremely intelligent dark occult forces, people who have been at work for over several generations. And what is ultimately being hidden and stolen is man's destiny, purpose, and direct proof of his place at the center of all creation. For those who believe it is just too impossible for a conspiracy of such magnitude to exist, and that an elite bloodline or corrupt group of individuals could not fabricate and engineer such a complex conspiracy over several lifetimes, you must consider the following. The York Minster Cathedral, one of the largest Gothic cathedrals in Northern Europe, was completed in 1472 and took 252 years to complete. If a building project of such magnitude can continue on for hundreds of years, over several generations, why would you suppose the engineering and building of a conspiracy could not do the same? For those asking what is the point of lying about the shape of the earth, I would offer this. Throughout my studies, research, and long process of spiritual growth, I came to an immovable understanding and intrinsic recognition of the scintilla and spark of the Great Spirit within all things. It is something that I have held within the center of my heart. It is something that I see without eyes. It is unwavering in my psyche. Such a revelation has empowered me like never before. I found that spark of the Creator within when I was still under the erroneous impression that the earth was a spinning ball, cast out in an infinite and endless universe. I can only wonder how much easier my pursuit might have been if I had not been lied to and instead was taught that everything in the universe literally revolves around the drama of mankind. If I would have been taught that the earth is the center of everything, I can only imagine it would have been that much easier to find the center of myself. For several years now, I have created content, books, videos, podcasts, and the like, in an effort of trying to help people understand that man is no accident, that he is created with a great purpose and has a great force within him. I've tried to teach and express passionately how the work of a grand architect is all around us and can be recognized and understood, and that this all-unifying force, with all of its mighty wisdom, has put mankind central to the entire mystery. Now, to get people's attention to understand some of the subjects I talk about can often be tricky. Gematria, symbolism, numerology, these are all subjects that from the outset can seem pretty difficult to grasp. But when you tell somebody that they've been told their whole life that they live on a ball and that they don't really live on a ball, well, that is a talking point that can get someone's attention real quick. And how one deals with that situation after getting someone's attention is where the human heart comes into play. The great secret of life is not an elusive one. Everyone knows it well, for it is lodged deep within our chests, and our inner voice reminds us of it all the time. This dimension we inhabit is a moral dimension. Existence itself delivers us into a gradation of experience that includes intense pain and evil and immense joy and love. And man, maneuvering through this oft-perceived madness, regularly finds himself rejoicing in sin and agonized by love. We are given great highs and great lows, and our ultimate task is to navigate through these oceanic swells, anchoring every decision and every action with the goodness of our hearts. What is the purpose of life? What is the meaning of existence? What on earth are we doing here? These questions often plague the seeker, and it would seem that we humans have overcomplicated the matter to the point of losing our bearings on this plane of existence. The answers to our most seemingly profound questions are not so convoluted and perplexing. The word earth is an anagram for heart. What are we doing here, you ask? It is no grand mystery to recognize that man's goal on earth is simply to find and secure the love he has in his heart. The crux of Egyptian philosophical thought secured within the Book of Going Forth by Day, was centered on the human heart. Upon entering the gateway of death, the ancient Egyptians believed that the human being would undergo a ceremony they deemed the weighing of the heart ceremony. In this ceremony, one's heart would be weighed against the feather of Ma'at. The Ma'at were 42 moral codes that the Egyptians were to abide by and were principles that helped guide them throughout life. If one's heart weighed less than the feather of Ma'at, one would then ascend to the heavens and return to the source of all creation. There is good reason why the Egyptians did not call this ceremony the weighing of the brain ceremony or the weighing of the material possessions ceremony. Truth does not come from the acquisition of information or acquiring material wealth. Truth comes from within one's own heart. If one follows his heart, it will not steer him wrong. For all you English gematria hounds out there, the weighing of the heart ceremony equals 132, and there are 42 principles of Ma'at, the very feather that is weighed upon the scales. 132 divided by 42 is 3.142, or pi. This Mother Earth is a moral dimension. Mankind's litmus test is a litmus test of his heart. It is a test of his morality. Every moment we are given the choice to either A, lead with our hearts, or B, not. So for the record, I don't really believe that the Earth is flat or concave or convex at all. If you ask me my real opinion on what the shape of the Earth is, I wouldn't say it looks like this or like this. Really, the Earth looks like this. Nah, I'm just kidding. Shit's flat as fuck. Much love to all.
Thank you. Thank you, Timbo.
Shout out to Marty Leeds.
What's up, Professor?
What's up, Beats?
How you doing, brother?
Doing good, man.
That's good.
That's always
That's
a
good.
good one, man. You gotta
Yes, sir.
watch it, man. Just listening to it doesn't cut it.
You have a link?
It's in the music
The
bot.
chat?
The music bot commands. Yeah, you gotta watch that one. That's a must watch.
I haven't seen that one, so
Yeah, the visuals are great.
and who did that one?
Marty Leeds.
Okay.
He
I haven't heard that name yet.
Oh yeah?
So nope.
Yeah, that's it's one of my favorites. Like the way he does it,
No doubt.
like until the end, he never says he's a flat earther. So he puts 2 points across, so anyone who has not decided what side they're on can look at what research he's done, and he makes it look like he's not being biased. So that's why I enjoy that one.
Hey, but I like the end though. He said, oh, "No, it's
It's
flat
flat
as
as
fuck."
fuck.
I love that one.
Yeah. That was all set up just so he could do that.
Timbo, you have a link? Can you?
I put it in the
drop?
voice.
Oh,
I put it
okay. Thank you.
in the voice
Thank you.
there.
Thank you. Let me
Yeah.
let me
That's a
save it
good
so I
one.
can watch later.
Shit, it's been a long time since I watched that. Damn. Good one.
Save it.
Yeah.
I'll send it to my wife instead. So you know, I can always go back to that message. There you go. Perfect. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Well, it's the end of the weekend. Timbo's just got home from work.
Man, I hit 7 day this week, so you know, I almost hit 60 hours, so I'm
Oh my.
overtime, brother. Overtime.
Oh my.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gotta
Make
do it,
that
bro.
money, man. Make the money.
Yes, sir.
Gotta do it. Shout out to the YouTubers. Anybody out there? Doesn't look like there's too much going on out there. All right, pretty quiet.
No, right? Hey,
Um,
man, the other night, man, like everybody was listening to you, right? You know,
yeah,
and you know, we jump back and forth, you know, in and out, in and out. But as
sure,
soon you
sure.
gone, bro, it was bored. The whole room, bro. We
I,
got bored. Like, what the fuck? We need professor in here.
the hell happened, man? We need to talk about some shit, man. Let's keep it going. Yeah, man. That happens. It happens to everybody. Man. It's like Miggy will come in and they'll be fucking going off for 3 hours, and then he leaves, and it's like, like it slows down, man. That's why I'm always encouraging new people to come in, man. Like, dropping links, buying super chats, sharing a link, whatever it takes. Get some people over here, man.
I think there's the new guy in here. Well, I don't think he's new or whatever, but the whole truth. I think he'd been here before, but he hasn't get the role yet.
Yeah,
Did he get the role? Let me see. I don't think he did.
he's deafened. Yeah, that's too bad. It's just too bad,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, he's listening pass. We see verify. That's it. That's the only two thing he got. So, but I would love to talk to him too.
While we're here, man, you gotta come in with some questions or talk about something.
I'm gonna mute myself real quick, bro. But go ahead. I'm listening though. Okay.
All right, I'll just keep talking shit, something. Um, the easiest way to figure out what you don't live on is compare it to what you were taught in school. That globe thing, man, it's got a lot of problems. And they always have to change shit constantly to keep up with their problems. Liars have to keep lying. Remember that. They're just stacking lies on top of lies. Stacking globes on top of globes. Yeah. I can't remember what it was or who it was. It was one of those scientist guys. They were debating, the whole solar system shit back in like 100 years ago or something. One more. And one of them goes, dude, man, well, if that's what you're saying, man, then the stars have to be like really, really, really far away in order for your math to work out. And they go, yeah, let's go with that, man. The stars are really far away. We'll just mix up some big ass numbers and it'll all work out, man. Right? We got it. Okay, cool. We're good? We're good. And they just keep patching holes on patching their mathematics, man. Nobody's experienced outer space or spinning around the sun or anything like that, man. That's fucking crazy talk. Fucking crazy, man. Who would go for that?
Man,
Oh,
hey,
shit.
bro. Hey, bro. Check this out, right? Like, I'm pretty sure you know certain info about this, but ODD, bro. I've been trying to find him. I know he's got his YouTube channel, and then he got a show with Sean Hibbler and David Wise for a while, but then they call something triple whatever, you know.
Mm-hmm.
but I haven't
Triple
seen him,
threat.
bro. Like, what happened to him?
Ah, man. Yeah, I think he's just at that age, man, where you're just working, and I think he might have a daughter or something. I don't know, man. But
Yeah,
you can only go so long. I don't know if maybe he's just doing some music thing. I don't
I
know.
heard he was talking about it too. Like he said, "Oh man, I'm a produce this album, whatever." You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
then that was the last time I heard, I heard of him. So,
he'll be back. He'll be
man,
back.
I would love to do like, you know what I'm saying, like a mixtape with him or some shit, you know?
He'll be back.
Yeah.
How fast is this? Is the speed of dark?
The speed of what?
Dark? The speed of dark. How fast is that?
I don't know, bro. It sounds like some bullshit. It sound like some globe shit, bro.
No, I mean, I always throw that at a Glober. Like they're always talking
Yeah.
about speed of light and shit. I'm like, well, what's the fucking speed of dark
Speed
then?
of dark, dark matter, you know? Oh,
What's
we can't see
how
it, we can't
fast is
feel it,
how
we
fast
can't
is your
detect it,
dark
but we know
matter
it's there.
moving, man?
Know what I'm saying? Oh man.
Yeah, yeah. Speed of dark. That's funny, man. Uh, it is a crazy world out there, man. Damn, it just seems crazy, man. That's what
Hey,
happens,
what
man.
time is it over there?
I think it's always been this crazy. We just everybody didn't have fucking cameras to post shit on YouTube and BitChute and Rumble and everything else, Instagram and Twitter and fucking Facebook and fuck. How many goddamn platforms do we need to post shit? Apparently a lot.
Have you seen the debate, Jim, the flat water, with the guy from
Nah.
England? Where's the yeah, I seen it for a little bit, bro, on modern debate. It's hard to watch, man. It's hard to watch in the sense of like,
It's cringy.
bro, bro, they like bro. They anti fucking flat earth, bro. So Ernie,
Yeah, I don't like hanging out with those guys.
it's bro, it's hard to watch, bro. Like,
They can come in here. I'll give them some shit, but I ain't going over there and seek those Mongos out. Fuck that.
hey man, I would love to see Mayhem. I would love to see Mayhem go in there one of these days.
Yeah, I think he used to, man. I think he.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, he's like, fuck you guys. You guys come over here, and they have now and again, but yeah, there's certain guys that they won't come in here, man. They just won't. They might have in the past, but they're not even welcome back. I mean, but for the most part, we're pretty. You know, you're
Yeah, I
polite.
haven't seen Ruhif, bro. Have you seen Ruhif? I haven't seen him.
Doofus, man. I think he bounced. I think he got his shit handed to him, and it's like, oh fuck.
I think Gregory shut him up that one day. After that, I haven't seen him for real.
Yeah,
He doesn't come in no more for whatever reason.
he'll be back. That guy, I guess, got the weirdest vibe from that guy. I've even told him to his face. I'm like, dude, why the fuck are you in here? You got millions of dollars and you're retired, and why are you even fucking in here, man? What the fuck are you doing? Why aren't you laying on a beach somewhere, man? Fuck off.
Yeah, laying on the beach, you know, looking at
Why
the
the
flat
fuck
earth,
are you
flat
in
water.
here arguing about a fucking globe that you can't verify, man?
I'll bring up some celestial navigation.
Well, I asked. I think it was Matthew Learns one night. I'm like, dude, is the reason you're in here is because we're intellectually challenging you? You know, are we interesting? Are we asking good questions? Are we idiots? And it's like, no, you guys aren't idiots. You guys are really smart. And yeah, that was why he was in here. Is because he can't go to like some math fucking server and get
Mhm.
the kind of shit we talk about, man. No fucking way.
Yeah.
It's just not gonna. It's not gonna be exciting. It's gonna be boring after like 2 days. You'll be like,
Yeah.
fuck, didn't we already do that fucking equation yesterday? Oh fuck, I'm tired. I'll see you guys
Yeah.
later. You know, it would last like 2 days, you know. But in here, man, we're deep diving, we're questioning every fucking minute detail of everything.
Yep.
And that's why those guys like coming in here. And there are people like that, and they're looking for a crowd that they can relate to, at least talk to, because if they go into the, you know, their little echo chamber, man, it's just going to be boring after. Without flat earthers, man, it's going to be boring as fuck, man. I could just see him sitting around going, man, did you see that rocket, dude? It went up, dude, bro. It's on Mars, bro. Check it out. I mean, what else are they going to say about it? Did you see the latest picture? It looks like the last one, but it's got a little bit more. Is that a rat laying in that picture? Is that a rat on Mars? What the hell is You know, we're pointing out there's fucking dead rat right there in the picture, dumbass. Like, they would just be going, oh, that's a bitchin' Mars picture. Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, I think the last time I seen it was the last time I seen somebody trying to expose that whole fucking mountains
Right.
in Mars. It was in Canada.
You're
It's
right.
like
It was
it fits perfect description, but
Oh,
that video is gone, bro. That video is gone. Like I don't know who's it
well,
at. Like bro,
I know somebody that has it. I could probably ask him for it. He's got it on a hard drive somewhere, man. He saved all that good shit. Yeah, that one's hard to find.
And
But I thought
you seen another one? Have you seen like kind of like military freaking airplane and drop the capsule that they
Oh, I had that one.
supposed. Oh, you had that one? I had that one too, bro. Yeah, I saved it,
I
bro,
got that
because
one.
yeah, I saved that one too. I was like,
Yep.
shit, you know, what
Yeah,
if this,
they
you know, one
pushed
of these
out
days
the
gone?
they pushed the fucking
The capsule
the
with the
splashdown
Paris.
capsule, yeah,
Yep.
out of the back of the plane.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I had it for years, bro. I had it for years. That
well,
one.
that one's pure gold, man. Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, the last time I tried to present that shit to the Globehead, bro, you know what what the dude said? He said something, oh yeah, he was an anti flat earther too. Some random dude, whatever. He's
Right.
like, oh yeah, it was us. We were just practicing it, you know what I mean? To see like how it's supposed to you know, come down, you know, from that height. I'm like, bro, you weren't even there. You don't know none of these shit exists if I didn't show you this, you know. So
That's
you
right.
claim that oh, bro, I swear to God, these idiots will have fucking excuses and explanation for everything, bro.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's why I'm still here hanging out, because I want to see their next excuse for whatever comes up next, because it's gonna be a doozy. Timbo knows what I'm talking about as far as the fight for the horizon. I mean, back in the day, man.
We
They flipped.
we played a clip. Well, my time this morning. A guy came in. First of all, it was Zodiac, Sheepdog, and I think Kembo was there as well. Speaking of this guy, there's a big thing about the horizon. So, and then I jumped in, and Hoss was there as well, and then Jedi jumped in and cleaned him up. And that was a good example of how they've got nowhere to go with the horizon, because either they're claiming it's physical or they're claiming it's optical. And if they're claiming it's optical, where's the physical part of the ball? And if they're claiming it's physical, how can we see too far? So it's and then they just keep speaking around in circles. They go, well, yeah, I can't see the horizon. I've never seen the horizon, the physical horizon, but boats disappear over it. Yeah, what? What do you mean? Oh well, it's disappearing over a physical horizon, but the physical horizon is not where it's supposed to be due to refraction. Yeah. Yo, what the
I,
fuck are you talking about, man?
bro, I'm telling you, man. All they got, when it comes to the horizon, they like, oh, it's because of refraction. They throw that freaking wood
That's it.
everywhere now, man. I'm telling you, because they don't have anything else. They don't
That's
have
it,
anything
man.
else. Yeah.
And then it's as easy as, well, what's it refracting around? Oh, well, it's refracting around a curve. Okay, how do you know that? If you've never seen the actual horizon to measure how much it's refracting around, because you've never measured the curvature of the Earth. So you're imagining the curvature of the Earth and then saying it's refracting around it, but you've never actually seen anything for it to refract around.
Right.
So you're even doubling up on how fucked up your argument is.
It's fucked up, man.
I don't know, man. These
And
fucking people, bro.
it just gets, look, it gets clearer and clearer every day.
Yeah.
Every
Like
day,
I can't watch their debate with us either. Like,
Nah, man.
like
Don't
I
even
seen
bother.
I seen Jim debate for a little bit or whatever, and I had to go to work. But I couldn't watch it, man. It just they reject anything that we say. They anti fucking flat earth. So they reject
Yeah.
anything, even it make fucking sense to them, and they don't have anything else. They still reject it, bro. Like, man, it's just crazy, and like their belief is so deep, and they will they would defend them, even NASA or the government don't pay them anything, they still defend it because the belief is so deep,
Yeah.
is so
That's the
strong, bro.
brilliant thing, yeah? Like,
Yeah,
that they don't even need to argue anymore for themselves because they've got people arguing for them
exactly.
that have got nothing to do with NASA or the government. Like, it's fucking weird, man.
I
Like,
know.
who are you arguing for? Like, what stake do you lay in this claim? Like,
Yep.
Well,
clearly it's a lie. Like, clearly they're lying. Even if it's something about something, clearly, you point out something that they're lying about, and you go, yeah, okay, yeah, well, all right, they lied about that. Okay, well, what else are they lying about, mate? Like, everything, or let's call it half of the stuff they're lying about. Even if they're lying about half of the stuff, it's still too much.
Yep.
So Marty Leeds was talking about Cavendish and how
Yeah.
he played that video of that other scientist who was getting interviewed. He was talking about Cavendish, and I like to bring it up to the Globers, man. To bring up Cavendish, I'm like, what do you know about the guy?
Yeah.
Do you know that guy was a complete recluse? He
Yeah.
couldn't even deal with people. He couldn't even be in the same room as people.
From a
And
noble family.
And he was hanging these fucking huge lead balls off some barn made out of wood. That
Yeah, and looking at
who
them
knows?
through a telescope.
Maybe the fucking barn was fucking bowing because of the weight of the lead balls. I don't know, man. But
What about the wind? And what
the
about when
wind,
the weather changes from high pressure to
but
low pressure? Like, it's fucking, there's too many variables. It's
this
silly.
guy seemed like a tweaker, and
Yeah. And who cares if they twist? If the balls twist, isn't that just saying that the ball's twisted?
yeah,
Like, they're not saying that the balls are getting closer to each other.
exactly.
Torsion bar twisted, and there was a mirror on the torsion bar.
Yeah.
And then he was viewing the mirror, and you go, okay, the ball spun around. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, and we've had guys come in here that went through engineering school and had to do that, and like, yeah, it works, man. Like, yeah, sure, man. Does it prove anything? Where's the curvature? Come on. Look around.
Exactly.
Fucking shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Come on.
He would have been he could have finished that off a bit better, couldn't he? The his conclusion of the Cavendish, he could have just kind of just said it never proved anything because there was too many variables involved. And what was he measuring? Because in the end, Cavendish himself said he was measuring the mass of Earth. So if he's measuring the mass of Earth, then why was he using two balls for gravity? Because wouldn't they be more attracted to the Earth than the other ball?
Good point. Good point.
Yep.
It's weird.
Yeah.
Man.
Again, here's a guy that didn't publish anything while he was alive, and yet it was just his notes, just his notes, just his notes. Yeah, and then we probably
And then they find his notes and they say, "Oh my God, he discovered this, he discovered that, he discovered that." You go, what?
I mean, he wasn't doing any public speaking. He wasn't hanging out with
Because he couldn't.
Because he couldn't do it. There's no fucking way. He couldn't even. If he had a class of people, they would talk to the room. What?
Yeah.
How fucking crazy is that
So
shit, man?
who's this guy is?
Cavendish.
Is
Okay.
it Henry Cavendish?
Henry, fuck all Cavendish, yeah.
Henry, is that right?
He was I don't know. He was
Cavendish. So he everyone claims he did this. We're not even going to call it an experiment. So he put two lead balls in this barn. He had a big garage, and he had to view these lead balls from a distance. Otherwise, his body would create gravity towards the balls, and then the experiment wouldn't be valid anymore. Let's start with how ridiculous that sounds.
Man, they got him on Wikipedia too.
So you put a big ball on the left side of the torsion bar, and you put a smaller ball on the right side, and you balance it offset on the beam, right? On the torsion bar, right? So that the thing's level. So, and then you just sit there and watch it, and eventually it starts moving. And you're like, "Oh, that's got to be gravity, man."
Yeah, that's gravity.
No, let me see real quick. Hold on.
If that was the case, bro, man, one of those little flies wouldn't get off my car ever. It would be stuck to it forever. Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now, right here. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah, you're what? Yeah. So that thing's been fucking taken to the woodshed, literally.
Cavendish
to the barn.
experiment, 60
Shit's been taken
symbols.
to the barn so many times. Poor people, man. They just they can't get past. They got lied to, man. That's got to be the bottom line. That's
what. And when you say, "Oh, have you got a demonstration of gravity?" This is what they go to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I've heard it 100 times, Timbo, at least.
Yeah. Come on, have you got something better? Like
nothing.
Even what's this gravimeter? What the hell is a gravimeter?
That's a good question.
Now they say, "Oh, I've got I've seen gravity measured in a gravimeter." Yeah. Okay, well, why isn't this talked about more often?
Well,
I got to look into that. I'm gonna have a look what a gravimeter is.
I don't know what that is at all.
I know that when I make beer and when I want to test the alcohol content, there's this little thing this little thing of mercury I got to drop in and measure how high it floats above the horizon. Right? And then you write that down before it ferments, and then you take another one after it's done fermenting, and then you do some calculations and you come up with the alcohol percentage. But it's actually I think it's called isn't that a gravimeter or something? Fuck, I don't know.
I'm not sure, man.
Like that.
I'm gonna look when I get home.
But it's a joke as far as. Dude,
otherwise they'd just say, "Okay, we've proven it. We've got a gravimeter that measures gravity." Okay, cool. But they don't say that, do they?
Mm-mm. Where do I get one of those? You gotta get me one. Gravimeter?
Amazon.
Amazon, for sure. Guarantee.
Deliver overnight.
Shit.
Overnight delivery.
Next day, baby. Yeah. Nafty was like, is anybody speaking? He's in art. He couldn't be in. I don't know what the fuck Nafty's.
He's a listener. He's just a listener.
He's gamer, broken mic ganger. Anyway,
An instrument for measuring different in the force of gravity from one place to another. Gravimeter.
It's basically a scale.
I was gonna say the same obvious.
people get scammed in this world. Who would have thought? Damn. Big time scammed. Damn, we got scammed on the glove, man. I was so
A
pissed.
gravimeter is something you'd find on like them late night fucking sales shows, you know?
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
If
The
you call now,
gravimeter 2000.
if you call now,
Disprove
You
them
call
pesky
now.
flat
You can
earthers.
have 2 gravimeters. Measure double the gravity.
One for you, one for Granny.
fucking gravimeter. Yeah.
I was going to chime in about Cavendish, how it's just, that is like a bucket full of holes, basically. That whole thing. And we're talking about 1800s, you know, manufacturing standards of these lead balls. You know, they would have to be absolutely exact in weight. You know, the slightest weighting difference would cause movement of any of the balls. You know.
Oh yeah.
And then you need absolute level. You know what I mean?
I mean, what are they hanging by ropes back then? Did they have cables?
Chains or something. You know,
Chains,
like
maybe.
probably the strongest thing in that rickety old barn. You know what I mean?
But the barn could be, that the beam on the barn be fucking tweaking. You don't know what's going on.
Bowen. You know what I mean? It's It's just a
Bowen.
mess, man.
Like, okay,
And then the good old one, I like just going right to it and asking them, how did you isolate gravity from all the other,
right.
electrostatics being what? Fuck, I don't even remember the number. It's so massive. How much more stronger it's supposed to be than the supposed gravitational force.
Like 38 times stronger or something. Something like that.
So let me look up.
I think that's the number, but
One of them stupid numbers, you never remember.
yeah, we get so many goddamn numbers, man. But we like to get down to the physical reality of what we can see and measure. I love measuring stuff, but
10 to the 36 times stronger than gravity.
36. Okay.
Yeah, 10 to the 36, yeah.
What does that mean? Does that mean 36 times 10?
That's 10 and 36 zeros. Fucking
what?
ridiculous number.
That's how much stronger it is?
Yeah.
Oh, claimed to be. Because if gravity's 0, then...
Oh, it doesn't exist, so yeah. And then stronger than gravity.
Gravity. All right, we shout out to Wolfman out in the chat. What's up, brother? Damn. It's the hydrometer. That's it. He's got it. That was what I was measuring out the hallway. It wasn't a hydrometer. Yeah, I got a couple of those laying around here. Yeah. Shout out to Greg T, End of the Break. Nathan's out there. Shout out to you guys, man. Miss you, Wolf, man. Fuck, man. Used to have some good times, Wolfman. Those were the days, baby. Those were the days. Yeah. I've known Wolfman's going back, I don't know, 2018, I think, early. Anyway. Back in the Poncho Pete days, man. Shout out to Poncho. Got Rig 5s out there. Yeah, these are the days too, man. Yeah, these are the fucking days as well, man. We'll look back at this and go, you guys remember those fucking days, man? We were talking about Cavendish and gravity and the horizon and all that shit. And yeah.
You know how they talk about scrubbing out large parts of history, you know,
Yeah.
hundreds of years potentially.
Mhm.
I reckon if the world ever wakes back up to the bullshit of the globe, they'll probably just rub out the last few hundred years out of embarrassment, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, they'll just rub that shit out, man. Hell yeah.
Let's just fucking ignore that part of the human story, you know. That was a shit show. You know, Curvy Level and Cavendish and all the
Flow.
other batshit nonsense.
They'll be saying, "Oh, those when humans were primitive and they thought the Earth was a ball."
Yeah. Yeah, I've been thinking lately about the religious aspect, how we try to point out to Globers that they are religious, they're in a religion.
Yep.
And they can't, they obviously can't fathom that the world could be under this, you know, a massive religion that's completely false and easily disproven. And then you just like, you know, I thought maybe ask them to take a look back at like just ancient Egypt and all that, you know, and all their what is it? I forgot the word, but you know, all their symbols and all their gods they had, and all
Deities?
the
Are we
deities,
looking
yeah.
for?
No, all the mythological stuff involved in
Yeah.
what they believed, you know, all the different deities with different like kind of, you know, animal heads and whatever, and you know, and they all truly believed that, you know, and that was the thing at the time, and they built shrines to it and structures and all types to it, and you know, just like we've done with the globe. And you know, it's a pretty easy thing for society to do, to run under a false religion. But of course, they're wrapped up in the idea that this is science. You know,
Lab coats.
that's what kind of differentiates it from them, but from conventional religions in their mind. That's like
You could even get them to start by looking up the definition of religion.
Yeah, I mean that would be the straightforward way, but like they would accept it, they wouldn't apply it to themselves. They never do. As Ken was saying, you know, they just deny everything that comes from a flat earther.
Yeah, because it's been proven. Yeah.
You guys talk to these
But
blokes.
forgetting flat Earth for a moment, I don't know how these people can take a good, honest look at the world and not see that it's completely religious, like the West.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
one way or another. You know, forget the globe, forget flat Earth. You know, everything else, money, governments, you know, authority figures, science.
Well,
You know,
the problem is they actually think they actually believe what they've been told about. We're at the top of where we've ever been. This is the smartest and most technologically advanced we've ever been. So whatever the science says now is true. So I don't think most of them can actually come to terms that they're in a religion.
I don't know how they could think we're the epitome of like intelligence. It's
it's
all
fucking
other way
backwards.
around. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
well,
I
yeah,
think
opposite.
however humanity came to be, if we just, you know, spawned in, that was us at our smartest moment, and then we started telling fucking stories and just going downhill from there, you know?
Hollywood shit. Yeah. Hey, did you guys talk to Chubbs?
Yeah, Chubbs is Aussie guy. He's been hanging around the last couple of weeks. Pretty cool.
Hey, mate. I just got a
Chubbs.
fire going on in the background, so I've just been trying to stay out of it.
No stress, man.
We're
Good
just
to
hanging
hear.
out, man. We're just hanging.
Shooting the shit we are. Just shooting the shit.
Shooting shit. There's the whole truth, man. You guys, these BC.
We're throwing shit at the wall and seeing if it sticks.
What's up, Truth?
I tell you though, the longer it goes on that Globers continue to exist, just the more Twilight Zone it starts to feel for me personally. It's like, I can't fucking believe this person is persistent in believing this utter shit when they've been offered rational, verifiable alternatives. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
even just a logical thought to go and have a look at it. Just go and have a look at it. Your base belief, go and see where it starts from and see if you can confirm that base.
Good, man. I always tell those guys, man, you gotta know your heliocentric model, man. You gotta know this stupid sun, the moon, all the shit. Learn the globe first, then come back and talk to us. Because you don't know the first thing about the globe.
Yeah, blows your mind. Hey, they come in with
toast.
no knowledge at all, ready to defend it to death. It's the most bizarre thing I've witnessed.
Yep.
Black Goose wants to be unblocked. I don't know who the fuck the goo man
It's
is.
into the break.
I don't know who it. I kind of remember him. I can't do shit, man.
I'm not sure. I didn't block him, so I said you're gonna have to speak to whoever blocked you.
Right. You gotta find that out.
You guys stepping on people's toes.
Yeah.
he's not getting on. He's not getting unmuted.
No.
He's just begging. That usually doesn't work. I reckon he got muted for some like PMAC behavior, you know.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
You're gonna have to DM.
It's been a while since PMAC got muted though. He used to get muted all the
He's
time.
doing well. Man. He's on a good streak.
Hold on. I can do a PMAC image. I can do it. He's fucking always fucking up.
That was too clear.
That was too clear.
Yeah, too coherent.
Oh shit! I got to working on it, man. It's been a while. Dude, that guy can. Yeah, he gets hammered, and it's like, oh shit! And here we go.
But you know what? The funny thing is, he fucking makes sense. Even it doesn't matter how hammered he is.
Right.
If you just listen to him, you go, "Oh my god, how did you come to that?" After you just said those words that you just said.
Yeah, it's kind of an alcohol genius in some ways. You know. I can relate to it.
It's like when Bong's really stoned. You go, and he starts talking, and you go, "Where's he going with this?"
Yeah.
And then he goes, "Bang," and you go, "What? How did he get there?" That was magical.
Yeah. So yeah, that's why the Globers come in here, or they used to. Not much anymore, but they've been hanging over there at Geo's, man. A lot of them.
Yeah, because they're allowed to spout their shit.
Yeah, they ain't gonna get away with that shit over here, man. Geo does his best he can to try to moderate that shit, but it gets fucking cuckoo shit over there sometimes. It's like, damn. Good thing I'm not a moderator. Thank you.
I've never been in that shithole and I never will be.
But every once in a while, Geo will get a nice conversation going, just amongst themselves, you know, amongst the crew, and they'll get good conversations going. But
Exactly what do they question out of anything in this world?
Who,
Do they
like
have? Are they in contention with like anything at all?
Xanax and Kosho and
Yeah, all the mongoloids
all
over
those
there,
Mongos?
all them
Yeah.
fucking idiots. Because I can just
No, they just
imagine it's
agree
just
with
a server
whatever.
full of just reiterating the official narrative about absolutely everything.
Yeah,
Dude,
well, that it's like the news. Fuck that.
I mean,
You're gonna,
just going by statistics, they must be wrong. They absolutely cannot be right about everything.
Right,
Something
exactly.
must be wrong. You know what I mean?
Right.
I
They're
can
like,
start with the one thing. It's the ball.
hey,
No,
my
we know. No, they're very wrong about that one.
my 1987 Honda got 55 miles to the gallon. 1987, brand new car. 55 on the highway, of course. And I'm like, if you buy like the best hybrid out there, man, gets like 60. That's it. Where's the leaps and bounds? Where's the car that gets 100 miles to the gallon or 200? You know, it's got to be out there, but they're not giving it
I've
to us.
heard some claims, but
They want us
never
all to drive electric
experienced
shit.
anything in person about. Yeah. You know, Steve Falconer, Spacebusters. He was interviewing that. He was on that.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, I forgot the guy's name. He's an English guy. Really good interviewer. Anyway, they were having some car chat, and he was talking about tweaking one of his older 80s cars up to
Yeah.
like 200 mpg, and it was like, well, damn, you know what I mean?
Man. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I
there's
mean,
a
I've
way to do
heard
it.
some claims, but I've never experienced such a thing. I'm sure it's possible, though. We know
But,
it's completely artificially handicapped, you know?
I know the physics behind it. I mean, if I had, a few $1,000,000 in a garage and some good mechanics, yeah, I could probably build you a fucking car that runs off water, no problem. No problem. No fucking problem. Guaranteed. Combustion engine runs on water. What? Fuck off. Yeah, I can do it. You just got to break the hydrogen out of the water with electrolysis and feed it into the system, man. Here we go. Well, it couldn't be that damn difficult. The guy did it, man. His name was Steve Myers. I don't know if you guys ever saw that video or back in the early 90s.
The fuel economy is staying in a very, like, specific range, I think, is integral to the overall economy, you know?
Yeah.
They need
Yeah,
cars to be limited into this range of, like, 20 to 40 mpg, you know?
Yeah, it's somewhere in there. I mean, I live in America here, and it's fucking people driving the craziest fucking giant vehicles. I'm like getting like fucking
Yeah, getting like 7.
7 miles to the gallon or some shit. Fuck. I mean,
Why bother, man? Just fuck, get a bike.
what the hell? And there's only one person in the car. That's what gets. It's not even towing anything. I'm like, what the heck? Yeah. What a weird world, man.
Yeah, put the fucking windows down, you get negative miles, you know?
Right. So yeah, the technology's out there for better technologies. I just watched a video today where some old wind farms, they have the turbines on the wind farms, the big wings, and there was just this big pile of them that were done after 10 years or whatever. And it's just like they just threw them off into the fucking woods. It's hilarious.
They're just virtue signaling towers, to be honest.
I mean, that's so bad. The virtual signaling. I heard this other lady that was like an auditor for like one of the wind companies, and they would lease the land from like the farmer for like 12 grand a year, and the government would pay him like it pay him $1.2 million per turbine. a year. The government would just pay them that. Plus, Anyway, I thought that was
How long would it take a turbine to generate 1.2 million in energy?
right.
On
Probably-
top of its construction energy,
Mhm.
the energy that goes into construction.
It'd probably take 50 years, maybe 100.
Longer than that, I think.
Yeah, that's a lot of energy, $1.2 million. But that's just what the government was charging. I mean, I'm sure they were making money with putting the electric into the system, and then, and she goes, and those are all coal-fire plants, and we would put our wind turbine energy into it, and they would refuse it. They wouldn't even take the fucking energy, man. Say, nah, we're full. We got full capacity over here. I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense that we haven't
It's
solved
completely upside
energy
down,
yet in the world, It only makes sense in the context that the elites can't allow for energy to be solved, because that changes the whole game.
And then the whole, electric car thing with the batteries is a big problem I see, man. And what a weird situation that is. 22 miles up, man. Look at that. Be flat.
People are really terrified about living on a flat Earth, aren't they?
Apparently. That freaks them out. They like to keep it moving. They got to keep spinning balls and moving.
Yeah, I'm not terrified at all that there's this infrastructure of deception in this world. I'm terrified of the masses that fall for it. That's what scares me. I don't care about that there's groups out there, pulling these massive deceptions off. They're just opportunists, man. Probably would do the same thing in their position if I was born into it. Because once you look at the population, you realize these guys are fucking idiots, man. They couldn't help themselves if they wanted to. The only option left is to exploit them. So I don't blame them. Blame the masses. That's what scares me, man. But for the Globers, they're scared of the flat Earth reality because it means everybody's lying to them, or like a good portion, And then and that means they have to be responsible for what they let into their minds. They have to go over everything. They have to check it, verify it, and they don't want that responsibility because that's energy and time.
Well, yeah, they're too busy trying to, pay their mortgage.
I mean, yeah, many people are busy, but many people with their spare time just want to use it on mindless entertainment and just switching off. Escapism.
Well, you don't have a choice, really. I mean, you got to do that, or you just burn out after a couple of years. You got to do something to wind down.
Of course, everything in moderation, though.
Yeah, I love that term. I always tell people, man, just moderate. You'll be good. Do your thing, but
You sleep on the floor. Oh my God, baby. You sleep on the floor. Hmm? You want this?
Hey, Beats.
No, it's okay, baby. I just.
Hey, Cam, you're hot micing, bro.
Oh shit, my bad, bro.
Yeah, you're good now.
Someone's sleeping on the floor.
Somebody's sleeping on the floor. Probably the kids. I hope.
Probably.
No family came over.
Who believes in a globe still? They're sleeping on the floor.
Sing them that lullaby. You're spinning around at millions of miles an hour. Yeah. Sing them that lullaby. It's straight from Disney, man. Yeah. Straight from Disney. Must be true, man. Yeah, that's another thing I love to bring up to people. I'm like, what's up with this Disney guy, man? And working with this fucking Nazi. And coming up with like movies and shit, making space seem so bitchin'. What's up with that? Interesting. Yeah.
Had to
It's a
get the
decade.
kids.
Do I?
I'm saying they had to get the kids, you know?
I got to get the kids. Yeah, yeah. A lot of their early propaganda shit, I think it was more for the adults, but they did get the kids later on. Yeah, yeah. Cartoons and all that shit. They got them hooked. Well, got me hooked. Fucking took my
Well,
shit.
the cartoons were for the kids and the moon landing was for the adults.
Yeah. That's it. Nailed it. I was a kid during all that, man. And everybody was pumped up, man. We're landing on the moon, bitches. It looks like shit, but they did it. Yeah, they.
I feel like the people that believe in the moon landings haven't watched any of the footage.
No, I don't think anybody's ever watched that footage and said, "Oh yeah, that looks great, man."
This is banging, you know.
I think some of them watched it and they still believe in it, you know. But a lot of them they haven't seen it, you know. They just believe,
They've
blindly
never
believe.
seen it. We didn't.
Yeah.
I think you were here the other night, Beats, and somebody asked, like, why 2015? So why did it all bust out? Why did Flat Earth bust out in 2015? I go, well, it was like really the first time that we could get on like a Discord or a type platform and do live streams and share screens and talk to people and deal with people in the chat, and we could live stream it, and it would just like all blew up because all this technology all hit, you know, where we could really, really get down and share some information fast.
Yep.
And it was just like everybody was making videos and shooting shit and doing calculations and fucking. I mean, it was just going off, you know. And I go, that's why it was 2015, because before that, man, you know, you maybe had Facebook, you could have a post or you could say something and like on Twitter maybe, but you couldn't get together with other people and talk to them in real time and share screens and videos and talk about it and break it down and really just take it to the fucking woodshed, as QE likes to say.
Cavendish shed.
The Cavendish shed. There we go. That's the new one. And that's why it just, once information starts to get rolling, man, people start sharing quickly, man. Especially if they have good tools to do it. And all the tools were there in like 2015. They all came out. And we started really getting together and putting our heads together.
I didn't know we had Discords in 2015. I didn't know.
Well,
I mean, I just watch a lot of.
We had this thing called Hangouts, which you could get a panel like this going together with 10 people. And you could share screens and share videos and music and
We've had books for 200 years, long before Discord.
yeah, but books aren't interaction with real people in real time. That's a different situation.
Yeah, but the same arguments that are going around now, like
Yeah.
8 years after 2015, that's already done 200 years ago.
Sure, man. They were discussing. I asked everybody, man. You think fucking Newton would have liked Discord? And everybody says, yeah, of course he would have loved that shit.
He'd be hanging out here.
Be hanging out right here, talking to us, going,
Be like,
well, let me tell you, my
Newton Learns or something he'd be called. That'd be a fly earther or he'd be a fucking Matthew Learns type.
Yeah, he probably would have been Newton Learns. Yeah. Isaac Learns.
Yeah.
We did have books, but the books were controlled.
And most of the
Well,
population
like I
was
just said,
illiterate anyway, so.
Yeah, you
which
couldn't
books
just
are you
go and
talking
make
about?
a book. Well, the books that you brought up, what were you saying?
Which ones did I bring up?
You didn't bring up any. You just said books. I don't think you brought up any.
Yeah, that's right. So he said they're controlled. So he said they're controlled. So I'm wondering which ones he's talking about.
I don't know, Mathematica.
Well, all the books.
Which ones though? Like the ones on the flat Earth?
All of
or?
them. All of them. Every
Oh,
book
oh, okay.
ever made
What's it called?
is controlled.
He's just
because
controlled.
of
Do you have anything
publishing.
to support that?
Because of publishing companies.
So there's a bit of a problem then, because in the books you're saying are controlled, right? I'm saying like the same arguments that are going around now, every single one of them
Like what?
are in those books.
Like what?
Well, we're not going to play that game where like I ask you a question, you don't answer, and then you ask me one. So
Well, I can
Arguments
just
for
get rid
what?
of you
I
if
don't
you
know what
want.
they've done.
well, that's what you do, right?
What?
Silence people you disagree with.
We're not even in a
Sometimes.
disagreement yet. We haven't even said anything.
You didn't even
So what were you
specify
talking about?
arguments for what?
What are you talking about getting rid of me for?
Because
that happened real quick.
Well,
because we're talking about getting rid of people and not talking about the fucking science of the books or whatever, man. Get back on
Man,
subject.
I didn't
you
hear
came
anyone
in very
saying anything
aggressive, my
about getting
friend.
rid of
Like,
someone.
damn, you came in looking for a fight already.
Oh, I
You-
came
you-
in looking for a fight.
you
I
used
just
to
said
be
the
in
same.
here on a
This is all I
different
said.
name, yeah? You used to be
I
in
said
here
the
on a
same.
different name, yeah?
No, I've had the same name since I joined Discord. So I
Oh,
said that
okay.
the same arguments going around now are in books from 200 years ago, and then you said that all the
Great.
books are
Which
controlled.
ones?
Mm.
Which ones? Which arguments?
Which one? Which books or which arguments?
Which arguments?
All of them.
What? Which ones?
All of them.
Gravity, space.
We're going around in
Mhm.
circles now.
Yeah, all of that. That's all in the books.
Gravity,
Water
space,
tests, like level
stars,
tests, all that stuff.
Yeah,
It's all in
Bedford
the
levels.
books.
Yep. Great.
Mhm.
Cavendish,
When was the Bedford levels done?
Bedford level.
All of that's in there.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, right? It's all in the books from 200 years ago.
So what's the point?
Because one of you were talking about Discord in 2015 and stuff.
Well, that's when YouTube came about with videos that we could jump on and start viewing and start discussing.
Who do you credit that to?
Who gives a shit? We weren't talking
What do you
about
mean?
that. We were just talking. Someone asked the question of us the other day, why 2015? We said, well, because YouTube started, all these videos started popping up on YouTube. So that's why 2015.
And we could live stream with, 10 people on
Yeah.
a panel, and we could screen share, and we could bring up books and bring up videos and bring up quotes and bring up Wikipedia and bring up everything that they say about where we live. And we just started going, hey, what do they say about gravity? Or what do they say about the horizon? Or what do they say about this? And what do they say about that? And we all started sharing shit. And we found out that it fucking, what's this 8 inches per mile squared shit? Where'd that come from? None of us ever learned that in school. We had to fucking get together and figure that shit out. We had guys, fucking Brian Mullen out there doing the Pythagorean theorems on the fucking CAD, figuring it out. Thank you, Brian Mullen.
The cat?
CAD. On the CAD.
Okay.
He was using CAD to figure out the 8 inches per mile squared thing, man. So it was awesome.
Trying to work out what the problem is, though.
Then it turned out once we figured out it was 8 inches per mile squared, then how far can we see? And then we went out and checked that, and we started sharing shit. And that's why it was 2015, man. We had the opportunity to do all that. And it was just a fascinating time for Flat Earth to, be discussed. And we're still discussing it, How many years later? Damn.
Oh, 200 years later.
Well, 8 years later since I've been in talking about it. What about you?
What's 200 years later?
They were talking about the same shit 200 years ago. Well, they were talking about it 1,500 years ago and, 1,000 years ago. Yeah, so what? We're here
Were
talking
they?
about it now. They didn't have Discord. They didn't have fucking links and
And now it's
text
easier.
and email and fucking whatever else. We got all these tools they didn't have, so we can do a better job than they did for sure.
Well, we're saying the same stuff that they have already said. That's the point.
Well, we can bring it up. We can look at the documents. We can discuss it. What's the problem, man? Is there a problem discussing where we live? Fuck.
Yeah,
You
they
got a
are
problem
dead.
with
We
that?
still
Fuck
alive.
off.
That's why we be able to talk
There's
about
no,
it. You know,
there's
they're
no
dead.
problem.
Where we fucking live. Let's
There's
check
no
it out.
problem.
The boats go over the
The
curve or
problem
not?
is something got brought up, and within 2 seconds, someone was talking about getting rid of me.
All right.
Like, there's some people here who think they got some authority in this
They
fucking
do. They
situation.
do have authority, man. I got fucking banned
Do
from
they?
the server too, man. So don't take it personally.
Well, this is my point.
Fuck's
You
sake.
aren't talking about anything that hasn't already been said, but yet you're talking about the same thing that's someone's already done for you, and then you're pretending that you have like this sort of authority around that information.
Who claimed
All
it?
right.
I nobody claimed that.
I don't know who the fuck claimed that shit.
Yeah, who claimed that? Who
Timbo.
claimed that we
Timbo,
have
you claim that?
authority around information? Like,
I
who's
think the
claiming
whole
that?
point
You
here,
you didn't
upside
need to
down, is
claim
that
it when you appeal when you didn't need to claim that. You didn't need to claim that when the person appealed for me to be gotten rid of, right? Because they disagreed with me
yeah,
around the
that's
topic.
not a claim to have an
You don't need
authority
to
over
claim the
information.
authority.
We're not talking about Earth, man. We're talking about
Timbo,
Earth.
did you actually say or to get rid of him? Because I
Yes.
didn't hear
Yeah,
anything.
you
Did
said
you say
something,
you
and I
did
just
say
said, "Oh,
okay.
well, we can just get rid of you."
All right.
Why would you do that?
I can't remember what you said, but you're being a dickhead. So,
Yep.
Came in a little
Oh,
strong
well,
upside
that's
down.
just your opinion, you see.
oh well, everyone else
Okay,
agrees
well,
with
what do you
it.
want me to be?
So,
What do you want me to do? Come in weak? You want me to come in weak?
No, I want
That
you
would
to
you
come in like
prefer?
a decent human being, man. That's all. Fuck
yeah,
off.
that's
Cordial.
it.
Just
Could just move on.
be cordial. Period.
Timbo
Well, that's
does have
preference.
authority over you here. He is higher
Yeah, I
rank
mean,
No,
than
he
you.
doesn't.
Oh, he does. Yes, he does.
of
In
course,
this server,
he
he
does.
does.
No, he
So do
doesn't.
I.
And
So do flat
yeah,
out dude.
Okay, so what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do when I tell him to suck my dick?
He's gonna
I
ban you.
don't really care,
Exactly.
man, because you're being
Shut the
tough
fuck
on
up
the
and mute me, you faggot. Fuck
being
Yeah,
yourself.
tough
there
on
we
the
go.
internet like a cocksucker,
yep,
man. Like who gets tough on the internet when you can't do anything about it?
I
A
know, right?
moron. What a moron.
Fucking asshole.
See, that's somebody that genuinely has issues with authority.
That's someone who came in looking for an argument.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He's ready to look like for a fight already.
No, that
He's
guy's
looking
not a
for.
flat earther, whole truth. He actually thinks he's fucking upside down.
Just ask Timbo.
I felt like at the very start it was some Australian territorial stuff going on there, you know? He jumped into the conversation and was like, fuck this, I'm the Australian here.
Yeah, fuck
And
you,
then I
Timbo.
remembered who that guy was. He came in a while back, and yeah, he's a globetrotter.
He came in hot.
Yeah, oh, I remember him. I've had a run-in with him before. But I
Seems
remember he
like
was in here arguing about veganism with Gemsy. I think Gemsy nearly banned him. I thought he was banned. That's why I was surprised when he was back in here. Bit of a troublemaker.
Clearly.
You know, people like that in real life, they don't say stuff like that, man. In person, they don't say stuff like that.
No, they're quiet in the
No.
corner type of people
Yeah.
in real life.
I can guarantee you wouldn't say that to me in real life.
Exactly.
Not while you're holding your fucking skill saw. Yes.
Do you guys think that Ruhef is more polite than that guy?
I think they're all probably pretty socially inept offline. Or just quiet. They're either quiet or like they're just like they get even more extreme offline. Probably, you know, they get right in people's faces like proper zealots.
Yeah, I mean,
You know, if they were to talk about flat Earth or something, you know, be screaming them down. Like you see on some of Witset's streams when he was going about and other people's, you know, you get these fucking crazy people on the street just screaming him down because he's talking about this stuff.
yeah. I don't know, man. If somebody scream at me like in person in front of my face, you better back up. Yeah. But a lot of them, man, they just mad at the world. A lot of them, they just mad at the world,
Oh,
and
they're
they mad
in
at us.
the actual anti-flat earthers. They're completely in denial and they know it. But you know they've cornered themselves because they've built up this personality and this following around them. They can't just wake up one day and be like, put out a fucking apology video and be like, yeah, I was wrong about the globe and everything to do with it. The Earth is flat. You know what I mean? It's just
It
good
would never
luck, man. That
happen.
would ever happen. Yeah, they don't have the cojones for it. You know.
Yeah, but imagine if you know tomorrow the government and NASA just come out, you know, all the space agency come out and say, "Hey, sorry, we lie about, you know, lie about the Earth. You know, it's actually
Oh,
flat."
they'll
You
still
know,
be banging the drums for the
I
globe.
know, right? Like just the thought of it, I think they would still believe it.
Yeah, I don't know if you know the Matthew Lawrence character, but he admitted that like if NASA admitted the moon landings were fake tomorrow, he would basically disown NASA. You know, he'd say they're lying. So he'd become a conspirator essentially. Oh no, now they're lying for some motive. You know,
Yeah,
they did go to the moon landings, but they're lying to us that they didn't. Just these people will throw anybody under the bus at the end of the day.
I see.
Because I don't know they've just attached the heliocentric paradigm to their identity, so you know, with super glue 10 times over, you just can't get them out of it.
Yeah. Well, you know, we might not know everything, but at least we're still learning. We're trying to, you know, expose the fraud, the scam.
All you can do is offer people the information. I think someone was saying the other day in here, like, you can't change anybody's mind, you know, at all. There's pretty much nothing you can do. You can just offer them up information and let them go about how they're going to go about it. And I would agree with that.
Yeah, talking about that, you know, I'm about to present something to one of my coworker pretty soon, but I'm trying to find a good time. I think the first thing is I need to do it's to show him the animation of the sun shooting at one direction and all the planets chasing the sun, and just say, hey, you know, this is actually happening right now, you know, and maybe probably like another week or two or whatever, and then show him NASA, and then after that, I mean, show him a little bit of, you know, about the moon landing, and then the flat Earth. But I think that's what I gotta do. I can't show everything all at once because I don't think, you know, um, everybody. I don't think anyone can just take all the information all at once. So so I'm thinking about these are the steps to do it at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, getting them to start appealing to their own senses and lived experience is a good first step. So showing them that conception, the corkscrewing sun and all that, and all the planets, and then saying this is what's taking place right now, right this second, and you're under the influence of all these motions supposedly. So then they get in a battle. They're like, well, I sense that I'm completely motionless. The Earth is motionless. But the claim here is that all this crazy beehive nonsense is taking place. And just leave them with it, I wouldn't push it any further than that. See how they respond to it, of course, and
Yeah,
go
I
from there.
think that would be my first step. Like just to show him that, and we'll see what he's gonna say. And then a week or maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or a month, I'll show him like other stuff. Cause I had bad experience too. I think I was pushing it with somebody else before, and it kind of got bad. But yeah, so I learned my lesson on that part. I think I approach the whole thing in the in the wrong way. So now I gotta I gotta find a better way to do it, and I think this is a step right here. This is the way. It's just a little bit by a little bit.
Yeah, just offer them crumbs,
Yeah.
It depends what type of person they are. If there's someone that's questioned other things, kind of lower down the ladder, as far as deceptions go, then you might be able to give them a bit more in the first sitting. But if it's someone that's never questioned anything in their life, it's very unlikely they're gonna, no matter what you present them with, you could almost, if it was possible to give them a God's eye view of Earth and see the entire structure and nature of it, they might still not believe it. Then people are so just, they're not there, there's no other way to describe them.
Yeah. Well, I had asked him a question before, about the governments. I asked him, do you think the governments ever lie? And he said, yeah, they lie about almost everything. He said that to me, so I'm like, okay, maybe he's ready now for the flight.
Maybe.
Yep. And then he's
almost anything, still gives him enough rope to escape with, kind of thing. It's like, they lie about everyone, but not the nature of the Earth.
Yeah. He's also in military, so so that's gonna be it. Well, if he's in it,
what does he do in the military?
I think he's a what is it? Is he part of? No, I don't think he's a Navy. I think he's just I think he trained in military part time. That's what he's doing. He go
Well,
like
I mean, if that's a big aspect of his kind of identity, you could talk to him about the military weapons systems and the targeting technology, essentially.
I asked him before about the laser, that the Navy or the military use, like they can shoot a target, moving target, like 500 miles or more. And I was asking him, do they account for the curvature? And he said, oh, I don't know, because he haven't used that technology yet. So, but
I forget what the documentary's called. Timbo, you still here? Anyway, there's this documentary came out, I think, last year, and it's got a lot of testimonies in it from people in the military, essentially, mainly Navy, radar operators, weapons operators. Okay. Might be good to surf through that document. I'll remember it here in a minute and link you it and pull out a couple of the testimonies there and maybe show him them the next level. Is it the next level? I thought it was
the next level.
No, it's not the next level. It's not the next level. It's not Hibbler's stuff. It's from the. Like I totally blanking on this, but it's not any of the Level films.
Yeah, I seen the
I
next
feel like
level.
it's got something to do with the Flatlanders guys. You know them, Timbo? It's their documentary or something. Sorry, Cam, you were saying?
Oh, I forgot. Oh no, I was gonna say that the next level is it next level or level with me? One of those. As soon they released the film, I seen it. When oh, matter of fact, you have to be what you call you have to subscribe to Rockfin. So I subscribed for a whole year just to see the film. So, but I seen it. I mean, it's pretty good. There's speculation here and there,
Yeah, I think the
or
third one's the best of the three. It's the most grounded one. Like minimal speculation and just
yeah.
getting to the point and not being too flashy about it. I think it came across well.
Yeah.
The first one still has that kind of hype passion about it, and there's a lot of claims made and not a lot of substantiation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like them all. But yeah, you're right. Um, the last one it's actually really good. Um, I think it's gonna make a lot of people wants to know, or wants to look at, flat Earth. Um, there's a lot of good points in there. Oh, um, have you ever meet or talked to Santos Bonacci?
Personally, no. Well, at all.